I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676. In the forest on the edge of the 100,000 mountains, the three-headed jackal looked at Captain Mazlala as if he were a monster. Thunder roared in his three brains. This human actually knew that he was looking for the colorful barrier? Impossible. I discovered the colorful barrier by accident, and there is absolutely no way that another person would know this secret. Yes, humans are the most cunning. He must be tricking me. It must be like this. Ha, you actually know that I'm his home. That's amazing. The six eyes of the three-headed jackal flashed, and his expression was honest. It's a bit embarrassing to say that a wild beast misses home. When I was snatched away from the 100,000 mountains by that abominable chief steward, I was just an ignorant little wolf. The only memory of my home was that red cave. I even forgot what my parents, brothers, and sisters looked like. But as time went by, I missed home more and more. The longing for my hometown has been tormenting me all these years, so I made a deal with you. In order to hide the secret, the three-headed jackal had to suppress his nausea and said some disgusting words against his will. As it said that, it pretended to leave, turned its head, and walked slowly. Since we have reached the Shuan Mountains, let's say goodbye now. Goodbye. It felt a little uneasy. This human who could understand its language was a divine magician. Divine magicians always have various magical abilities. It is definitely not its opponent. It hopes that this reason can fool it. Seeing the three-headed jackal stop every 3 steps and walk hesitantly into the woods, Captain Mazlala was a little stunned. This guy's too shameless. When it was just born, it bit off the throats of several brothers. Now it actually said that it missed its hometown. It is simply a shameless beast. Stop. Captain Mazlala saw that the figure of the three-headed jackal was about to disappear in the woods and had to stop it. He was still counting on it to lead the way. How could he let it leave so easily? His voice was not loud but full of majesty, which made the three-headed jackal tremble all over and stand there in a daze. This mysterious divine magician won't blast me with a big fireball? I'm most afraid of fire. Its 6 eyes turned at the same time, and it turned around, with its eyes blooming and smiling. Oh, you really can't bear to leave me. I'm so touched. Just now, I was just testing the friendship between us. Captain Mazlala has gradually accepted the shamelessness of the three-headed jackal. He smiled and said, "How is it? As solid as a rock. It is my greatest luck to have a good friend like you." The three-headed jackal almost stood up and patted his chest to guarantee. It slowly walked back to the side of Captain Mazlala with a flattering look on its face. "Surround it," Captain Mazlala suddenly ordered. The 16 members who had been prepared quickly surrounded the three-headed jackal and drew laser guns from their waists and aimed at it. "Good friend, what are you doing?" The three-headed jackals couldn't close their mouths. As a fierce beast, it naturally would not be afraid of a dozen weak humans, but the strange box in the hands of these humans made it dare not act rashly. The box was only the size of a palm, and the front part showed a silver-gray metallic luster. The three-headed jackal had only seen this color in the colorful barrier. There was a glass ball in the front of the box. The ball was round and smooth. The three-headed jackal really couldn't figure out how such a round ball was made. The light red light flashed inside the ball. This light seemed insignificant, but it made the three-headed jackal uncomfortable all over, as if it would die immediately if it was exposed to this light. This seemingly absurd idea made it stand there in a daze, not daring to move. The three heads looked at each other at the same time, and they all saw the fear in each other's eyes. HMPH. Do you really think you can fool me with that? Captain Mazlala sneered. "If I'm not mistaken, you returned to the Shuan Mountains this time to find the place where you were born with intelligence." This time he was fully prepared and believed that, no matter how powerful the three-headed jackal was, it was definitely not a match for more than a dozen high-energy laser guns. What's more, the team members also carried bombs with them. What did you know? The three-headed jackal, whose lie was exposed, revealed incredible things in his 3 heads and 6 eyes. The birth of intelligence was his biggest secret. How could this human know it? This is not a problem you should consider. Captain Umaslala, who was in full control of the situation, smiled and said, "You should be able to feel that the weapons of my soldiers are enough to cause harm to you. It is absolutely impossible for you to get rid of us and find that place alone. What do you want to do?" The three-headed jackal took a step back. Captain Umaslala smiled and said, "It's very simple. We will go to that place with you. You want to go there too. Do you know what that place is?" The three-headed jackal stood up from the ground in shock, with only 2 feet on the ground. Then he suddenly thought of something, as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression was shocked. "Do you really know?" Yes, they must know. Otherwise they would not take such a big risk to enter the 100,000 mountains. The place of the 7-color barrier. Those who enter can obtain divine arts. Captain Umaslala smiled faintly. This answer made the three-headed jackal fall silent. Obviously, the secret that he always thought belonged to him alone was already known by a human. "Brother Three Heads, we actually have no conflict of interest. If you enter the 7-color barrier, you can gain more power, and we can become divine magicians." Captain Umaslala saw that it was still reluctant and persuaded it slowly. "Although I don't know where the 7-color barrier is, I think you need to go deep into the mountains. There are countless powerful beasts inside. Although you have 3 heads, you are probably not their opponent. If we join hands and work together, the possibility of successfully entering the 7-color barrier will be greatly increased." Captain Umaslala's words touched the heart of the three-headed jackal. Although it has just begun to develop its intelligence, its strength is extremely limited. It is far from being a match for those terrifying beasts in the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Although Captain Umaslala and his team members are only humans, they carry a weapon that looks powerful and is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, after entering the 7-color barrier, everyone encounters a different Crusoe, which does not reduce their chances of gaining power. "Okay, let's go to the colorful barrier together." Driven by reason, the three-headed jackal made a wise choice. A temporary alliance was thus formed. Although both sides of the alliance had their own ulterior motives, they had a common goal, so they behaved quite united along the way. The three-headed jackal was responsible for exploring the way. Its sense of smell and hearing far exceeded that of humans. It could find the traces of ferocious beasts from a long distance and then hide safely. Captain Umaslala was responsible for calculating the direction to ensure that they were heading in the direction of the mysterious river that was flowing backwards. The name of the mysterious river was given by the three-headed jackal. According to the three-headed jackal's explanation, the mysterious river does not always flow backwards. It will only change its flow direction at specific times. Back then, after the three-headed jackal was thrown into the mysterious river by its mother, although it had no intelligence, it knew that its life was coming to an end. The three-headed jackal struggled in the river, hoping to swim to the shore. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a strange force in the river, which kept grabbing its forepaws and dragging it to the center of the river. Fortunately, the three-headed jackal was born to swim. If it were a human, it would have drowned. It struggled in the river for a day. At night, a blood-red moon appeared in the night sky. The bloody night is coming. Everything in the 100,000 mountains seemed to be covered with a layer of blood, and even the air was filled with a bloody smell. The three-headed jackal looked at the moon and the night sky that was as red as dripping blood, and was completely desperate. The bloody night is a real legend in the 100,000 mountains. Legend has it that, whenever the bloody night comes, the high-level beasts in the 100,000 mountains will collectively fall into madness. They will run wildly in the blood red, attacking all creatures they encounter, and blood will flow wherever they pass. Therefore, whenever they see the bloody moon in the sky, all low-level monsters will try their best to find a safe place to hide. Moreover, the time of the blood moon's appearance is not fixed. It may not appear once in thousands of years, or it may appear continuously 1,000 years ago. The blood moon suddenly appeared in the night sky for 7 consecutive times. The emperor-level beast Behemoth died of exhaustion in a melee with other beast emperors, becoming the first emperor-level beast to die under the blood moon. Trapped in the river, there is nowhere to hide. The three-headed jackal can only wait for death to come. This wait did not take it too long. There was a miserable cry and a roar from far to near in the forest. A flying crane with bright red eyes and an angry expression flew out of the forest. It was covered with snow-white feathers, with a wingspan of 10 meters and a body length of 20 meters. Its claws flashed fiercely under the illumination of the blood moon. Drops of blood flowed from its sharp beak. It was the Wanyan demon crane, one of the 4 emperor-level beasts. The Wanyan demon crane soon discovered the 3-headed jackal in the middle of the river, made an excited cry, and dived down. Facing the emperor-level beast, the 3-headed jackal didn't even have the courage to dodge, and could only watch the sharp claws grabbing at him. Just when he almost felt that his fur had been scratched by the claws, he suddenly heard the 10,000-year-old demon crane let out a cry of fear and fled. What happened to scare a crazy emperor-level beast? The 3-headed jackal was puzzled and looked around. Suddenly, he felt a faint purple light in the river, and the flow direction also changed, and began to flow backwards. Although the 3-headed jackal was shocked, he was more excited, because there were crazy beasts passing by. When they saw the river flowing backwards, they turned around and ran away. So, as long as we enter the river, when the bloody night comes, we will be safe. Captain Umaslala nodded, and said after listening to the 3-headed jackal story. The 3 noses of the 3-headed jackal twitched, as if detecting the strange smell in the air. He turned to the left, bypassing the redwood forest in front, and lowered his voice as he walked. You can say that, but the key now is that the time when the bloody night appears is not fixed. It may be 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years. You must be mentally prepared. Captain Umaslala can wait for 1 year or 10 years, but if it is 100 years, he is estimated to be half buried in the loess. Apart from the reverse flow of the river, is there any other way to enter the 7-color barrier? Captain Umaslala couldn't wait that long. No. The 3-headed jackal said confidently. After gaining spiritual wisdom and being kicked out of the barrier, I also went upstream along the river several times and walked all the way to the end of the river, but I didn't find the shadow of the 7-color barrier. At the end of the river, there is a waterfall thousands of feet high. I definitely didn't pass the waterfall before I entered the barrier that time. Captain Umaslala's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The 7-color barrier is where the zero-dimensional universe and the real universe meet. He had actually guessed that this intersection did not always exist. Otherwise the beasts in the 100,000 mountains would have all developed intelligence. The zero-dimensional universe and the display universe are like 2 bumper balls, hitting each other and then bouncing off. Every time they collide, the colorful barrier appears, and it will also cause changes in the world and the 100,000 mountains, and the bloody night will come. Captain Umaslala sighed, and now he is in a dilemma. Although Chen Shuxian is like a gentle wife, she did not bring radioactive minerals when she returned. Chen Shuxian would suspect that he was deliberately deceiving, and then Captain Umaslala would be greeted by a storm. A woman who can cut her father into pieces can do anything vicious. Thinking of this, Captain Umaslala's mind became firm again. Whether it is 10 years or 100 years, I will wait until the bloody night comes. Thanks to the excellent scout of the 3-headed jackal, Captain Umaslala and his party did not encounter powerful beasts. Of course, they encountered quite a few ordinary beasts, but before Captain Umaslala could make a move, he was bitten to death by the 3-headed jackal and became food for everyone. If it weren't for the terrifying roars from afar, Captain Umaslala would have almost had the illusion of hunting with hounds. Even so, every time night fell, Captain Umaslala would still carefully set up camp. Therefore, their travel speed was not fast, and it took more than a month to reach the river. The river that will flow backwards should be ahead. In the forest, after the 3-headed jackal bit off the neck of an elk, its 6 ears stood up straight. Captain Umaslala and his team members, who were ragged and exhausted, suddenly became excited. A month of running around had made them extremely tired physically and mentally. Without caring about cooking the elk, Captain Umaslala asked the team members to carry the venison and run towards the river under the guidance of the 3-headed jackal. Chapter 677. Mysterious River. When Captain Umaslala walked to the river, he was disappointed. The river in front of him was not wide and the water was a bit turbid. There were several monkeys drinking water by the river. When they saw everyone, they immediately fled. This river looks like other rivers, nothing special. Hey, don't run. The three-headed jackal suddenly jumped into the river, scaring Captain Umazlala. Something is going on. The well-trained team members quickly raised their laser guns and stared at the river. They looked alert. Haha, you are in for a treat today. The three-headed jackal swam towards the river with a monster over 5 meters in its mouth. Because he has 3 mouths, the fish did not delay making sounds that day. When Captain Umazlala saw the monster clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. The monster was a fish over 5 meters long. The fish swung its tail desperately, trying to escape, but the three-headed jackal was obviously a master fisherman, and he bit the fish's neck. Fish, as aquatic organisms, are common on planets with life. However, Captain Umazlala had never seen a fish over 5 meters long. This is Clark's goldfish, and it tastes the most delicious. The three-headed jackal threw the fish to the ground and signaled the team members next to him to pick it up. These days, he has been following the team, and his mouth has become more picky, and he is unwilling to eat raw food. 3 or 4 team members rushed up, cut open the fish's belly with a knife, and found dark purple fish eggs inside, and cheered immediately. Fish eggs are a high-end ingredient of the Pajero civilization. They only need to be simply cooked to become a famous dish. Usually, this dish can only be enjoyed by high-level people. What's more, there are a lot of fish eggs, which fill up 2 insulated boxes. The insulated boxes are equipped with simple refrigeration equipment to keep the food fresh for a short time. In order to preserve more fish eggs, the team members had to throw out venison, wolf meat, tiger tendons and other foods from the insulated box. Captain Umazlala looked at the busy team members and looked at the proud three-headed jackal. Brother Three-Head, you just jumped into the mystic river like this. There is no problem, right? Problem? What problem? The three-headed jackal was disdainful. This is the mystic river, isn't there any danger? Captain Umazlala pursed his lips. Haha, this river can only be called the mystic river when blood descends. It is a normal river at other times. Seeing Captain Umazlala's cautious look, the three-headed jackal wanted to continue to laugh, but thinking that the two are now allies, he could only hold back his laughter and explain. I see. Captain Umazlala was relieved. The vines on the mountain will entangle people, the flowers on the ground will release mist, and the mosquitoes in the sky are as big as calves. The most uncommon thing in the 100,000 mountains is normality. Since the time of the Bloody Night was uncertain, Captain Umazlala could only order the team members to find a cave beside the river. The cave faces south and sunlight can shine in during the day. The team members first cut down trees and made a wooden door, then camouflaged the cave entrance with grass and trees outside, and finally installed many traps within a range of 1,000 meters. You humans are so vicious. The three-headed jackal looked at the sharp stump in the deep pit trap, couldn't help but protect the vital parts, and took a breath. There is no way. Compared with you beasts, our bodies are too thin. There is no possibility of success in a head-on confrontation. Captain Umazlala laughed. If you don't have enough strength, you can make up for it with wisdom. With such a defensive cave built with wisdom, Captain Umazlala, who had long been exhausted, and his team members had a very comfortable life. During the day, they basked in the sun at the entrance of the cave, and the three-headed jackal went to the river to fish. There was no way. The grilled fish made by the team members was so delicious. At night, they hid in the warm nest, listening to the roar of the monsters and falling asleep. Such a leisurely life made Captain Umazlala a little lazy. Looking at the team members laughing and joking, he often asked himself, do I really have to obtain divine arts and become the ruler of Guy? Why can't I live a plain life like this? Although he didn't have divine arts, he believed that with the weapons in his hands and his own wisdom, as long as he didn't attract the attention of the Divine Magician Club, he would have no problem protecting himself. The three-headed jackal was immersed in the food made by the team members, and seemed to have forgotten the purpose of entering the Shuan Mountains. Every day, he could only think about how to find more high-end ingredients. In less than half a year, it gained a lot of weight, and its 3 chubby heads were almost squeezed together. When night fell, a bonfire had already been lit in the cave. The barbecue grill of the bonfire was filled with various skewers of barbecue. The fragrance of the skewers was like a big hand, tightly grasping the stomach of the three-headed jackal. Hey, brother three-headed, it's not that we don't let you eat, but if you get fatter, you may not have a place to put your head. Captain Umazlala was chewing on the grilled leopard skewers, his mouth full of oil. The three-headed jackal cried woo, drooling, and turned his head away sadly. The team members saw its aggrieved expression and laughed happily. After these days of getting along, they and the three-headed jackal have long been familiar with each other. This seemingly ferocious guy is actually a complete foodie. One of the team members couldn't bear it, so he stood up, walked over with a skewer of meat, and handed it to the three-headed jackal. Here, it should be okay to eat less. The three-headed jackal had already prepared to lose weight. When he smelled the aroma of barbecue, his 6 eyes suddenly narrowed into a slit, and he opened his mouth wide, and was about to swallow it in one gulp. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and huge rocks on the top of the cave rolled down. Oh no, the cave is going to collapse. Everyone, evacuate outside. Captain Umazlala was the first to react, and led the team members to run outside. The three-headed jackal ran to the cave in trance, hesitated, turned around and bit the hot barbecue skewers on the campfire, and then ran out happily. As soon as it ran to the cave in trance, it was stunned, and the fragrant barbecue skewers in its mouth fell directly. Its 6 eyes stared blankly outside. Outside, a monster completely blocked the moon, and the ground was completely immersed in darkness. 2 disc-sized green eyes glared at them. Beast King, gorilla monster. Although the three-headed jackal had never seen a gorilla monster, he also knew that among the 10,000 mountains, only the gorilla monster could block out the sky and the sun. The gorilla monster, ranked 7th among the 10 beast kings, is 100 feet tall. When it walks, the earth shakes and the mountains shake, like a moving hill. It has a keen sense of smell, and can smell strange smells within 100 miles. Looking at the barbecue on the ground, the three-headed jackal immediately realized that it was the strange smell of the barbecue that attracted the gorilla monster. How careless. Captain Umazlala and his team members saw such a large animal for the first time, and they all couldn't help but gasp. Generally speaking, the size of an organism is not unlimited, and will be affected by the gravity of the planet. When a creature grows to a certain extent, if it continues to grow, it may not even have the possibility of standing. Generally, the largest organisms on a planet are marine organisms, because the buoyancy of the ocean can offset the gravity of the organism itself. Captain Umazlala and his team members quickly hid behind a boulder. The gorilla monster's green eyes saw the night as day, and instantly saw their position. He stretched out a finger like a big tree, flicked it lightly, and the boulder flew into the air, and disappeared without a trace. Captain Umazlala and his team members wanted to escape to the cave again. The gorilla monster stretched out his fist and hit the cave hard, and the cave collapsed immediately. Fuck, is this playing whack-a-mole? How can we play it? Captain Umazlala couldn't help but exclaimed. The three-headed jackal was on the side, and could have escaped, but after hesitating for a while, he mustered up the courage, and rushed towards the gorilla monster. The gorilla monster didn't seem to be interested in it. He stretched out his fingers to pinch it, and threw it into the river next to it, then swung his fist again, and hit Captain Umazlala and his team members. Facing the huge fist, Captain Umazlala and his team members had no way to retreat. They could only grit their teeth, and take out the laser gun to aim at it, and then pull the trigger. The red laser beam hit the fist, instantly burning the gorilla hair on the fist. Woo-ha. The gorilla monster felt a little pain from his fist, and suddenly became angry. He put his fists together and hit them. Captain Umazlala and his team members could only close their eyes, and wait for death. Suddenly, the air suddenly stagnated, and a strong smell of blood appeared between heaven and earth. Captain Umazlala opened his eyes, and saw that the ground had been covered with a layer of bright red. When he looked up again, a bright red moon was hanging in the night sky. He instantly realized that it was the bloody night. The gorilla monster seemed to be affected by the bloody moon, and began to tremble all over, and red threads appeared in its green eyes. Run to the river. Captain Umazlala shouted loudly, and then he ran to the stream desperately. When the bloody night comes, the stream will become the mysterious river. This is their only chance to escape. The team members quickly reacted and followed him. Plop. Captain Umazlala jumped into the bright red river, and instantly felt an inexplicable force pulling him to the center of the river. Because of his experience with the three-headed jackal, Captain Umazlala did not resist at all and let the force pull him. Soon, he floated to the center of the mysterious river. There, a dark shadow was staring at him with 6 dark green eyes. It was the 3-headed jackal. We finally waited for the bloody night to come. Yes, what will happen next? The river water flows backwards. As soon as the voice fell, the river water suddenly changed its flow direction and flowed from low to high. Although the team members knew that the river water would flow backwards, they still couldn't help but marvel when the scene that violated physical common sense really happened. Oh my god, what kind of power can cause such a wonder? The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Captain Umazlala lay leisurely in the river, staring at the blood moon in the sky. How could the moon turn blood red? This is not scientific. Generally speaking, the color of a star in the sky depends on the color of the light it emits, but the color of the light emitted by a star generally does not change, so there is only one possibility. That is, when the zero-dimensional world collides with the four-dimensional world, it will affect the propagation of light. In this case, it means that the zero-dimensional world is not a world without any thickness. Captain Umazlala clearly remembered this in his mind. The great scientists of the Pajero Civilization Academy of Sciences have also studied dimensions and made the dimensional properties public. Zero-dimensional world, a world full of nothingness, does not exist in this universe. One-dimensional world, just a straight line that can be extended infinitely, without thickness, and no living creatures can exist inside. Two-dimensional world has 2 attributes of length and width. Two-dimensional world often exists as a weapon in the universe, and advanced civilizations all use dimensionality reduction as a means to deal with enemies in war. Three-dimensional world has 3 attributes of length, width and height, and can form a stagnant space. Four-dimensional world has 4 attributes of length, width, height and time, which is the mainstream attribute of this universe. Five-dimensional world, unknown, but according to the speculation of great scientists, creatures in the 5-dimensional world can control the time dimension, travel freely in time and space, and become creator-like existence. However, science is not immutable, and the words of great scientists are not always correct. Historically, the Pajero civilization has always been generous in rewarding citizens who have made great scientific achievements, and sometimes such rewards can even offset huge crimes. In history, there was a scientist who, in the process of designing a spacecraft, was negligent for a moment and marked a decimal point on the design drawing incorrectly, causing a shocking disaster that killed tens of thousands of people. As the culprit of the scientist, he naturally could not escape the blame and was sentenced to death. But on the eve of the execution, he suddenly realized the mystery of curved spacetime and invented a spacetime energy conversion formula with epoch-making significance. According to this formula, energy can be converted into time, making long-distance interstellar travel possible. The news reached the Pajero Academy of Sciences, and the great scientists held a general meeting to review the spacetime energy conversion formula. Fortunately, the formula was completely correct. The death penalty was urgently stopped. As the culprit of the spacecraft disaster, the scientist was not only acquitted, but also successfully promoted to a great scientist in the subsequent election. There is no meaning for the people of Pajero to treat this seemingly unfair thing. Because in the education they received, science is the supreme existence. As long as enough discoveries can be made in science, any guilt can be forgiven. Therefore, even if Captain Umazlala cannot obtain divine arts, after entering the zero-dimensional space, the secret of zero dimension can be discovered, which is enough for him to return to the Pajero civilization calmly. This backward-flowing river, for Captain Umazlala, is a road to success. The road always ends. Chapter 678. At the end of the road is a colorful barrier. The first to discover the colorful barrier is the 3-headed jackal with 6 pairs of eyes. We are here. It looked solemn. We are here. When the team members saw the colorful barrier, they were suddenly shocked and looked solemn. We are here. Captain Umazlala pursed his lips and touched his waist. The colorful screen is made up of 7 colors of light. The bright light is extremely gorgeous, but it vaguely reveals an inexplicable majesty. This majesty penetrated into everyone's hearts from the sky, from underwater, from the air, and from all directions. Everyone's mind was empty, so much so that when they passed through the colorful barrier, their eyes went black, and then they came to their senses. The 0-degree space behind the colorful barrier gave everyone a completely different feeling. The three-headed jackal shuddered all over, and with a low woohoo sound, it crawled on the ground with its tail drooping. Captain Umazlala and his team couldn't help but take several steps back. If the colorful barrier behind them hadn't disappeared long ago, they might have escaped long ago. In the 0-degree space, the light was dim, there was no sky, no ground, and there was a strange blood-red cloud everywhere. This is chaos. Captain Umazlala, who came back to his senses from the panic, remembered a legend in the Pajero civilization. Legend has it that at the center of the universe is the land of chaos. In the land of chaos, there is no distinction between up and down, left and right, front and back, only blood-red clouds wandering aimlessly. As for the spaceship that strayed into chaos, it only had time to send out the last warning signal before losing contact. In the warning, it kept repeating one word, run. Although this is just a legend, it is recorded in the official unofficial history edited by the Pajero Academy of Sciences, which to a certain extent shows its authenticity. So, when Captain Umazlala entered the colorful barrier, he immediately shouted the word run in his heart. Unfortunately, this word ran along the respiratory tract to the mouth, but disappeared without a trace, and the reason is very simple. The colorful barrier behind him had long disappeared. There was no place to run. He took several deep breaths and came back to his senses. Hey, I can breathe. Then, he stepped on the void and took 2 steps forward without feeling any discomfort. It looks safe here, doesn't it? Panic gripped his heart. He needed the team members to agree with his idea to calm this panic. Unfortunately, there was no voice from the team members behind him. Don't you think so? Captain Umazlala frowned, turned around, and was stunned. A cold sweat broke out on his spine. The 16 team members have disappeared. The three-headed jackal has disappeared. It's as if they had never entered the colorful barrier with Captain Umazlala. He became alone. Captain Umazlala's heart sank immediately. He knew that the 0-dimensional space must be extremely wonderful, and predicted that there might be all kinds of hideous monsters in it. But he never thought that people would disappear for no reason. After thinking for a while, Captain Umazlala, who had no answer, could only walk slowly and aimlessly in the chaos. Anyway, these blood-red clouds only looked scary and would not cause any harm to him. There was no distance or time here. Captain Umazlala didn't know how far he had walked or how long he had walked. He found that he didn't know fatigue or hunger, just like being in the virtual network on the Pajero. The surrounding scenery has not changed at all, only various blood-red clouds. Finally, Captain Umazlala simply sat down cross-legged. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. I want to see what these creatures in 0-dimensional space can do to me. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala's originally anxious mood gradually calmed down. Later, he simply closed his eyes and stopped looking at the red clouds that revealed a weird atmosphere everywhere. Unconsciously, he seemed to fall into a deep sleep. In front of the dark eyes, a computer suddenly appeared in front of him. Computer. How could a super tool that only technological civilizations have appear in 0-dimensional space? He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking at it carefully. Yes, it was indeed a computer. This computer looked no different from the computers commonly used in the families of the Pajero civilization. In the silver metal case, through the transparent glass panel, you can see the motherboard, processor, graphics card, memory stick and the complicated wiring. It is obviously the masterpiece of a poor installer. In the case, there are also 5 case fans, which emit a charming red color, making the case look vulgar. In the Pajero civilization, only those ghost fire teenagers who advocate individuality will choose such a tasteless case. The monitor is a narrow frame 36-inch fish screen, and the mouse and keyboard are common goods, with no characteristics. Captain Umazlala walked into the computer and found that there were no trademarks on all the accessories. Just as he was about to continue studying the computer screen suddenly lit up. A dialogue text popped up on the interface. Hello, guests from the technological civilization. Welcome to the Crusoe space. Hey, this is a creature from the 0-degree space talking to me through the computer. Captain Umazlala typed on the keyboard, Crusoe space? Isn't this zero-dimensional space? The cursor on the screen flickered, and Captain Umazlala was anxious. He didn't know if his question-like answer would anger the zero-dimensional creature. Fortunately, his doubts disappeared immediately. The cursor on the screen flickered. Oh, you can say that. Zero-dimensional space is what your technological civilization calls us. We still think that the name Crusoe space is more suitable for us. It seems that this guy is also a stubborn character. Captain Umazlala took a deep breath and continued to type. Dear Crusoe creature, can you explain the origin of this name? Oh, the name Crusoe has no meaning. It just sounds mysterious and matches the temperament of our race. The cursor on the screen flickered. The computer monster's answer almost made Captain Umazlala so angry that he broke his defense on the spot. It's meaningless, and he has to correct it so many times. It's too boring. That's right. Captain Umazlala decided to give this Crusoe creature a name. Computer monster. Golden Crusoe creature, may I know what kind of existence you are? Captain Umazlala noticed from the conversation with computer monster that it was a little stupid, so he decided to get straight to the point. Of course, asking such a question to a strange creature sometimes causes the other party to be furious, leading to an unknown outcome. Captain Umazlala was gambling. Fortunately, he won the bet. The cursor flashed. Well, how do I explain this to you four-dimensional creatures? Let me put it this way. For you, we were living happily in the Crusoe space. Suddenly one day, the space we were in collided with your four-dimensional space. The result of the collision was that the space membrane broke, and we could wander into the four-dimensional world from the rupture. For four-dimensional creatures, we Crusoe creatures are an indescribable existence, without a fixed shape, and our abilities are beyond the imagination of four-dimensional creatures. Because we are in zero dimension, we can interfere with all things in the four-dimensional world. This interference is simultaneous and all-round. Take Gaystar for example, we can interfere with all creatures on the planet at the same time. This interference is a powerful divine art in the eyes of you four-dimensional creatures. Of course, not all creatures can be interfered with. We need an anchor. This anchor is a four-dimensional creature with a seed planted in its body. We call this kind of four-dimensional creature an apostle, and you call it a divine magician. Of course, the name apostle is more accurate, because our original intention is not to give them divine arts, but to use them to control Gaystar. Oops, I'll let it slip. Delete the above sentence. The cursor flashed violently, and the paragraph about the original intention of the crush creature was deleted. Captain Umazlala in front of the computer was stunned, and roared in his heart, I have seen it. Delete your sister. This guy's indeed a foolish crush. He suppressed the urge to hammer the screen and typed, you are zero-dimensional creatures. Logically, the resources of the four-dimensional space are useless to you. Why do you want to control Gaystar? There is a proverb in the Pajero civilization that says that things in the world are bustling and all for profit. Even idiots will not do things that cannot make money. He is very sure that, although the crush creature is weird, it is definitely not an idiot. Well, actually we are a kind of existence that you can't imagine. We have an endless lifespan, and because of the high dimension, we cannot cause harm to the low dimension. We were born with the mother universe, and will be destroyed with the mother universe. By the way, do you know the mother universe? As a member of the Pajero civilization, Captain Umazlala certainly knows the existence of the mother universe. In Pajero astronomy, there is a famous hypothesis, the bubble hypothesis. Great scientists speculate that the universe where the Pajero civilization is located is actually just a sub-universe like a bubble. Outside the bubble sub-universe, there are countless bubble sub-universes. All bubble sub-universes exist together in a mother universe. Each bubble sub-universe has unique cosmic rules, and their dimensions may also be different. Some bubble sub-universes may be just an endless straight line, while some bubble sub-universes have dimensions that can peek into time. These bubble sub-universes may collide and cause a sub-universe war. This kind of war often ends with a complete annihilation of a subworld, and the victorious subworld will capture more energy from the victory. In the scientists' conjecture, there has never been a zero-dimensional subuniverse. However, Captain Umazlala felt that he had guessed the real purpose of the Crusoe creatures interfering with the Gaystar. He suddenly felt cold all over, and his hands and feet trembled. He couldn't help but say, You are going to invade our universe? It must be like this. The Crusoe creatures must be preparing to use the gay star to gradually erode the entire four-dimensional universe. The computer cursor flickered for a long time, as if thinking, and as if shocked by Captain Umazlala's brain. After a long time, a line of words appeared on the computer screen. Alas, I can enter your mind space without implanting the seed. I thought we were already in sync, and could reach a tacit understanding. Unexpectedly, you still look at us Cthulhu creatures from the perspective of four-dimensional creatures. I just told you that we Cthulhu creatures have endless lifespans, do not need to draw energy from the universe, and are immortal. In this case, why should we invade your four-dimensional space? Captain Umazlala nodded slowly. Yes, Cthulhu creatures are like gods. They have no desires and naturally do not need to worry about the energy of the four-dimensional space. But why did you invade Gaystar? Why did you create so many divine magicians? Is it just for fun? He asked in a daze. On the screen, the cursor flashed. Yes, it is for fun. In the world of Cthulhu, every creature has existed for trillions of years. Since each is invincible, there is no war. Since each does not need energy, there is no need to fight. Our lives are too boring. Every day we can only wander aimlessly in chaos. If it were not for the fact that our lives will not dissipate, I believe that most Cthulhu creatures would not be able to bear this boredom and choose to end their lives. Therefore, most Cthulhu people choose to enter a long sleep. The world of Cthulhu is dead silent. The collision with the four-dimensional world changed this situation. After the collision, we found that our power could interfere with a planet with intelligent creatures. So, a game began. 4 lively Cthulhu creatures took the lead in building a black tower on the planet Gay. They used the black tower to select divine magicians. They implanted seeds for the divine magicians, and then taught them divine arts, so that the divine magicians could borrow their power. Under their suggestion, the divine magicians were divided into 4 camps to fight against each other. They are just like playing a game, getting some fun from the war of the divine magicians. The computer monster's words perfectly explained the reason for the appearance of the black tower. Captain Umazlala was in a low mood. He didn't expect that the divine magicians revered by the gays were actually tools used by the Crusoe creatures for fun. Moreover, Captain Umazlala believed that, even if those divine magicians knew that they were tools, they would never take out the seeds in their bodies and give up the powerful divine magic. This is the sadness of four-dimensional creatures. Moreover, didn't I enter the zero-dimensional space to obtain divine magic from here? What qualifications do I have to laugh at those gays who are competing for the Black Tower? Captain Umazlala was silent for a long time, bravely raised his head, and stared at the computer screen. Then what is your purpose in appearing in my mind? Chapter 679. After hearing his words, the computer monster was slow to react for a long time before the cursor began to flash again. Interesting. You actually found my hiding place so quickly. It's really beyond my expectation. These words almost made Captain Umazlala laugh out loud, but considering that laughter might stimulate the computer monster, he could only hold back the trembling of his facial muscles, and said slowly, after entering the 0-degree space, I seemed to be strolling in the garden, but I was always very vigilant. When you appeared in front of me, I clearly remember that I had my eyes closed. So, I didn't see you in the 0-degree space, but you invaded my thinking consciousness. Captain Umazlala was a little indignant about this behavior of invading other people's minds without saying hello. The computer monster seemed to sense his resistance. The cursor on the screen flashed, and a text slid out. Sorry, I didn't mean to invade your consciousness. This is the way our Crusoe creatures communicate with four-dimensional creatures. Do you remember that I once told you that we can interfere with the four-dimensional space in all directions at all times? The computer monster's explanation made Captain Umazlala suddenly realize. He just looked at the Crusoe creatures from the perspective of four-dimensional creatures. In fact, the Crusoe creatures do not have a definite shape. It may be just a mysterious consciousness that achieves the purpose of communication by interfering with the brain cells of four-dimensional creatures. This is a bit like the GUI on some primitive planets. On those primitive planets, there is a roughly similar belief that people will become GUI after death. If a person dies accidentally with hatred or injustice, he will become a fierce GUI. Normal GUI lives in the 18 levels of hell supervised by King Yama, and rarely appears in the world. But the fierce GUI is unwilling to follow the ghost messenger and enter Fengdu because of his obsession, and even more unwilling to drink Meng Pio's vegetable soup rice. Li GUI is like a Cthulhu creature. Normal people can't see or touch it, but it will appear in front of the enemy in an extremely terrifying appearance. Of course, in addition to intimidation, Li GUI can also cause actual harm to humans. Because Li GUI is full of hatred, its methods are generally cruel, and it is common to cut open the intestines. Therefore, in the culture of these primitive planets, humans are full of awe for GUI, and many seemingly absurd customs have been derived. For example, when sleeping at night, the toes of shoes cannot face the door. When a person is about to die, he cannot wear red clothes. Captain Umazlala once doubted whether this Li GUI that does not conform to scientific laws was artificially fabricated to scare those who have done bad things. Now think about it, Li GUI may be like Cthulhu creatures, which can interfere with the brain cells of specific humans, making them aware of their existence, and even use this interference to harm specific humans. Cthulhu creatures are super Li GUI. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala suddenly felt that everything could be explained. However, this also created a new problem. That is, the super sly weird is usually very arrogant and busy. He will not pester a person for no reason, nor will he arouse his hatred just because he passes by him. So, why did this computer monster appear in his mind? Well, respected Crucis, do you have something to ask me? Captain Umazlala made his face full of smiles. Well, I was just about to explain, but was interrupted by your question. The cursor flashed on the computer screen. I want to ask you, are you willing to be my little brother? Little brother? Captain Umazlala clearly realized that, if he said little brother, he was probably just a chess piece for Crucis to have fun. After the advent of the Black Tower, Gaystar has become a playground for Crucis. Now this computer monster also wants to turn himself into a chess piece. However, Captain Umazlala was not dissatisfied at all, because in his opinion, being able to be someone else's chess piece is also a kind of ability. After all, on Gaystar, most humans don't even have the opportunity to get on the chessboard. Moreover, if he must become a chess piece, he must become the most important chess piece, a chess piece that can influence Gaystar, so that he can realize his dream. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala became serious and raised his eyebrows. Of course, I'm willing to be your little brother. But as the boss, do you need to provide a little help to your little brother? After that, he stared at the computer screen, expecting a satisfactory answer. Unfortunately, the cursor on the computer screen just flashed monotonously, and no characters popped out. After a long time, just when Captain Umazlala felt that his request was too much, and was about to withdraw his request, a crisp voice came from his ears, mind, and every cell of his body at the same time. You are worthy of being an intelligent creature of the third level civilization of the four-dimensional world. Facing our great Crusoe, you are not afraid at all, and you know how to seek benefits for yourself. At the same time, a little girl appeared in front of Captain Umazlala. The little girl had a pink round face, twin ponytails, a yellow t-shirt with SpongeBob SquarePants on it, a denim skirt on it, and pink sneakers on her feet. She tilted her face and stared at Captain Umazlala with her big black eyes. She looked like a cute girl, but Captain Umazlala couldn't help but take a step back. According to his previous knowledge, in a weird scene, there are two types of people who are the most terrifying. One is the elderly, especially those who have few teeth, speak with a slurred mouth, walk tremblingly, and look like they may fall to the ground at any time. The second type is children, especially those little girls who look harmless and cute. They may be talking and laughing with you, and acting coquettishly 1 minute ago. The next second, they will bite your throat with their sharp teeth. Captain Umazlala clenched his fists, pursed his lips, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Wow, you are the Lord Crusoe just now. You are so handsome. Handsome? You are looking at us Crusoe creatures with the eyes of four-dimensional creatures again. The little girl shook her head, her two ponytails swaying, and her mouth turned up. We can transform into everything, and appearance is meaningless to us. As she said that, her eyes widened, as if she remembered something funny, and continued, after you entered the colorful barrier, did you see a lot of blood red clouds floating here? Yeah. Captain Umazlala was deeply impressed by the strange red clouds. Let me tell you, every blood red cloud is a Crusoe. The little girl blinked her eyes, and lowered her voice, hoping to see shock on Captain Umazlala's face. Captain Umazlala certainly couldn't let her die. He took a breath, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down, just like a competent supporting actor. They are all Crusoes. Didn't I step on Crusoes just now? Fortunately, I didn't alarm them, otherwise it would be terrible. Playful, don't worry, those are Crusoes who have lost interest in life. They are completely immersed in creating their own world and basically don't react to external stimuli. The little girl's self-esteem was satisfied, and her little face was filled with excitement. She was more and more satisfied with this chess piece. Then I feel relieved. Captain Umazlala patted his chest, looking relieved. He rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Respected Lord Crush, as your younger brother, may I know your name?" "Amanasis." The little girl shook her head, with a cute face and a childish tone. "I'm the goddess of the night who is higher than the starry sky and longer than eternity. I'm the Lord of Crimson, the Mother of Secrets, the Queen of Disaster and Fear, the Lord of Sleep and Silence." This long list of titles made Captain Umazlala stunned. Didn't we agree that this little girl was just a crush creature? How come a goddess came out? Besides, a creature who calls himself a god is either extremely arrogant or a lunatic. The title of god can only belong to the creator who created the mother universe. Noticing Captain Umazlala's surprised expression, the little girl explained a little embarrassedly, "These titles are the honorifics given to me by believers in the small world." It's the small world again. The little girl has mentioned the small world twice in a row. It seems that the small world should be the standard configuration of crush creatures. What is the small world? Captain Umazlala was puzzled. The small world is the world created by us, the crush creatures. In the small world, there are all kinds of creatures created by us. We play all kinds of gods to help them. The little girl was a little bored and yawned. The small world exists because of us, and is destroyed because of us. You can think of it as a virtual world. Captain Umazlala understood a little bit. The small world is a game created by this group of bored crush. As for the creatures in the help, mentioned by the little girl, Captain Umazlala didn't believe it at all. Once any creature puts itself in the role of a god, it will not be kind. However, of course he would not show this idea, but just nodded silently. The small world is divided into standalone version and online version. Most of the guys sleeping outside are playing the online version. In the online version, we play various gods, hiding behind the scenes, commanding our believers to fight against each other. The little girl thought for a while, and continued to explain, "We rely on this kind of game to spend endless time." However, with the collision with the four-dimensional world, more and more Crusoes began to become interested in the real world. After all, no matter how real the virtual world is, it cannot replace the real existence. For this reason, we have also set a goal. Whichever believer of Crusoes successfully defeats all the divine magicians will be the winner. Facing the earnest Captain Umazlala, the goddess of the night Amanasis also stated her purpose. After hearing this, Captain Umazlala did not react at all. He wanted to wait for the price. As an interstellar explorer, he has experienced such moments on primitive planets. Those slaves who fought for the slave owners were always given delicious food, wine, and even beautiful women before entering the arena, and they would also receive various promises after winning. The slaves were motivated by the promises and put on leather jackets, holding short blades, and entering the arena to fight with their opponents. Obviously, the goddess of night, Amanasis, must be a reasonable god in the small world. She frowned, then relaxed and smiled. "Of course, as my little brother, I can't let you suffer. Well, I will give you my special magic and protect you from the interference of the outer demons. You can come to this space, which means you must know a lot about the magicians and should know the threat of the outer demons to the magicians. Free from the interference of the outer demons." Captain Umazlala was shocked and refreshed. The magicians need to practice to release more powerful magic. But in the process of practice, they are likely to be disturbed by the outer demons and become crazy or out of control. Even a divine magician like God Zahua, who has inherited the legacy of the first divine magician and has a certain ability to resist the interference of the outer demons, will be cautious every time he practices and dares to practice only one day a month. If he can avoid the interference of the outer demons, even if he has a rubbish divine magic like God Ego, he can practice to become a master of divine magic. This kind of help is really great. Captain Umazlala was very happy in his heart, but his face was calm. He asked in a deep voice, "I don't know, what type of divine magic do you have?" The type of divine magic determines the future development of the divine magician. Defensive divine magic like God Ego can only be used to get the minimum living allowance of the divine magician club. But God Zahua's transformation technique can kill the enemy invisibly. This ability is called sleeplessness. The goddess of the night, Amanasis, said in a deep voice. Sleeplessness? Captain Umazlala looked surprised and asked in a daze, "Is this ability the same as I imagined?" Sleeplessness means not sleeping. Not sleeping. It is definitely the most rubbish skill. The words of the goddess of night, Amanasis, made Captain Umazlala's heart sink to the bottom. Just as the literal meaning, the divine magician who has sleeplessness will become the favorite of the night. Even without light, he will have excellent vision. Only 3 to 4 hours of rest a day is enough. The deeper the night, the more energetic he will be. His strength, agility, thinking, and inspiration will surpass ordinary people. He will be able to keenly perceive the unknown dangers and unknown existences hidden in the darkness. Captain Umazlala didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he had excellent vision, and his strength would increase at night, the skill of sleeplessness was a complete garbage skill, not even as good as the big iron pot. At least, the big iron pot can withstand all physical attacks. Well, respected goddess of night, can this skill be changed to another one? Captain Umazlala asked timidly. He didn't see any future in this skill. Chapter 680. In the Crusoe space, the goddess of night, who looked like a little girl, shook her head without hesitation in the face of Captain Umazlala's request, and her braid swayed left and right. "No, each Crusoe can inherit different magic arts. I can only teach you the magic of sleeplessness." Captain Umazlala's last hope was shattered. The magic of sleeplessness may be very useful for those 996 office workers, so that they will not die suddenly when working overtime late at night. But for a man who is determined to conquer the entire Gaystar, a laser gun is not as useful as him. Believe it, facing the overwhelming thunder and lightning released by other magicians, he can't say, "Brother, I'm good at night battles, let's fight again at night." The more Captain Umazlala thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't let this rubbish magic hinder his future. He took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and was about to refuse the goddess of night. However, this is actually a magic that can be upgraded. As long as you practice diligently, you can soon become a midnight poet. The goddess of night seemed to see through his thoughts and explained with a smile on her face, "Midnight poets are good at fighting, shooting, climbing, and sensing. They have high inspiration and are good at using different styles of poems to have different effects on the creatures around them. The magic that can be upgraded means that as the level of the magic is improved, the magic will also undergo fundamental changes." Captain Umazlala gradually understood. From an energetic sleepless person at night to a midnight poet who is good at fighting and can hurt the enemy by chanting poems, it is indeed a qualitative leap. However, compared with the Thunder King and the mysterious transfiguration, it seems that he is far from being an opponent. Captain Umazlala's face is full of expectations. The goddess of night looked at him with her dark eyes, sighed, and continued to explain, "If you practice diligently, you will be promoted to the 3rd level and become a nightmare. The nightmare can freely enter and exit the dreams of every sleeping person in a large range. The 4th level is the Soul Master, who can make the spirit sleep, soothe the soul, smooth out the opponent's desires and emotions, or put the natural spirit in a relatively calm state. The 5th level is the Spirit Wizard, who is good at driving the undead and natural spirits. Usually, the natural spirits and the ghosts of the resentful souls are sealed on the teeth and released by knocking to help themselves fight. The 6th level is the Night Watchman, who can curse others and let them fall into doom. He is very good at dealing with spiritual creatures. The 7th level is a Bishop of Fear, who is a combination of the power of sleep and fear, symbolizing the danger and the darkness, symbolizing the silent destruction and disappearance. It can make the darkness submerge the target like a tide, so that it is infected by the power of darkness and directly melted, becoming part of the tide. The 8th level is the Servant of Secrets. Like me, he has the power of secrecy, which can prevent everything from being seen, and can also reveal the secret contents. He also has a certain degree of control over his influence in the pores of history. He can send the target into the secret world and seal it, just like being erased by an eraser. The 9th level is the Knight of Disaster. He can be immortal like me, and has a black sickle that can destroy the world. This magic has a general name, called dark magic. When you practice to the 9th level, you can become a true god. The goddess of night tried her best to recruit the first believer on Gaystar, and explained all the abilities she had comprehended from the networked microcosm. Crush creatures are not born with magic, because they are immortal, and have endless power, and magic is meaningless to them. However, in order to make the networked microcosm more interesting, and to give believers a way to borrow their power, Crush developed various unique magics according to their own preferences, and taught them to their believers. Of course, it is rare for the goddess of night to make magic so complicated. After all, the divine arts are meant to make believers fight each other, and there is no point in being fancy. This may be the unique delicacy of female Cthulhu. The detailed instructions of the goddess of night made Captain Umazlala shut his mouth immediately, and swallowed the words "please ask for help from others" goodbye into his stomach. According to the instructions for divine arts, Captain Umazlala was keenly aware that although the sleepless, midnight poet, nightmare, and requiem master had no actual combat ability, when they reached the 4th level of the spirit wizard, they could drive the undead and natural spirits to fight, which was a bit similar to the ability of the god skeleton warrior. The 5th level night watchman can change other people's luck, and put others in doom, which is a bit against the sky. Luck is an invisible and intangible force that can silently change the outcome of an event, and also change a person's fate. Rolling the dice, you may be able to roll 6.99 times in a row, which is luck. You may be able to roll 1.99 times in a row, which is also luck. You are in a rush to attend an interview at a large company. This company is a leader in the industry, with good treatment and fierce competition. As a result, the bus was late, and you had to stand on the roadside to hail a taxi. As a result, the taxis were full of passengers. You finally stopped a taxi with great difficulty, but it was stopped by the traffic police, because it was an illegal taxi. As a witness, you naturally had to stay and take notes. There is no doubt that when you rode a shared bicycle to the company, the interview was already over. This is luck. You can only settle for the second best and choose a newly established small company. As a result, the founder of the small company is very courageous and visionary. He has completed several major projects in succession and is favored by the capital side, so it is successfully listed. As a company veteran, you are allocated a large number of stocks and have achieved freedom in life. At the beginning, because of poor management and misappropriation of customer funds, all employees of that large company were arrested, but you escaped because you failed to catch up with the interview. This is also luck. Luck is invisible and colorless, and it is hard to explain, but it affects every creature in the universe. If a prop that can improve luck is invented, then the success rate of experiments will be greatly improved. Therefore, the great scientists of Pajero Academy of Sciences spent huge amounts of money and concentrated their manpower to conduct 1,000-year-long research, but in the end they found nothing. Some great scientists said that luck is a hidden law of the universe that cannot be peeped or touched. After becoming a night watcher, he was able to change the laws of the universe. Captain Umazlala felt that he had underestimated the power of Crusoe. As for the Bishop of Fear and the Servant of Secrets, they were even more powerful than ordinary people. Captain Umazlala dared not even think about their abilities. However, Captain Umazlala still had a question. He clasped his hands together with a pious expression. "Supreme Goddess of Night, thank you for your gift, but your loyal servant has a little doubt and prays for your answer." His pious look was even more pious than the most loyal servant of the goddess of night in the small world. So much so that the goddess of night had an illusion in her heart. Could this guy be a natural believer? For natural believers, the goddess of night will naturally take special care of them. She raised her smooth chin and looked into the distance. Ask. God always knows everything about the believer's questions. The goddess of night was just a naughty little girl, but she suddenly became noble, arrogant, and holy, which made Captain Umazlala sigh. God really became a god because of the world's belief. You just said that after becoming a knight of disaster, I can be immortal and become a true god. Captain Umazlala said in a soothing and pious tone. So, I became a true god. What about you? He would never believe that a god would let his believers become a threat to himself. Ha ha ha. The goddess of night suddenly began to disappear, her body disappearing bit by bit, with a trace of disdain on her lips. In this game, we Crusoe creatures use a common name, the old days. Under the old days, we are all ants. Go, my believers, return to the mortal world, go plunder, go fight, go kill, let me enjoy a wonderful game. Her voice became slow and melodious as her body disappeared. When the last line was wiped out from the void and the last sound disappeared, Captain Umazlala suddenly opened his eyes. He was squatting on an endless green grassland, next to the mysterious river. Did I just have a dream? Captain Umazlala frowned and checked his body. Soon, he pressed a stick-like object in his lower abdomen. No, this is not a stick. Several small branches extended from the top of the stick, and the branches had leaf-like flesh tissue. This is a sapling. Could this sapling be the seed mentioned by the goddess of night? Wasn't I dreaming just now? Captain Umazlala's eyes rolled, but he couldn't think of a good way to verify whether he had really inherited the legacy of the goddess of night. Because according to the manual of the dark magic, Captain Umazlala was only a first-level sleepless person at the moment. Only in the dark would the body produce some abnormalities. Captain Umazlala looked up at the sun that was always hanging in the sky, knowing that it was impossible for this grassland to fall into darkness. So how can I verify whether I have become a magician? Captain Umazlala frowned and came up with a plan. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted in his heart, the goddess of night who is higher than the starry sky and longer than eternity. Lord of Crimson, Mother of Secrets, Queen of Disaster and Fear, Lord of Sleep and Silence, your faithful believer, I pray for your response here. Calling the name of God is a common means of prayer used by religious believers on primitive planets. Captain Umazlala, who was at his wit's end, could only try this ancient method. It turns out that the ancient method often works. Soon, Captain Umazlala found himself among the stars. The goddess of night, who looked like a little girl, stood barefoot onto twinkling stars, staring at him with her background eyes. She had completely lost the warmth she had when they met last time, and her face was full of indifference. Believer, didn't we just meet? The gods are very busy. You may be punished for disturbing me so frequently. Her cold words, carrying an inexplicable pressure, attacked Captain Umazlala. Captain Umazlala suddenly felt like a mountain fell from the sky and fell directly on him. With a click, a sharp pain came from his legs. His legs were all broken, and he knelt in front of the goddess of night. Captain Umazlala then realized his carelessness. He was confused by the attitude of the night goddess when they first met. The night goddess looked like a cute girl, but in fact she was an old one who was higher than the true god. Although he didn't know what the old one meant, to become a god, he must first shed his humanity. Captain Umazlala gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and bowed his head. Supreme Night Goddess, your most loyal believer, I'm very grateful for your reminder. Very good. It seems that you are not a stupid person, the Night Goddess said lightly. She just wanted to teach Captain Umazlala a lesson and make him respect her. She didn't really want to kill her first believer. So, every time before you disturb me, you should remember this moment. After saying this, the Night Goddess disappeared into the darkness bit by bit, as if she was erased by an eraser. Captain Umazlala struggled a few times, but failed to stand up. Instead, he fainted in severe pain. Captain, wake up, wake up. In a daze, Captain Umazlala heard a hurried voice and he opened his eyes with difficulty. Several blurry faces appeared in front of him. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, and then he saw clearly that these were his team members. The anxious expressions of the team members made Captain Umazlala feel warm in his heart. "Captain, are you okay?" A team member came up to support him. "Okay. How can I be okay? Can't you see that my legs are broken? How can I be okay?" Captain Umazlala subconsciously refused the support of the team members and looked at his legs. A magical scene appeared. His two legs looked intact. There was no blood on his pants, and he didn't feel any pain. "Hey, I'm fine." Captain Umazlala stood up and jumped twice, looking surprised. In the dark starry sky, he clearly felt the piercing pain of his broken legs. It seems that the dark goddess is not really angry, but is just showing the majesty of the gods to punish his disrespect. This goddess is quite interesting. Captain Umazlala was thoughtful. "Captain, it seems that several team members have not returned, and the three-headed guy is nowhere to be seen. What should we do?" A team member interrupted his thoughts. Captain Umazlala then realized that there were only 10 team members around him, a full 6 less. The greedy big dog was nowhere to be seen. Logically, this should be the ejection point of the Crusoe space, and every creature that enters the Crusoe space should appear here. Why are they nowhere to be seen? Captain Umazlala's heart sank, and he slowly uttered the word wait. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681. On the boundless prairie, Captain Umazlala and his team members squatted on the grass with their knees hugged and began a long wait. Of course, he did not forget to ask the team members about their experiences after entering the Crusoe space. The answer was beyond his expectations. "Captain, isn't this the zero-dimensional space you are looking for?" A team member frowned and stared at him blankly. Yes. After we entered the colorful barrier, we were blinded by the strong light and couldn't open our eyes. In the blink of an eye, we came here." A team member seemed to realize that something was wrong, pursed his lips, and said timidly, "It's the same for me. When I opened my eyes, I saw you, the captain, lying on the grass. It's the same for me." The team members looked at Captain Umazlala's gradually gloomy face and realized that something was wrong. They looked around and realized that they had been to this grassland before, but they were in the upstream river at that time and didn't pay attention to the grassland. So, they thought they were in the zero-dimensional space just now. Thinking of this, the team members took a breath together, looking terrified. "Captain, have we entered that space and lost all our memories? Captain, are our 6 brothers and the 3-headed beast trapped in the zero-dimensional space and unable to get out? What should we do?" Facing the panicked team members, Captain Umazlala also realized the problem. Obviously, these team members had no memory of entering the Crusoe space in their minds, which means that they probably did not encounter the Crusoe creatures and were kicked out of the zero-dimensional space when the time came. What's more serious is that the 6 team members and the 3-headed jackal may have encountered an accident in the Crusoe space. He wanted to ask the only Crusoe creature he knew, but when he thought of that cold face and the pain of being crushed by a mountain, he couldn't help but shudder. Although it was just an illusion, the pain still lingered in his mind. Just now in the dark starry sky, the attitude of the goddess of night had clearly told him not to disturb her. A short period of contact made Captain Umazlala understand that the old days were always moody. The only way now is to wait. Captain Umazlala sighed, lying on the grass, looking at the blue sky. The team members all nodded in frustration. They had guessed from the captain's surprised expression that the captain must have gained something in the zero-dimensional space. But now that the 6 brothers were in danger, they had lost the mood to ask. There were a total of 16 crew members on the spacecraft, plus the captain, a total of 17 people. Since they escaped from the Pajero civilization, the 17 of them have gone through countless dangers along the way. They supported each other and came to this point. It can be said that they have long become brothers who depend on each other for life and death. Now that 6 brothers are missing all of a sudden, the team members' hearts are empty, and they all stare at the blue sky with their eyes wide open. There is no concept of time on the prairie. The sun, which exudes a warm and gentle warmth, always hangs in the same position in the sky. The river flowing to the endless distance is as flat as a mirror, without even a ripple. This is an eternal existence. Fortunately, being in this strange grassland, Captain Umazlala would not feel hungry, so he did not have to worry about survival. Even so, after waiting for about 10 days, he could no longer bear it. He told the team members not to panic about the abnormal situation that was about to happen. The team members all nodded thoughtfully. They had long guessed that the captain should have made some gains in the zero-dimensional space. However, even though they were mentally prepared, seeing the scene in front of them, the team members still couldn't help but touch the laser guns on their waists and took a step back. Their pupils shrank involuntarily. Captain Umazlala, who was standing on the grass just now, was like a pencil drawing, being erased bit by an invisible eraser. When the last line disappeared in the air, the team members came to their senses. They hurried to the place where Captain Umazlala had just stood and found that Captain Umazlala had really disappeared. The team members looked at each other, nodded, surrounded that position, and looked around vigilantly. Although they didn't know where the captain had gone, they firmly believed that he would return. Because they were brothers who could trust each other with life and death. The goddess of night, who is higher than the starry sky and longer than eternity. Lord of Crimson, Mother of Secrets, Queen of Disaster and Fear, Lord of Sleep and Silence, your faithful believer, I pray for your response here. Captain Umazlala prayed silently in his heart and felt a sense of inexplicable pressure. When he opened his eyes again, he was already among the stars. The goddess of night was pursing her lips, staring at him with a smile, and her deep pupils vaguely revealed endless anger. Respected goddess of night, your devout believer is not trying to disturb you, but because there is something that needs your help. Captain Umazlala couldn't help shivering under his gaze, and a chill ran along the coccyx to the back of his head. In order to find out the whereabouts of the 6 team members, he took a few deep breaths in succession and barely suppressed the idea of escaping. Oh, I knew it was a hassle to recruit believers. The goddess of night looked him up and down, and the anger on her face suddenly disappeared. She raised her smooth and white chin and spoke in a coquettish voice. She suddenly changed from a majestic old dame to a naughty little girl. The inexplicable pressure suddenly dissipated, and Captain Umazlala's clenched heart began to beat again. A few drops of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He lowered his head and said, respected goddess of night, the 6 team members who traveled with me, and a domestic 3-headed jackal seem to have disappeared in the crucial space. Can you use your supreme divine power to find them out? He was afraid that the little girl would turn into the majestic old day again, so he quickly stated his purpose. In his opinion, the goddess of night, as a native creature in crucial space, must be very familiar with the environment there, and maybe she could help him call them back. Unfortunately, the words of the goddess of night made his heart fall to the bottom of the valley. The goddess of night frowned and looked embarrassed, muttering in a low voice, disappeared in the crucial space? That's troublesome. Then she smiled bitterly and said, but you are my first believer, and this request should be responded to. After that, the 2 ponytails tied behind her head suddenly spread out, as if blown by a strong wind, scattered in the air. The whole person exuded colorful black, with her hands open, slowly rising. Her white forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the gorgeous colorful ribbons she wore fluttered in the air, which reminded Captain Umazlala of the god who fell from the sky in the Pajero cartoon. At the same time, an inexplicable pressure emanated from the goddess of night, which made Captain Umazlala's cumbersome thoughts disappear without a trace, and his mind only wanted to kneel down and worship. He knelt down. At this moment, he had a fanatical impulse to sacrifice his life for the goddess of night floating in the air. He saw the self-consciousness in his mind gradually dissipate under the pressure, but he was powerless. Fortunately, this period of time was very short. As the goddess of night stepped on the 2 stars with her bare feet again, the pressure disappeared. Captain Umazlala relaxed all over, and his self-consciousness returned completely. The fanatical impulse just now disappeared without a trace. Well, I have crossed the river of time and found their traces. The light on the goddess of night dissipated, and her long black hair fell on her shoulders, and she returned to the appearance of a little girl. Unfortunately, it is impossible to save them. Respected goddess of night, even you can't save those lost lambs? Captain Umazlala's voice was a little trembling. Where are they trapped? Although the goddess of night's words just now had sentenced the 6 team members and the 3-headed jackal to death, he was still a little unwilling. Their consciousness has dissipated in the universe. The goddess of night said indifferently, I saw that they were swallowed up bit by bit by the old day. The old day. Captain Umazlala thought for a moment before remembering that the crushed creature was the old one. Respected goddess of night, you once told your devout believers that the old one was a great being with infinite power and no need to eat. Why did the old one devour those poor creatures? Captain Umazlala took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to speak out his doubts. Oh, the old one does not need to absorb energy from the outside world, but it hates being disturbed the most. The goddess of night looked at him meaningfully. The creatures that entered the crush space with you accidentally disturbed an old one who was sleeping. Of course, they did not have the ability to wake up the old one from his sleep. The old one was immersed in an endless sleep, and devouring them was an instinctive reaction. Perhaps, when their consciousness made a sharp cry, the old one thought it was just a disordered memory. Memory disorder is very normal for the old one. After saying this, the expression unique to a child on the face of the goddess of night gradually disappeared, replaced by indifference and contempt. She waved her hand. Okay, your request has been answered. Return to the world and spread the reputation of the night. Captain Umazlala felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the team members looking at him in surprise. Captain, you are back. The team members hesitated for a long time. They did not go forward to support him, but looked alert. Back. Captain Umazlala was in no mood to pursue these. A sad look appeared on his face and he sighed. Our brothers are dead. Dead. Although the team members were mentally prepared for this, they fell into sadness after getting the exact answer from the captain. Although they are dead, we are still alive. We need to cheer up and achieve our goals. Captain Umazlala struggled to stand up, walked to the team members, and patted their shoulders one by one. Finally, he patted his chest and said in high spirits, I have become a divine magician now, and I have connected with a being far superior to the true God. Although in the eyes of that being, I'm just an insignificant ant, just a tool for fun, but we can use it to get what we want. Defeat all divine magicians, and become the real ruler of Gaystar. Encouraged by the captain, the sadness in the eyes of the team members gradually disappeared, replaced by firm belief. They will never forget the oath they made when they left the Pajero civilization. One day, they will return to the Pajero civilization in the name of the heroes of civilization. And the captain has become a divine magician and has taken the first step. The way to leave the endless prairie is very simple. Captain Umazlala and the team members closed their eyes and jumped into the back-flowing river. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the 100,000 mountains. Just now, the sun was shining on the prairie, but now it was pitch black in the 100,000 mountains. It was night here. Captain Umazlala immediately realized the abnormality of his body. In the darkness, he could see a mantis wielding a sword on a branch of a tree attacking a spider. Seeing that the situation was not good, the spider quickly hid in the spider web. Even the trembling of the spider web could be seen clearly. He could hear a poisonous snake invading a vole's cave in the cave under the rock. After the sound of fine scales rubbing against the wet soil, there was the miserable scream of the vole, and then the sound of fangs piercing into the flesh, and finally the miserable cry of the vole became smaller and smaller, gradually disappearing in the stomach of the poisonous snake. He could even hear a beast in a huge cave dozens of kilometers away, which had just awakened from its deep sleep, and the faint sound of its intestines in its stomach due to hunger. Is this the ability of the sleepless? Captain Umazlala said to himself, while standing in the river. He originally thought that the sleepless could just not sleep and be more energetic in the dark. Now it seems that he underestimated the goddess of the night. He realized that at this moment, in the dark, he not only had the ability of night vision, but also the ability of sound wave detector. If he returned to the Pajero civilization, he would definitely become a Superman. He got a well-paid tenured position at the Academy of Sciences and was studied. However, considering that only this ability came from the goddess of night and could only be used in the space where the 4-dimensional space and the 0-dimensional space overlapped, Captain Umazlala quickly gave up this idea. At the same time, he was full of confidence in his future growth. As the first believer of the old days, he did not have to fear the invasion of the extraterritorial demons when practicing, so he could practice without any scruples. Well, this world is too dangerous. I'd better practice the 5th level as soon as possible, which is the spirit witch, which can drive the undead and natural spirits. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala walked out of the 10,000 mountains despite being wet all over. The team members all gritted their teeth and followed behind. Chapter 682. As he had become an insomniac, Captain Umazlala had a detection ability far superior to that of ferocious beasts at night, and he easily led his team to leave the Shuan mountain smoothly. After leaving the forest, Captain Umazlala turned around and bowed deeply to the 6 brothers who stayed here forever. Seeing his actions, the team members also bowed deeply. Captain, shall we go and meet the supervisor sent by the lady now? After expressing his grief, a team member walked to his side and asked in a low voice. Captain Umazlala stood up and realized that he was facing 2 choices. The first was to meet with the supervisor and then return to the manor together and use words to fool Shinzayahu, hoping that she would not pursue his nothing. The second was to leave, find a secluded place, quietly practice magic, and wait until his strength is strong enough, and then reappear in front of the world. Captain Umazlala chose the second option without hesitation. Although he and Shinzayahu looked very affectionate, like a couple with deep feelings, they both understood their respective purposes. Their union is actually a matter of mutual benefit. Now that Captain Umazlala has obtained what he needs, while Godzayahu has gained nothing, she may be furious and kill Captain Umazlala. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary women can do, but Captain Umazlala already knows that she once cut her father into pieces in order to obtain the secret of divine arts. Godzayahu is a poisonous scorpion. Captain Umazlala secretly told himself not to be soft-hearted, and in the dark, he groped his way through the entrance of the narrow sky. Of course, he still stayed for a while and used the super hearing of the sleepless to detect the situation of those who stayed in the camp. The strange thing is that there were tents all over the ground in the camp, but he did not hear a single human voice. This is impossible. Is my ability ineffective? Captain Umazlala raised his head, glanced at the silver basin-like moon and the night sky, rubbed his ears, and listened. There was still no human sound. Instead, he heard several crickets under the tent fighting for the right to reproduce. One cricket bit the wing of another cricket with its forehead, making a crack. Captain Umazlala realized that it was not the insomniac's ability that failed, but something must have happened to the camp. The tents were neatly arranged, and there were no signs of attacks by ferocious beasts. On the ropes, pulled on the tree trunks next to them, the soldiers' clothes were still drying. It looked like the people in the entire camp had suddenly disappeared mysteriously. However, Captain Umazlala had no intention of going to investigate. Now, the most important thing is to practice magic as soon as possible. He did not stop and walked lightly through the narrow gap. The team members also realized that there was a problem with the camp, but when they saw the captain's appearance, they immediately understood his thoughts. They also slowed down their steps and sped up. The life and death of those gay people had nothing to do with them, the Pajero people. Half a month later, on Gaystar, a strange team appeared on a road in Huangta County, the Eastern Dragon Country. There were 11 of them, looking tired and haggard, and they walked with a swaying look, as if they had been on a long journey. Passers-by were surprised by the appearance of this team. It was because the people in the team were all wearing black silk robes. Although the black robes were covered with mud and looked shabby, they still exuded the unique luster of silk under the sunlight. This is silk. An inch of silk is worth an inch of gold. The largest landlord in Huangtu City claimed that the purple robe he wore during the festival was made of silk, but the tailor, who was very quick talking, had told the people of Huangtu City that only the palm-sized area on the chest of the silk robe was silk, and the rest was cotton. Although these people wore silk robes, they did not ride in carriages like the masters, which was very strange. Although Huangtu City is located on the border of the Eastern Kingdom, the land is barren and the residents are poor. It is called a remote and poor place. It has always been despised by residents of other counties, but it is naturally hospitable. They followed the team of satin robes curiously, wanting to see what these people were going to do in the city. "Captain, we seem to have caused trouble." A man in a satin robe approached a leader-like man and whispered. This leader was Captain Umazlala, who sneaked out of the 100,000 mountains. After leaving the 100,000 mountains, he was going to find a place to hide quietly and practice magic. Originally, he was going to find a mountain and practice in a cave like the hermit in the legend of Pajero civilization. But he found that this was completely impossible. The reason was simple. Although he had magic and became an insomniac, he could not survive without taking in energy from the outside world like the goddess of night. He would be thirsty, hungry, cold, and sick. All of these require the material of the civilized world as a guarantee. Moreover, he had 10 team members, and they also needed material to survive. And in the mountains, the beasts hunted were far from enough to meet these needs. Great seclusion in the city. So Captain Umazlala decided to find a remote place in the city to practice quietly. This place must be remote, almost isolated from the world, and there are no divine magicians. After looking through the map, Captain Umazlala finally found such a place. That is, the small town they are about to arrive at, Lois City. Lois City is one of the few towns on Gaystar that has not been allocated to divine magicians. The reason is very simple. It is too poor and too remote. Lois City, as the name suggests, is a city built on Lois. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and is connected to the outside world by only one path. Whenever it rains, the Lois road will become muddy and difficult to pass, not to mention a carriage, even on foot. Moreover, it rains a lot here. It rains for more than half of the year, so Lois City has gradually become an isolated town. Those divine magicians are big landlords, or come from divine magic families, so they naturally don't want to come here. However, such a town is really perfect for Captain Umazlala. When passing by a town, he noticed that passers-by looked at them with strange eyes, and then he found that the clothes worn by the team members were actually the armor they wore when they entered the Shuan Mountains. The armor with cold light flashing in the eyes of the gay people was an official certificate. It was too eye-catching. So Captain Umazlala used the private money he had saved to make a set of black satin robes for himself and each of his team members in a tailor shop. This kind of clothes is the daily wear of the stewards in the manor. Outside the Lois City, Captain Umazlala saw the amazement flashing in the eyes of passers-by, and then he realized that he had made a big mistake. Although the stewards in the manor were civilians, they were treated much better than ordinary landlords. However, after half a month of hiking, he was exhausted and didn't care about these things. He just wanted to go into the city quickly, find a place to stay, and have a good rest. The black satin robes made Captain Umazlala and his team attract much attention, but also brought unexpected benefits. At the city gate, the soldiers guarding the gate were openly picking nuts from the baskets of the mountain people who came into the city to sell local specialties. When they saw them passing through the city gate, their pupils shrank, and their mouths slightly opened. After hesitating for a moment, they did not dare to step forward to check their identities. After entering the city, Captain Umazlala nodded with satisfaction. On both sides of the streets of Huangtu City, there were several rows of low houses made of lois, with thatched plants plasticated on the roofs and crooked wooden sticks on the windows. The houses looked gloomy, and the only bright thing was the various flags planted in front of the door, such as the liquor house, the grain store, and the fur store. The road was all yellow soil, and the puddles were muddy. A donkey accidentally fell into it, and the owner next to him hurriedly called for help. In the dry places, a gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand covered the sky. There were few pedestrians on the street, and most of them had pale faces. This is indeed a poor place. Captain Umazlala walked slowly along the street, carefully observing the shops on both sides of the street, and soon he found his target. A mountain goods store called Nanbei. The counters in the store were filled with various mountain goods. The walls were hung with animal furs, some of which were stained with blood and should have just been collected from the mountain people. The shopkeeper was an old man in his 60s, with grey hair, or thin body, prominent cheekbones, and his two cloudy eyes occasionally flashed with a cunning unique to businessmen. Captain Umazlala and his group of 11 people entered the mountain goods store one after another, and soon the store was crowded. The old shopkeeper quickly came up from behind the counter, bending over. He raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips, rolled up his sleeves and bowed. "Dear guests, do you have any needs in our shop? Although our shop is not big, we have a full range of mountain products." As he said that, he turned his eyes and pointed to a tiger skin and said, "Did you see it? This tiger skin is the skin of an adult tiger. Look at the stripes and the color. It is first class. Use it to make a tiger skin coat, and I guarantee you can sleep in the snow. You are lucky. It is a big promotion in our store. The first class tiger skin, which was originally priced at 2 taels of silver, is now only 1 tael of silver. I can also give you a fox skin as a scarf. This price is indeed not expensive." Captain Umazlala once remembered that Chen Shuxian had such a tiger skin coat, which was said to have cost 5 taels of gold. The prices in small towns are indeed low. However, his purpose was not to buy tiger skin, so he just smiled and watched the old shopkeeper's performance. When the old shopkeeper saw the customer smiling but not answering, he immediately understood that he was dissatisfied with the high price. Just now, he saw that these people were all wearing black satin clothes, and they did inflate the price a little bit. It seems that he has met an expert. The old shopkeeper wiped his nose, stamped his feet fiercely, and said reluctantly, "It is better to come at the right time than to come early. It is fate that you can come to our shop. You are my family. For my family, of course I have to give the biggest discount. How about this? This tiger skin is consigned to me by a hunter. I will make the decision now. You don't need 2 taels of silver or 1 tael of silver. You only need 500 copper coins and you can take the tiger skin home." As he said that, he ran to the corner, took out a fox skin, and slapped it on the counter. "Add another flying fox skin of the snow mountain flying fox." As he said that, he glanced at everyone with his peripheral vision, and saw that they still did not react. He wiped his nose again, took out a squirrel skin and slapped it on the counter. "Add another squirrel skin of 3 squirrels. This kind of squirrel skin makes a hat that is warm in winter and cool in summer. A hat that is warm in winter and cool in summer?" Captain Umazlala was a little tempted, but this was still not his purpose, so he naturally remained expressionless. These customers are too difficult to deal with. The old shopkeeper gritted his teeth, took out a bag of pecans and a bag of pine nuts from under the cabinet, and threw them on the counter. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Only 500 copper coins, a tiger skin, a snow mountain flying fox skin, 3 squirrel skins, a bag of pecans, and a bag of selected pine nuts. These 5 treasures you can take home. This is a gift from my family." The old shopkeeper's reluctant expression made Captain Umazlala feel that, if he didn't buy these things, he would lose a great opportunity to take advantage. However, he still looked indifferent and unmoved. The old shopkeeper then realized that these people were not here to buy things. His interest immediately faded, and he pointed at the door and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the door is over there. I won't see you off." Just now he was calling them family members, but now he looked at them as if they were beggars. No wonder people say that you should never trust a businessman. Captain Umazlala complained in his heart, and took out a gold ingot from his sleeve, and threw it on the table. Clang! With a sound, the contempt on the old shopkeeper's face solidified, and his eyes fell on the gold ingot. Unable to move, he tried to reach out his hand, picked up the gold ingot, put it in his mouth and bit it, and immediately confirmed that it was 99% pure gold. Seeing that the guests looked at him with a smile, the old shopkeeper couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and put the gold ingot back on the counter. "Ladies and gentlemen, our store doesn't have that much change, and we can't make the change. Gaystar is a planet with scarce gold mines. According to the official price, a gold ingot weighing about 10 taels can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver. In fact, on the black market, a 10 tael gold ingot can be exchanged for 1,200 taels of silver. 1 ounce of silver is enough for the residents of Huangtu City to live on for a year. All the goods in this mountain goods store, even the roof, cannot be exchanged for this gold ingot." The old shopkeeper could only sigh deeply. Immediately, Captain Umazlala's words made him excitedly jump up from the ground. "No need to change. I will use this gold ingot to exchange for your store." This is the real purpose of Captain Umazlala. If he wants to hide in Gaystar for a long time without attracting official attention, the best way is to become the owner of a small shop. Compared with other daily necessities and restaurants, fur shops have much fewer customers. Fewer customers means that the risk of exposure will be greatly reduced. Do you really want to use this gold ingot to exchange for my store? The old shopkeeper was unbelievable. Chapter 683. After confirming that Captain Umazlala, this fool, really wanted to use a gold ingot to exchange this fur shop that was not worth a few taels of silver, the old shopkeeper immediately took out a piece of paper from the counter and wrote a contract in less than half a minute. He stuffed the contract with his name and handprint into Captain Umazlala's arms, and the old shopkeeper held the gold ingot and pushed the door open and ran away. He was afraid that this fool would come to his senses. Captain Umazlala shook his head helplessly and ordered the team members to clean up the shop and prepare to hide here for a long time. Soon, the neighbors knew that the fur shop had changed hands and the new shopkeeper was a merchant from outside the area. However, the new shopkeeper seemed to be in poor health. He hid in the warehouse behind all day and rarely showed up. There were only 2 or 3 clerks in the shop to greet him. Because the shopkeeper didn't keep an eye on him, the clerks were very lazy and didn't know to greet customers when they came. The number of customers was decreasing day by day, and the shop might be closed soon. To the surprise of the neighbors, the fur shop not only did not close down, but also had a big happy event. The shopkeeper was going to get married, and the girl he married was the daughter of Mr. Huang, a big landlord in Huangtu City. Mr. Huang also had a nickname, Huang Bancheng. As the name suggests, more than half of the industries in Huangtu City belonged to Mr. Huang. In Huangtu City, when Mr. Huang stamped his feet, the ground would tremble 3 times. Mr. Huang had countless properties, but he had only one daughter, named Huang Mingsu. Huang Mingsu was only 18 years old, beautiful, and extremely proficient in business. She took over Mr. Huang's business as soon as she came of age and made it very successful. It is said that the delivery store she planned has established outlets in more than 10 cities. How could such a talented, wealthy, and beautiful woman fall in love with a fur shop owner? This guy's really lucky. The neighbors held the big red invitation and shook their heads in confusion. Captain Umazlala, who they thought was lucky, sat on the couch, looking at Huang Mingsu, who was wearing a bright red wedding gown, round jade beads on her head, beautiful as a flower, and shy under the red candlelight, and shook his head helplessly. This was his second marriage on Gaystar, his second time as a son-in-law, and also his second time being forced. The whole thing started with Captain Umazlala buying a fur shop. After becoming the owner of the fur shop, Captain Umazlala casually arranged 2 team members to support the counter, and he hid in the backyard warehouse to practice magic. Unlike expected, although he was protected by the goddess of night, he could be free from the interference of the extraterritorial demons, and could practice magic continuously, but the whole practice did not go smoothly. The biggest difficulty was that Captain Umazlala had no idea how to practice. He also asked the goddess of night for help, but the goddess just threw 2 words, imitation. This inexplicable word completely confused Captain Umazlala. Imitation? Do you want me to imitate the sleepless? But the sleepless is a person who never sleeps. What is there to imitate? In desperation, Captain Umazlala began to stay up all night. Of course, he couldn't sleep himself. The result is obvious. After half a year, Captain Umazlala still couldn't touch the edge of the next level, and was still trapped at the sleepless level. But he was not in a hurry. He had the money he brought from the manor, which was enough for more than a dozen people to spend for a lifetime. In this way, Captain Umazlala lived a leisurely life. Until one day, the team members in front ran to the back with a nervous look and reported that something happened. Something happened? Did the fur shop catch fire? It's not a big deal. Just buy another shop. Captain Umazlala asked carefully and then understood what happened. It turned out that 3 days ago, a rare customer came to the store. He was a handsome young man. He was wearing a white satin robe with a jade pendant with a coiled dragon hanging around his waist and holding an origami fan with a landscape painting on it. This young man was obviously a rich kid, and for ordinary shops, he was definitely a fat sheep. But Captain Umazlala's fur shop was not an ordinary fur shop. They didn't aim to sell goods at all. So when this young man came in, the two team members disguised as young men looked up at the roof in a daze, and no one went to receive him. They thought that the young man would leave angrily soon after being coldly treated. As a result, they were wrong. Instead of leaving, the young man turned around and picked a white tiger skin from the counter and asked the price. At this time, as a fur shop clerk, it would be a bit unreasonable not to speak up, and it might even arouse suspicion from others who would not do business that came to the door. However, this tiger skin was the stock of the old shopkeeper when he took over the fur shop. As per Gero people, the team members had no idea about its price and properties. So, the two guys looked at each other and offered a high price of 10 taels of silver, hoping to make the young man give up. Who knew that the young man was just stunned for a moment, then looked at them thoughtfully and threw out 10 taels of silver from his arms. Although the guys thought this guy was really stupid, 10 taels of silver was enough to buy 100 such tiger skins, but facing the silver thrown by the customer, they really had no reason to refuse. They could only take the silver and pack the white tiger skin. When the young man took the white tiger skin and was about to leave, he suddenly made a seemingly reasonable request that he wanted the fur shop to issue a receipt. It seems that he was going home to settle the bill, and this request was reasonable. So the guys wrote him a receipt. The bad things happened on this receipt. 3 days later, the young man came again, followed by several yamen runners. As soon as the young man entered the store, he angrily accused the fur shop of selling him ordinary tiger skin as expensive white tiger skin. As he said that, he threw the white tiger skin on the counter. When the guys saw it, they were shocked. The tiger skin on the counter did have the mark of their fur shop, but the color had changed from pure white to white and yellow, which looked very ugly. Even if they didn't understand furs, the guys knew where the problem was. This should have been an ordinary tiger skin, but the old shopkeeper used the juice of herbs to dye it pure white. Although this young man was a victim, he was not stupid. After realizing that he was deceived, he naturally came to the store to make trouble. After the guys understood the reason for the matter, without any hesitation, they immediately offered to return the goods for the young man and promised to pay him a sum of money for his travel expenses to express their apology. Who knew that the young man actually took out the receipt and asked the fur shop to compensate him 100 times the amount on it. The two guys were dumbfounded. 100 times the compensation was 1,000 taels of silver and 10 taels of gold. It was enough to buy the whole store. They naturally refused, thinking that the young master was blackmailing. In the Pajero civilization, even if you bought fake goods, you can only ask the store to compensate you at 3 times the selling price, 100 times the compensation. Too much. Who would have thought that at this time, the yamen runner behind the young master stood up and showed them the official document. The official document with the vermilion official seal read, "In order to purify the lowest city, all those who sell counterfeit and shoddy goods must compensate customers at 100 times the selling price. Otherwise the store will be closed and the person will be arrested." The two team members could not make a decision, so they could only run to the back to report to Captain Umazlala. After Captain Umazlala knew the whole story, he immediately realized that this was a trap. The young man might have noticed that the white tiger skin was fake when he entered the store, so when faced with the high price of 10 taels shouted by the team members, he pretended to be a fool and bought it without much hesitation. Although he realized that this was a trap, Captain Umazlala had no choice, because in the whole thing, the young man did not reveal any flaws, and there was even a receipt written in black and white by the team members. This is trouble. 10 taels of gold is not much for Captain Umazlala, but he can't pay this 10 taels of gold. Once the news that the young man was compensated with 10 taels of gold spreads, people with ulterior motives will realize that there is something wrong with this fur shop. A fur shop owner should not have so much money. In that case, Captain Umazlala can only take the team members to leave Huangtu City and find a new place to stay. But Captain Umazlala had long been accustomed to the life in Huangtu City. It was remote and quiet, and the residents were not enthusiastic and would not go around prying into other people's secrets. He had no choice but to ask the team members to bring the young man in for an interview. As soon as the young man entered the backyard, Captain Umazlala immediately knew that, although this guy was wearing a white satin robe, with his hair tied up, and dressed like a man, he was actually a woman. Women and men walk in completely different postures. Facing a woman, Captain Umazlala was much more relaxed. He was transformed into a rare handsome man on Gay Star by the magic of God's Ayahuasca. Sure enough, as soon as the young man saw Captain Umazlala, his face suddenly blushed, and his white jade hands kept playing with the silk ribbon, with a completely shy posture of a little woman. Captain Umazlala was reflected in his beautiful eyes, and he could never pull it out. In this situation, Captain Umazlala said a few words of apology, and the young man immediately said that he would not pursue the matter anymore, and even did not want compensation. The storm subsided. However, when Captain Umazlala saw the young man's reluctant look when he left, and the dozens of servants and bodyguards looming on the street, he realized that the fur shop would not be peaceful again. Sure enough, the next day, a pink carved sedan chair with 8 people came to the fur shop under the escort of more than 20 servants. Pedestrians on the street avoided it, and even the owners of several shops opposite hurriedly closed the shop doors. When the team reported the news to Captain Umazlala, he knew that trouble was coming. However, it was no longer a solution to avoid it at this time. Captain Umazlala could only bite the bullet and open the door of the shop to welcome him. At this time, 2 beautiful maids came forward and opened the curtain, and a woman wearing pink satin, with golden flowers embroidered on her chest and a white gauze around her waist, walked down from the sedan chair. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a high nose bridge, bright red lips, a slender figure, and a graceful walk. As soon as she appeared at the door of the store, Captain Umazlala felt that the sky suddenly darkened. Captain Umazlala hurriedly welcomed this beautiful woman to the backyard amid countless jealous gazes. After a conversation, he learned that she was the daughter of Huang Bancheng. Although Captain Umazlala was a newcomer to the country, he had heard of Huang Bancheng's name a long time ago. However, unlike the secular people who paid attention to Huang Bancheng's endless money and countless power, he was more concerned about Huang Bancheng's methods. 10 years ago, Huang Bancheng was just a small landlord with a little money. He was not even a rank in Huangtu City. A drought changed everything. That year, Huangtu City suffered a drought that had not been seen in 1,000 years. Farmland was barren and there were starving people everywhere. With nowhere to go, the victims began to gather towards Huangtu City with weapons. Seeing that war was imminent, the guards of Huangtu City were only a few skinny yamen runners. The wealthy merchants in Huangtu City all thought that Huangtu City was finished. They sold their shops and properties at unimaginable low prices, and then took all the gold, silver and jewelry, and fled to other cities. Only Huang Bancheng was unmoved. Not only did he not flee, but he also asked his housekeeper to secretly buy all the shops and properties sold by those wealthy merchants under a pseudonym. He knew that the government had sent a letter for help to the upper level. He was betting that the Divine Magician Club would not watch Huangtu City being breached. It would not watch Huangtu City become a spark that could set the prairie on fire. He won the bet. When the refugees had already climbed to the top of Huangtu City, several lightning bolts suddenly struck in the clear sky, and a man in a black robe with the Divine Magician logo embroidered on his chest flew over. Tens of thousands of refugees immediately scattered. They would never understand that, even if this Divine Magician exhausted all his divine power, the lightning that fell could only kill hundreds of people. The Divine Magician is like a god to the gay people. Even if the Divine Magician does nothing and stands quietly on the top of the city wall, the refugees dare not approach the city wall. After the refugees retreated, Huangtu City had heavy rains for several days, and the refugees who were able to eat became civilians again. And Mr. Huang became Huang Bancheng. Of course, Huang Bancheng's methods are not limited to this. In just 10 years, he opened hundreds of shops in more than 10 cities around. These shops undoubtedly infringed on the interests of local wealthy businessmen, and a life and death struggle was inevitable. The magical thing is that, whenever the local wealthy businessmen have not launched a counterattack, they will mysteriously encounter various accidents. For example, when going to the brothel to drink, they accidentally swallowed the wine glass. When sitting in a sedan chair to play, the sedan chair carrier accidentally threw the sedan chair off the cliff. When sitting in a mansion, the roof suddenly collapsed. This method made Captain Yu Maslala pay attention. So when facing Huang Bancheng's daughter Huang Mingsu, Captain Yu Maslala was full of vigilance. He dared not show enthusiasm, nor did he dare to keep her at a distance. He did not want to get into trouble for no reason. Chapter 684. Although Captain Yu Maslala was very unenthusiastic, Huang Mingsu didn't mind at all. She came to the fur shop almost every day from then on. And every time she brought many expensive gifts to the guys in the fur shop. After several contacts, Captain Yu Maslala also realized that Huang Mingsu was not a simple lady. She was proficient in recent calligraphy and painting, good at playing the flute, and her knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary men, especially her unique views on the current situation of Gaystar. In Huang Mingsu's view, there is only one kind of person on Gaystar, the divine magician. The rest of the people, whether they are officials, big landlords, or civilians, are tools for divine magicians to enjoy. In name, anyone can fight for the qualification to enter the Black Tower, which seems fair, but this fairness ignores the gap in strength. The birth of the divine magician family means that only the descendants of divine magicians can become divine magicians. If you want to change this situation, the only way is to overthrow the Divine Magician Club. Huang Mingsu's unorthodox idea coincides with Captain Yu Maslala's plan, but she wants to establish a fair system so that everyone has the opportunity to become a divine magician, while Captain Yu Maslala's goal is to become a god on the planet Gay. The purpose is different, but the process is the same, so Captain Yu Maslala's inner resistance to Huang Mingsu gradually decreases. Over time, the relationship between the two has heated up. Of course, Captain Yu Maslala doesn't know whether this is considered love, but this is the first time he thinks a woman is good on the planet Gay. When the two decided to get married, Huang Mingsu told Captain Yu Maslala a big secret. Huang Mingsu is not an ordinary person. She is also a divine magician, but she is unwilling to reveal the way to obtain divine magic. As far as Captain Yu Maslala knows, divine magic comes from the Crusoe creature. There are currently two ways to obtain divine magic. The first is to enter the Black Tower and communicate with the Crusoe creature that controls the Black Tower. After the test, the seeds are planted in the body and become a divine magician. The second way is to enter the zero-dimensional space, which is the home of the Crush creatures. If you are lucky, you can meet a Crush creature that is not in a deep sleep. Then he/she will like you and make you his/her believer. Plant seeds in your body and become a divine magician. Both methods have great risks. If there is a third way to obtain divine magic, can all team members become divine magicians? Although Huang Mingsu was unwilling to reveal the method of obtaining divine magic, after Captain Yu Maslala showed his strange ability, she knew that Captain Yu Maslala was also a divine magician. After hesitating for a long time, she told him how she became a divine magician. 10 years ago, Huangtu City suffered a severe drought and refugees attacked. Huang Dadazu, who was hiding in the Huang family mansion to arrange defenses, suddenly received a message that the servants found a strange person in a small forest near Huangtu City. He wore a black robe like a divine magician, but there was no divine magician's mark on his chest, and this person had no external injuries on his body, but he was already dying. The housekeeper's description reminded Mr. Huang of a kind of person, the out-of-control person. During the practice, the divine magician was invaded by the demon from outside the domain. If he could not break free in time, he would lose his mind and become an out-of-control person. The out-of-control person is much stronger than the average divine magician, and because they have lost their mind, they will attack anyone they see. So once they appear, they will be eliminated by the Divine Magician Club. So why did this dying out-of-control person appear next to a remote town? If it were an ordinary person, the wisest choice would be to report the information of the out-of-control person to the government and let them notify the Divine Magician Club to deal with it. But how could Mr. Huang, who could bet his entire fortune, be an ordinary person? So he personally led a dozen of his confidants to the hillside. Sure enough, just as the servants described, a man in a black robe was lying under a big tree, blood oozing from his nostrils, and ants crawling on his face. Some ants tried to get into his nostrils. If it weren't for the occasional slight rise and fall of his chest, Mr. Huang would really think that this guy was dead. Huang Dadisu walked up to him with courage and kicked him with his foot, but there was no reaction. It seemed that he was really dying. Huang Dezu could have just left him here to die, but he was a divine magician. Even if he lost control, he was still a divine magician. A divine magician is a god. If the god could be saved, maybe the Huang family would have a backer in the future. Fortune is sought in danger. Huang Dezu did not hesitate too much and asked the servants to carry him on the carriage and pull him into the Huang family mansion. However, to his disappointment, several old doctors of the Huang family shook their heads helplessly after diagnosing the out-of-control person. They all agreed that this person's heart and lungs were failing, there was no medicine to save him, and he would not live long. Seeing that the investment was about to go down the drain, just when Huang Dezu was about to order the kitchen not to stew the old mountain ginseng anymore, the out-of-control person who had been in a coma woke up. After he woke up, he weakly asked Huang Dezu to dismiss his followers. Seeing the out-of-control person looking like he might die at any time, Huang Dezu waved his hand, and his followers withdrew and closed the door. After a chat, Huang Dezu was overjoyed. The guy on the bed was indeed an out-of-control magician. However, when he was invaded by the extraterritorial demons, he had already cultivated to level 5, so he could still retain a certain degree of rationality and resisted the madness in his heart to escape from Guana City. He ran west along the path, and when he ran to Huangta City, his last rationality was finally exhausted, so he used magic madly. His magic was a curse. The madman stood on a mountain and cursed the people within a radius of 100 kilometers to suffer from drought. The curse came true immediately. Huangtu City really didn't rain for several consecutive months. The magician was also hit by the backlash of the magic, and his tendons and veins were broken, and he was almost dead. The magician knew that he had no hope of survival. In order to repay Huang Dezu for not letting his body be exposed in the wilderness and eaten by wild dogs, he told Huang Dezu a secret that only the top leaders of the magician club knew. When a divine magician reaches level 5, the small seed in his body will grow into a big tree. This big tree has a certain chance of bearing seeds, which are called divine magic inheritance fruit. Ordinary people who take this seed can inherit the divine magician's magic. Moreover, when the divine magician dies, the big tree will die instantly, and the divine magic inheritance fruit will disappear out of thin air. So the divine magic inheritance fruit can only be taken out of the divine magician's stomach while he is alive. Of course, if the divine magician loses the divine magic inheritance fruit, he will also die. Therefore, there are very few divine magicians who obtain divine magic in this way. Huang Dezu immediately understood the intention of this unknown divine magician. He was looking for an heir before he died. At this time, Huang Dezu was already 150 years old. Even if he became a divine magician, he could only live for 50 years. It was too wasteful. Moreover, he was old and his spirit was long gone. He thought of his daughter who had just turned 8 years old. This daughter was born very smart and looked like a porcelain doll. She was his favorite. After some hesitation, Huang Dezu decided to give this opportunity to become a divine magician to his daughter. He asked the servant to send his daughter Huang Mingsu over, and then used a sharp ox horn knife to cut open the divine magician's belly in front of Huang Mingsu. Next to the hot and sticky organs, there was a big tree flashing with strange purple light. On the branch of the big tree, there was a yellow fruit the size of a little finger. This should be the fruit that can inherit the divine magic. Huang Dezu picked the fruit with trembling hands and stuffed it into the mouth of Huang Mingsu, who was terrified. Since then, Huang Mingsu has obtained the curse magic. The curse magic can curse the target thousands of miles away. This curse can damage the target's body or make the target's luck extremely bad. The target can be a single person or a group. Huang Mingsu once tried to curse 10 people at once, and as a result, those 10 people died on the same day due to 10 different accidents. This magic seems to be extremely powerful and more powerful than transfiguration, but it has great limitations. First, Huang Mingsu needs to know the name and appearance of the opponent, and also needs the opponent's personal belongings to cast the curse magic. All three are indispensable. The out-of-control person back then did not have these three things, so he rashly cast the curse. Fortunately, the curse took effect, but he was backlashed by the magic. Second, the curse magic cast by Huang Mingsu needs to be higher than the opponent's level to be effective, which means that Huang Mingsu, who is only a level 1 magician now, cannot curse any level 1 magician. After listening to Huang Mingsu's whole process of obtaining the magic, Captain Umazlala had an abrupt idea in his mind. If you catch a dozen magicians above level 5 and take out the magic inheritance fruit from their stomachs, then can you turn your team members into magicians? However, this idea is like a meteor, which just emits a dazzling light and dims the next second. Level 5 magicians are also common in the magician club. Each of them is a demigod, so how can it be so easy to catch them? Facing Huang Mingsu, who had become a divine magician and possessed the curse magic, Captain Umazlala had no reason to refuse. To achieve his ultimate goal, he needed to help as much as possible. So he agreed to Huang Mingsu's proposal and became a son-in-law again. Fortunately, Gaystar is just a primitive planet. There is no need to go through any procedures for marriage, nor to register with the government. It only needs to hold a wedding and let relatives, friends and local residents know about it. He doesn't need to change his appearance. Although Captain Umazlala is a Pajero, the transformation of God Xiahua is obviously very successful. He is now a strong gay. The wedding night is naturally wonderful. After marriage, compared with the cold and arrogant God Xiahua, Huang Mingsu is more like a gentle wife. She tried her best to serve Captain Umazlala properly. Captain Umazlala's requests are also met. Even the landlord Huang, who loved his daughter, built a manor specifically for the young couple. The manor was full of rockeries and lakes, and there was also a black tower specifically for the two to practice magic. The height, size, and style of the tower were exactly the same as the Black Tower of Guana. It was said that practicing magic in such a tower could not only reduce the risk of invasion by extraterritorial demons, but also speed up the practice. However, Captain Umazlala was skeptical about this, because another half year had passed, and his practice progress was still extremely slow. In the tower, Captain Umazlala and his wife Huang Mingsu sat opposite each other, and the candlelight of a circle of candles around them swayed in the breeze. "Husband, are you saying that our magic comes from a creature called Crusoe?" Huang Mingsu frowned, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief. Captain Umazlala smiled bitterly and nodded. Just now, he told his wife how he obtained the magic, hoping to get inspiration for practicing the magic from her. Otherwise, if he continued to practice at this speed, he would never be able to break through the 5th level in his lifetime. Although Huang Mingsu was shocked by the truth of the divine art, she would never doubt what Captain Umazlala said. "I didn't expect that the god we believe in is actually a creature, and we are just toys for them to have fun." Huang Mingsu looked lost, like a great hero admired by thousands of people, who suddenly found out that he was just dreaming. Being able to become a toy is enough to show our value. Captain Umazlala smiled bitterly to comfort his wife. Yes, there are billions of people on Gaystar, and only more than 20,000 people can become Crusoe's toys. Huang Mingsu was originally a cheerful person, and the feeling of loss in her heart soon disappeared. She tilted her head with doubt in her eyes. "Husband, is it true that the god you serve cannot even be named? How could the crush creatures in the crush space hear our conversation? Alas, you still don't understand the horror of the crush creatures." Captain Umazlala explained. "They are already far beyond the gods. In order to show their greatness, they gave themselves a name, called the Old Ones. The Old Ones exist in the land of Gaystar, in the air, in the trunks of every tree, in your body and mine. They are everywhere. The Old Ones cannot be called by their names, and even non-believers can imagine their names, otherwise they will inevitably suffer a catastrophe. So, I don't tell you her name, it's for your own good." Yeah. Huang Mingsu nodded obediently, and the doubts in her heart disappeared. What was there to doubt about her husband? Huang Mingsu began to frown and think about the cultivation method mentioned by Captain Umazlala just now. "Your old one told you that imitation is a method of cultivation." Imitation. Her eyes lit up, and she asked in surprise, "Did the old one want you to imitate the sleepless one?" Chapter 685. In the tower, facing his surprised wife, Captain Umazlala held his chin and thought for a while, then asked, "But, don't sleepless people stay up all day? How can I imitate them?" My husband, you may have misunderstood what the old man meant. Sleepless people don't mean that you can just sleep, but they want you to do a job that you can't sleep. Huang Mingsu's explanation made Captain Umazlala wake up like a revelation. He immediately stood up and paced back and forth. Imitation. Imitation turns out to be a job that I can imitate. After his wife reminded him, Captain Umazlala, who understood the true intention of the goddess of night, immediately found a job that he couldn't sleep, a gravekeeper. On Gaystar, people believe that after death, the soul will go to another world, which is called perfect. In the perfect world, there is no suffering, no sadness, only happiness, endless food, and endless wine. Being able to go to the perfect world is the dream of every gay civilian. They grit their teeth in hunger, they keep silent under the whip of the landlords, they endure the scorching heat in the fields, and endure the cold in the wind, all just to be able to enter the perfect world after death. Of course, there are strict thresholds for entering the beautiful world. The most basic point is to have a cemetery, so that the body after death can be protected from being eaten by wild beasts and preserved intact. The person responsible for guarding the cemetery is the gravekeeper. Since the gravekeeper needs to stay in the cemetery all year round, it is considered ominous by the gay people, so only the most humble and lowest people will do this kind of work. Captain Umazlala had to change his silk robe and put on a filthy, stinking tattered shirt. He had to take off his black lacquered high-soled boots dotted with pearls and put on a pair of suspected shoes woven from rags and exposed to the ground. Then he used plant ash to decorate his meticulously groomed and fragrant hair. Captain Umazlala appeared on the street dressed like a lower-class person from Gaystar. He easily found the crooked small house with a deep crack on the yellow mud wall at the city gate. Captain Umazlala bent over and squeezed into the house. An old man in an old official uniform was dozing on the table. There were several wine bottles placed in a mess under his feet. The air was filled with a pungent smell of alcohol. "Uncle, I'm here to apply for a job." Captain Umazlala stood for a while and saw that the old official still didn't wake up, so he had to shout softly. After shouting twice, the old official still didn't wake up. "Uncle." Captain Umazlala had to raise his voice. This time it worked. The old official raised his head, wiped his red nose with his sleeve, and stared at Captain Umazlala with confused eyes. "Uncle, I'm here to apply for a job." Captain Umazlala bent over and tried to act like a lowly civilian. "Get out." The old official took a long time to gather his eyes. He looked Captain Umazlala up and down and immediately raised his eyebrows, curled his lips, and pointed outside the door with disgust. "Can a pariah come in here? Don't you look at your identity?" I know. Captain Umazlala smiled and left the small house. When he walked to the door, he was careless and bumped against the door beam. The dust falling from above sprinkled on his face. Haha, pariahs are pariahs, they can't even walk. Captain Umazlala's clumsy appearance made the old official laugh from anger. After leaving the small house, Captain Umazlala stood at the door waiting. After a long while, the old official finally walked out. He didn't say anything, just looked at Captain Umazlala with contempt. "Uncle, I heard that old man Wang in the Balapu cemetery outside the city died, so I came here to apply for the position of gravekeeper." Captain Umazlala hurriedly bent over and smiled. "Heh, you look stupid, but you are well informed." Under the sunlight, the old official's eyes narrowed into a line. He shook his head, as if he had not yet completely gotten rid of the drunkenness, or perhaps because he did not want to get rid of it at all. Yes, when I was a child, people in the village said that I could be an official." Captain Umazlala laughed. His expression and way of speaking were exactly the same as those stupid people. In order to do this, Huang Mingsu specially asked the servants to catch a few idiots on the street for Captain Umazlala to observe and learn. "Be an official, ha 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 ha, I'm laughing to death." The old official laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He was now sure that this guy was a fool. Can a fool be a gravekeeper? No. You can go. The gravekeeper has been selected. The smile on the old official's face gradually disappeared, and he shook his head. Captain Umazlala took out a cloth bag from his bosom calmly and stuffed it into the old official's greasy pocket. "Master, this is the steamed bun my mother asked me to bring you." He still had a silly smile on his face. "Steamed bun?" The old official reached into his pocket and touched it hard, feeling a round hard object. He frowned. This is not a steamed bun. As soon as he said this, he came to his senses, pursed his lips, and smiled. Oh, it is indeed a steamed bun. People are old and confused. My mother said that you are not confused. Captain Umazlala said foolishly. Yes, I'm not confused. You are not stupid. The old official laughed with his face raised. He turned and walked into the hut. When he came out again, he had a rusty copper key in his hand. The copper key was thrown at the feet of Captain Umazlala. This is the key to the Balapu cemetery. You should go to work today. He seemed to remember something and turned around and walked into the hut again, this time with a lantern in his hand. The glass of the lantern was blackened. The old official did not throw it on the ground this time, but stretched out his arm and handed it to Captain Umazlala. This is your meal. Remember, you can only light it when you are on patrol. Don't be like old man Wang, who always lights lanterns and has no lamp oil. He deserves to fall into the grave and die. As he said this, he spat. This is a custom of the gay people. People can be pigs, dogs, or worse than pigs and dogs when they are alive, but they become sacred after they die. Insulting the dead may prevent you from entering the perfect world in the future. But if you make a mistake accidentally, don't worry. Just spit on the ground and the insulted person will forgive you. Of course, this statement has never been verified. After all, the dead will not jump out of the cemetery. I understand. Captain Umazlala took the food and turned to leave. A whisper came from behind him. Boy, you have a good mother. Good mother. Captain Umazlala grinned. The Pajero people have no parents. They are all synthesized by genetic technology. If there is a mother, it must be the breeding machine with only a serial number but no name. This is all Huang Mingsu's idea. Can Huang Mingsu be his mother? No. Balipo is 8 miles away from Huangtu city. It is a barren hillside covered with shrubs. There is a small wooden house on the hillside, and there is a large cemetery in front of it. The weeds on the graves fluttered in the wind. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the branches and leaves swayed, and the crows from the woods gave people a creepy feeling. Captain Umazlala tightened his collar, took out the copper key, and poked open the shaky wooden door of the wooden house. There were several large holes eaten by rats underneath, revealing sawdust. As soon as he opened the door, several shadows appeared on the ground and jumped out of the dark house, scaring Captain Umazlala to quickly move aside. When the shadows ran out of the house and disappeared into the weeds, Captain Umazlala could see clearly that there were several big rats. He lit the lantern and saw that the house was in a mess, with most of the place occupied by branches. The pieces of rags piled on the dirt should be quilts. On a crooked table was a porcelain bowl with a hole in it. The outside of the porcelain bowl was covered with dirt and the original color could no longer be seen. Captain Umazlala had never been in such a dirty and messy environment since he fled to Gaystar. He hesitated for a moment, but finally did not have the courage to stay any longer. He moved the branches inside to the field outside and lit a bonfire. Captain Umazlala looked at the flames dancing in the wind and regretted accepting Huang Mingsu's suggestion and not bringing the team members with him. At the beginning, in order to practice divine arts, Captain Umazlala decided to become a gravekeeper. He wanted to bring his team members with him so that they could protect themselves on the one hand and help him do some trivial things on the other hand. Unexpectedly, Huang Mingsu waved her hand to express her disapproval after knowing his idea, and she told her reason. Is a gravekeeper with servants really a gravekeeper? To practice divine arts, you need to imitate a profession realistically so that you can empathize and understand the true meaning of this profession. Captain Umazlala thought for a while and finally agreed with this statement. But he didn't expect the environment of the gravekeeper to be so bad. Not only the environment is bad, but the treatment is even worse. Captain Umazlala resisted the nausea and dug out 2 fist-sized sweet potatoes from the firewood pile in the house. This sweet potato is the food of the gravekeeper and the only salary of the gravekeeper. Every month, the county government will send a batch of sweet potatoes, which are collected from civilians. As night fell, the cemetery was immersed in darkness, and strange calls from unknown animals were heard from time to time in the distance. Captain Umazlala threw the remaining half of the sweet potato into the fire, lit the lantern, and began to perform the duties of a gravekeeper. The gravekeeper rests during the day and works at night. He needs to patrol the cemetery all night. Of course, this patrol is not to prevent tomb robbers. After all, the people buried here are civilians, and the only property in their tombs is a thin coffin and a relatively clean set of clothes. The gravekeeper needs to guard against wild beasts that roam down from the nearby mountains, such as wild dogs, wild boars, and wild wolves. These guys will sneak into the cemetery at night, use their sharp claws to dig open the grave, dig out the corpse inside, and eat it. Once the corpse is damaged, the original owner cannot enter the so-called perfect world. Even those who have entered will be driven out by the guards of the perfect world because of their incomplete limbs. Protecting the integrity of the corpse is a big deal for the civilians of Gaystar. They will hand over their life savings to the government just to get a place to stay in this cemetery after death. The government took the money from the common people, so they naturally had to pretend to be nice. So the profession of gravekeeper came into being. As for whether a skinny old man who would fall down in the wind could really protect the safety of their bodies, that was another matter. After all, the bodies lying underground would not crawl out to complain. Since there was no one to supervise, Captain Umazlala's work became simple. He only had to walk around the cemetery twice every 2 hours with a lantern. However, today was his first day at work, and thinking about imitation, Captain Umazlala decided to walk around the entire cemetery. Since there was only the cemetery within a radius of dozens of miles, the harvest had been very poor in recent years, and the area of the cemetery had increased a lot. There were also graves piled up inside, which looked miserable. At midnight, Captain Umazlala had only inspected more than half of the area. When he was holding a lantern and preparing to go to the other side, a thin layer of fog suddenly rose around him. Because of the mist, the potholes on the ground almost made Captain Umazlala fall. Just as he picked up the lantern that fell on the ground, he suddenly had an inexplicable understanding in his heart. This understanding was hard to explain, but it made Captain Umazlala feel that his night vision was stronger. The mist that could have obscured his vision suddenly became transparent. He could see clearly a few crickets hidden in the grass next to him. Even a wild wolf hiding behind a big tree in the distance, without revealing a shadow, could not escape his sight. Captain Umazlala pretended not to notice the wild wolf and walked towards the big tree with a lantern in his hand. The wild wolf behind the big tree had a dark green flash in its eyes twice, opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth with a gloomy pale color, and a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of its mouth. Captain Umazlala walked and hummed a little song. In the eyes of the wild wolf, he was just a walking piece of fat meat. The wolf was obviously a master hunter. It hid behind a tree, its ears erect and its nose twitching slightly. When it felt that Captain Umazlala was less than 5 steps away from it, it kicked the ground with its 2 legs and pounced on Captain Umazlala. Under the miserable moonlight, the wolf jumped high and pounced on Captain Umazlala from behind. Captain Umazlala still did not react until the wolf could see the white and beautiful neck of Captain Umazlala. "I can have a good meal today." The wolf was ecstatic. Just when it felt that its sharp claws had pierced into Captain Umazlala's shoulder, it saw a fist appear in front of it. The fist appeared very abruptly. It was not there in the last second, but it was close to its nose in the next second, as if it appeared out of thin air. The fist emitted a faint blue light and rushed towards the wolf with a gust of wind. Captain Umazlala had turned around at some point. A strange purple light flashed in his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 686. Crack. The next second, accompanied by the sound of broken bones, the wolf flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily on a grave, creating a big pit. The dirt flew into the air, forming a thin layer of yellow mist. In the yellow mist, Captain Umazlala looked at his fist in disbelief. A punch knocked a wolf weighing more than 100 kilograms more than 10 meters away. Is this the true strength of the sleepless? He has completely mastered the understanding just now, and now he has become a real sleepless. Restraining his excitement, Captain Umazlala put down his fist and walked to the edge of the pit. The wolf's bones were broken all over, and it had turned into a pile of rotten meat. Captain Umazlala, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, licked his lips. "You can eat me, and I can eat you." But as soon as he picked up the wolf, he smelled a stench of corpse from the flowing blood. It seems that this guy has come here to eat a lot. A feeling of nausea came over Captain Umazlala, who reluctantly threw the wolf back into the pit, then returned to the cabin to find a shovel, and buried the wolf on the spot. Seeing that there was nothing wrong around him, Captain Umazlala picked up the lantern, and continued to explore the cemetery. The cemetery at night was completely different from the daytime. The small graves, that looked a little scary during the day, were now revealing a strange black light. Whenever Captain Umazlala passed by, the black light would automatically float to him and penetrate into his body as if it was sucked by a vacuum cleaner. As the black light spread, Captain Umazlala felt that the hard shell of the seed given by the goddess of night finally cracked, and a small bean sprout-like sapling grew out of it, and the first leaf on the sapling sprouted. This is the mysterious tree, the source of divine arts, the origin of mysterious power, and the bridge connecting the space of Crusoe. Captain Umazlala closed his eyes and could feel the young leaf of the mysterious tree, which had the ability to cross dimensions. It was in Geistar and Zero Dimension at the same time. It absorbed the power of the goddess of night from Zero Dimension and stored it in the trunk. Then Captain Umazlala could release this power on Geistar. This is the ultimate principle of divine magic. After figuring out the principle, Captain Umazlala immediately understood what he should do. He needed to continuously absorb the black light emitted from the grave to keep the sapling growing so that the sapling could absorb more power in Zero Dimension. Because the grave only emits black light at night, from this day on, Captain Umazlala secretly returned home to rest during the day and return to the cemetery in the evening. In this way, half a year passed in a blink of an eye. The mysterious tree in Captain Umazlala's body grew from a sapling the size of a fingertip to a palm-sized tree, but there was still only a lonely leaf on the trunk. After checking the mysterious tree again, Captain Umazlala withdrew his gaze from the consciousness space. He threw a cheetah whose head he had punched into the lowest pit inside. It seems that the growth of the mysterious tree has encountered a bottleneck and needs to find an opportunity to break through. Opportunities always come inadvertently. Just as he buried the cheetah next to the grave, a melodious and sad Suona sound came from a distance. Did he encounter a night burial? Captain Umazlala looked in the direction of the sound. On the small road in the distance, a line of red lanterns were floating towards the cemetery. There were some shadowy shadows around the lanterns. The weird atmosphere made his hair stand up. It was indeed a night burial. Night burial is a weird funeral custom in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom of Geistar. In the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, civilians firmly believe that only by burying in the tomb before noon in the morning can they enter the perfect world, so general funerals are held in the morning. However, if the person who needs to be buried died in an accident and has missing body parts, the funeral must be held at midnight, and a series of mysterious rituals must be held at the funeral, so as to hide from the eyes of the guardians of the perfect world, and allow the deceased to sneak into the perfect world. On primitive planets like Geistar, there are no firearms, no means of transportation such as cars, and people do not have many accidents where body parts are missing. So Captain Umazlala has only seen this once in half a year. When the sad sound of the Suona resounded throughout the cemetery, the lantern team had already arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. Captain Umazlala had to give up his plan to practice tonight and hurriedly walked up with a lantern. As a gravekeeper, it is his responsibility to ensure that every customer is buried smoothly. Everyone, I'm in mourning. Captain Umazlala walked to the front of the team, and then he found that the team was all old men wearing white robes, white ropes tied on their heads, and white shoes on their feet. The only two middle-aged men were Suona players in black. The faces of the old men were all covered with tears, and their expressions of grief shocked Captain Umazlala. Having stayed in the cemetery, a place where life and death are separated, for a long time, he has seen hypocritical sadness. Some family members who attended the funeral were eager to die and be buried with the deceased, and the next second they began to discuss how to distribute the deceased's estate. There were also family members who threw the coffin into the grave and turned away, as if staying for one more second would be contaminated by the ominousness of the cemetery. The sadness of these old people was so real and so contagious that Captain Umazlala, the gravekeeper, also felt sympathetic. However, he soon realized that the entire process of night burial must be completed in front of the cemetery when the first ray of sunlight shines on the first morning, otherwise it would be ominous for the deceased and everyone present. If it were in the past, Captain Umaslala, who came from the Pajero civilization and received scientific education since childhood, would naturally sneer at this statement, but thinking that, since there are strange creatures like Crusoe on Gaystar, what is impossible? To survive here, it is best to abide by the local folk customs. A folk custom can be formed, and it often contains unknown truths. Everyone, it's getting late, and there are still ceremonies to be held. You'd better hurry up. Captain Umaslala saw that the family members of the deceased had been crying there and had to step forward to remind them. As soon as he said this, he realized that something was wrong with this team. He looked at the team and was immediately frightened. There is no old thing in the team. The old thing is a wooden box made of fine wood. The box is more than 2 meters long and large at one end and small at the other end, which is enough to accommodate a corpse. It is the temporary residence of the deceased before entering the perfect world. At the same time, only when the deceased is placed in the old thing and buried underground can he be qualified to enter the perfect world. An old object is equivalent to a ticket, so even the poorest gay people will spend all their money to buy an old object before they die. This funeral procession did not bring any old objects, nor did it bring the body of the deceased. So what kind of funeral was it? Under the dim light, amidst the miserable crying and the sad and melodious sound of the Suona, Captain Umaslala took 2 steps back and wanted to turn around. "Master, you misunderstood." A tall old man walked out of the funeral procession. He saw Captain Umaslala's doubts. "Misunderstanding?" Captain Umaslala stopped and held a lantern horizontally in front of him, looking alert. The old man waved his hand, and an old lady behind him came forward holding a wooden box. The wooden box was more than half a meter long, and the surface was rarely painted with red paint. Although it was obvious that the sides and bottom of the box were not painted in order to save paint, considering that the gay people did not artificially make paint, the only source of paint was natural lacquer trees. The price of paint is naturally very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford it. The faces of these people were pale, and their palms were covered with calluses. They didn't look like people who could afford paint. This box had a history. "This is the old thing of my deceased son. I beg you to bury him in the cemetery." The old man respectfully saluted Captain Umaslala. Captain Umaslala dodged and looked at the wooden box with doubts. How could such a small box hold a gay? Of course, he could ignore it and let these people pass. But vaguely, he had an indescribable feeling that this matter was related to his own cultivation. It was a feeling that was hard to explain. "Master, are you sure you want to know?" The old man was a little surprised. In Huangtu City, people don't care about other people's sadness because they themselves are in sadness. They met many pedestrians along the way. After seeing the small box, those pedestrians just smiled bitterly and shook their heads and avoided it far away for fear of being contaminated by bad luck. I didn't expect that the most despicable grabber keeper would be interested in this. The old man's sorrow had gathered into a river, and the surging river water washed his heart every day. The great pain caused by this made him not mind the other party's identity, and he said, "The box contains my son." "Your son? So young?" Captain Umaslala was stunned. The old man sighed and explained with trembling lips, "Of course, this is not all of my son, but just one of his arms. As for the reason, in short, the other parts are impossible to find." The old man's hesitant look made Captain Umaslala's heart move. "Father, please explain in detail. Do you know that the government has regulations for people who died of unknown causes, and they are not allowed to be buried in the cemetery without authorization?" Of course, Huangtu City has never had such a regulation. However, as a grabber keeper who manages a cemetery, Captain Umaslala's words are regulations, even if he is the most despicable person. The old man frowned embarrassedly when he heard this. "Old man, just tell him what happened. Those people did such a wicked thing and killed our son, but we can't say anything." The old lady holding the box next to him came up and gritted her teeth angrily. The old man sighed again and continued, "My son's name is Moppin. Moppin. Just from this name, Captain Umazlala knew that they should be from the villages east of Huangtu City. Only there would people name their children after the place where they were born. Captain Umazlala had a servant from there, and his name was Yupeng. Mopan is a strong young man. When he was 18 years old, he followed an uncle from the village to the neighboring Guhuai city and worked as an apprentice in a carriage and horse inn. The old man continued. He is smart and eager to learn. It only took him 2 years to nail the horse's feet independently. The boss is also very optimistic about him and said that in 2 months, Mopan will be able to graduate. After graduation, he can get a monthly salary. The boss renewally pays the workers 2 guan of money every month. In this way, in less than 2 years, he can save enough money to marry Hebian from the neighboring village. Just when we were happy to have such a capable son, the neighbor who brought Mopan to Guhuai city suddenly ran back and said Mopan died. At this time, the old man was already in tears and could hardly speak, and the old lady was crying loudly while holding the box. This made Captain Umazlala feel guilty, but his desire for cultivation made him suppress his inner sympathy and stand in front of the team with a cold expression, as if refusing to enter. The old man cried for a while, wiped his tears and continued. After hearing the news, my husband and I fainted in anxiety. It was with the help of several relatives that we managed to survive. The old people in the team should be the old man's relatives. Captain Umazlala nodded. My son is dead, and his body must be buried in peace, so that he can enter the perfect world and enjoy happiness. So I went to Guhuai city with my neighbors. The old man continued. Also, I want to know why my son died. After we arrived at the Nanboi Cochin in Guhuai city, the owner repeatedly refused my request for my son's body. He only said that my son fell into a roadside ditch and died while helping a customer train a horse, and his body had been washed away by the flood. Of course I didn't believe this reason. Mopan didn't know how to ride a horse. His usual job was to help people nail horseshoes. How could he train horses? So, I threatened to go to the government to sue the owner for murdering my son. Instead, he arrogantly told me to go ahead and sue, and no one in Guhuai city dared to help me. He is just a small Cochin owner. How can he be so powerful? Of course I didn't believe it, so I ran to the government to sound the drum to appeal for justice. As a result, when the master heard that I was Mopan's father, he asked the yamen runners to coax me out and asked the lawyer to throw me 2 taels of silver, asking me to take the silver and go home quickly to avoid trouble. Being able to get the government to threaten me is not something a coachman can do. I realize that there must be some hidden story behind my son's death, but we can't fight the government. We could only bear the pain and plan to go home. On the night before we were to go home, I was sleeping when I suddenly found a man in a black robe sitting in front of the table in the house. In the blink of an eye, the man in the black robe disappeared. I thought I was seeing things, but I saw a box and some silver inexplicably appeared on the table. The box is this box, and there is an arm in it. I recognized at a glance that the arm is Mopan's right hand. There is a crescent scar on his wrist, which is the mark left by a dog bite when he was a child. After listening to the old man's story, Captain Umazlala turned aside and fell into deep thought. Chapter 687. Amid the sad and melodious sound of Suona and the miserable crying, the funeral procession walked deep into the cemetery. Captain Umazlala looked at the lanterns that gradually disappeared in the bushes and fell into deep thought. It was obvious that the death of the old man's son was likely to involve powerful people in Guhuai city, so the government came forward to cover it up. As for the black-robed man who mysteriously appeared in the inn to return the arm, he might be the murderer or someone who knew the inside story. A life was lost just like that, but the family members knew the reason. This seemingly absurd thing was normal on the primitive planet of Gaystar. This reminded Captain Umazlala of Huang Mingsu's words, that in this cannibalistic world, civilians were tools for the divine magicians to enjoy themselves. All this had nothing to do with Captain Umazlala, and he could have just stood by and watched, but the vague strange feeling made him realize that this was his opportunity. The next day, Captain Umazlala used 2 strings of money to hire a homeless man on the street to replace the grava keeper. Then he brought 40 members and a housekeeper named Wang from the Huang family to Guhuai city. The Huang family had businesses in Guhuai City, and this housekeeper was the person in charge of these businesses. Captain Mazlala had to admire Huang Mingzu's brain. Every time she opened up a market in a town and bought a few shops, she would select a housekeeper from the family to be in charge of the business in this town. The housekeeper's salary was linked to the performance of the business, so the housekeeper would definitely do his best. At the same time, since the housekeeper was just a servant of the Huang family and the indenture was in the hands of Huang Mingzu, there was no need to worry that he would be a traitor. At the same time, this housekeeper was only responsible for one town, and over the years, he would definitely establish a huge network of relationships in this town. In the carriage, Captain Mazlala frowned as he looked at the shops lined up on both sides of the road. Just as he entered Guhuai City, he clearly felt that Guhuai City was much larger than Huangta City, and the pedestrians on both sides of the street were dressed much better. Although most of their clothes were patched, they were much cleaner. None of this is the key point. The key point is that there is not a single locust tree on either side of the road. There is no locust tree in Guhuai City. It's so strange. Steward Wang smiled and explained, not to mention that there are no locust trees in the town. There is not even a locust tree within a radius of 10 kilometers. The reason why this town is called Guhuai City is because the divine magician in the town is called God Guhuai Tree. Now, Captain Mazlala finally understood that this place is not like the small town in Huangtu City. There is a divine magician here. But what does Guhuai Tree mean? Can it transform into a big locust tree? The Huang family has 3 businesses in Guhuai City, namely Huang's fur goods store, Huang's pawn shop and Huang's wine shop. The guests who drink in the wine shop are all merchants from all over the country, so Huang's wine shop also serves as the Huang family's intelligence center. The waiters in the wine shop have all received special training. When delivering wine to guests, they can remember the content of the guest's conversation in their hearts, and then send it back to the Huang family mansion in Huangtu City through pigeons, and then Huang Mingzu summarizes and sorts it out. This kind of wine shop is distributed in more than a dozen nearby cities, forming a huge information network. Huang Mingzu has several times used the words of wine shop customers to stock up goods or clear warehouses before his competitors, and make a lot of profits. This time, Captain Mazlala naturally had to use this intelligence network to investigate the cause of death of the coachman in the inn. When the carriage arrived in front of Huang's wine shop, it was already dark. The head of the wine shop saw Wang, the butler, getting off the carriage, and immediately understood the identities of the few people. He had already received Huang Mingzu's pigeon. "Master, you have been tired all the way. I have already prepared wine and food to welcome you." The head of the wine shop was surnamed Huang, from the outer room of the Huang family. "Thank you, Manager Huang." Huang's wine shop has 2 floors. There are dozens of wine tables in the hall, most of which are small businessmen. There are more than a dozen private rooms on the 2nd floor, which are generally used to receive guests of status. Under the guidance of Manager Huang, Captain Mazlala brought 2 team members and Manager Wang to the 2nd floor. As soon as they sat down, the waiters brought up a table full of dishes and 2 pots of turbid wine. On Gaystar, the grain used to make wine is called millet. Millet seeds are very small, and due to the lack of filtering equipment, the brewed wine is extremely turbid, which is called turbid wine. The alcohol content of turbid wine is not high. After 2 cups, Captain Mazlala was just a little tipsy. Since he has become a true insomniac, he does not know hunger, so he naturally does not need to eat. He just tastes all kinds of dishes, and puts down his chopsticks. After a day of running around, Manager Wang and the 2 team members have been eating heartily, and naturally devoured everything. Captain Mazlala was analyzing the cause of Mopin's death in his mind, when he suddenly heard a movement in the next room. The movement was very small, and he had to use the ability of an insomniac to hear it clearly. "Brother, did you know that the old man has had another attack recently?" "Another attack? How many servants died this time? Have the pensions been arranged?" Alas, the old man didn't have an attack in the house this time. He had an attack on the way to Kiangsan, and killed a young man passing by. "Kiangsan? Didn't I tell you not to let the old man leave the house?" "Oh, you know the old man's temper and methods. Who can lock him up?" "That's right, but this is not a solution. How about we report to the Divine Magician Club? Brother, are you crazy? Once the Divine Magician Club intervenes, you know better than me what will happen to the old man. Besides, if we leave the old man, our family will be finished. Do you really think you are a business genius? It's because those people gave the business to you for the old man's sake. But this is not a solution. The old man has had an attack for the 5th time today, which is 2 more than last year, and his condition is obviously more serious. Once the old man's anger completely explodes, not only our family, but the entire city may suffer a catastrophe. Brother, how can I not know the seriousness of the problem? It's just that now is not the time. After I finish mining the gold mine outside the city, we will take the gold and go to the Western Kingdom to seek refuge with my 3rd brother, and then report the old man's affairs to the Divine Magician Club. This will not only ensure our family's wealth for 1,000 years, but also prevent so many people from being implicated. Alas, it seems that this is the only way now. By the way, has your 3rd brother written to you recently? Has he established a firm foothold in the Western Kingdom? I just received a transnational letter from him through the Sahai post station the day before yesterday. With the support of the people we sent, my 3rd brother has wiped out 2 underground gangs in San Francisco and now has a complete monopoly on the bootleg liquor market. He is recently having a hot relationship with the daughter of the mayor of San Francisco. He may want to get help and develop his career. Well, 3rd brother is a man of character and vision. This is a good move. Smuggling alcohol is not a long-term solution. Only by becoming a prominent figure in San Francisco can we keep the wealth we have sacrificed so many people for. How about this? You send him another share of gold bars tomorrow and ask him to speed up the action and take down the mayor's daughter as soon as possible. I always feel that the old man's illness can't be delayed for long. Understood. I will let the butler do this in person tomorrow. Come, have a drink. We 2 brothers finally get together and we must be drunk. Come on, let's drink. It was obvious that there were 2 brothers in the next box who were worried about their old father's illness, but the information revealed in their conversation attracted the attention of Captain Umazlala, the old man who killed a young man and made him sick. Should we report it to the Divine Magician Club? The young man is very likely to be the Millstone, and an old man's illness needs to be reported to the Divine Magician Club, and the consequences of the report are likely to bring disaster to their entire family, so this old man is very likely to be an out of control divine magician. The god ancient Sephora tree is out of control. This thought scared Captain Umazlala himself. He didn't know what level of divine magician the god ancient Sephora tree was. But even if the god ancient Sephora tree was only a 1st level divine magician, his divine magic ability would increase greatly after he lost control. Captain Umazlala was probably not his opponent. He now regretted not bringing more team members with him. Who would have thought that the death of a young man would involve an out of control divine magician? But these were just his guesses, and relevant evidence was needed to verify them. Captain Umazlala pretended nothing had happened and continued to drink with his team members and Butler Wang. Butler Wang knew that Captain Umazlala didn't like wine in the Huang family mansion on weekdays, but now he clinked glasses with him again and again. He thought that his performance had won the favor of Captain Umazlala, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and asked manager Huang to bring 2 pots of turbid wine. Captain Umazlala was drinking with Butler Wang while keeping an eye on the situation on the other side. When he heard the sound of the 2 people leaving, he went to the window of the private room and looked up and down. The guy who designed the wine shop knew the psychology of the guests very well. He designed a small window in each private room through which the situation in the hall could be clearly seen, making the guests who paid a high price feel superior. Even if the guests upstairs wanted, they could spit into the dishes of the guests downstairs. Captain Umazlala waited in front of the window for a while and saw 2 men coming down from upstairs. One of them was wearing an emerald green satin robe, tall and thin, with an emerald green ring on his finger. The other was wearing a purple red robe, shorter and very fat, and the satin wrapped around his waist was almost torn when he walked. When the 2 team members saw Captain Umazlala walk to the window, they immediately opened the door. Shopkeeper Wang was a little confused. Could it be that this gentleman was drunk and acting crazy? He approached carefully and lowered his voice. "Sir, the guest rooms are upstairs." All the utensils have been replaced with new ones according to the lady's instructions. Why don't you go and rest first? Come here. Captain Umazlala waved his hand. Shopkeeper Wang hesitated for a while, and when he saw that he didn't look drunk, he walked to the window and looked down. Did you see those two people? Do you know them? Captain Umazlala pointed at the emerald green satin and purple red satin who were about to walk out of the door. Although Guhuai City is richer than Huangtu City, silk clothes are still only affordable for the rich. And the rich people in the city, Shopkeeper Wang, who specializes in building relationships, should know them. As expected, Wang recognized them after only a glance, and said with a smile, everyone in Guhuai City knows those two masters. The fat one is called Yang Yaoshan, the thin one is called Yang Yaodi, and they have a younger brother called Yang Yaoyu. This brother is the son of the divine magician god Guhuatri. As expected, Captain Umazlala sat back in his seat, thought for a while and asked, can you give us a detailed introduction to this brother and the divine god Guhuatri? Wang was shocked, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't bother to pick it up, and asked in a low voice, why, the matter you want to investigate this time is related to the divine god Guhuai? He only knew that Captain Umazlala came to Guhuai City this time to investigate something. As for what it was, Huang Mingsu, the head of the Huang family, did not tell him, but only asked him to cooperate with him. Unexpectedly, this matter was related to a divine magician. Wang was hesitant. He was not disloyal to the Huang family. In fact, he was originally a street kid. The Huang family picked him up from the street, taught him to read and write, and made him a manager of 3 stores. He received a lot of dividends every year. With these dividends, he even married the little maid who used to serve the old lady. It can be said that the Huang family was his savior. He had sacrificed himself several times to help the Huang family fight disasters. However, the god Guhuatri was a divine magician who could kill thousands of people in a breath. Seeing the horrified expression on Shopkeeper Wang's face, Captain Umazlala naturally understood the fear in his heart. He shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, how can I investigate a divine magician? I'm just interested in these two people. You see, they are brothers, but one is as fat as a pig and the other is as thin as a twist. Isn't it ridiculous? Shopkeeper Wang then breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Uncle, you really scared me to death just now. He picked up the wine glass on the ground, wiped it with his clothes, and refilled it with wine. Come on, master, let's have one. After drinking the turbid wine, Shopkeeper Wang finally broke free from the fear just now. He picked up 2 mouthfuls of food and swallowed them into his stomach and smiled. Master, you don't know, they are 3 brothers or triplets. When they were born, the god Guhuaishu was not yet a divine magician, but just a small landowner. However, he had a sister who was as beautiful as a flower. This sister married the head of a divine magician family in the city of Guana. Of course, the head was already in his 70s at the time, and his sister married him just to be a concubine. However, the god Guhuaishu was good at scheming and had a sweet mouth. Relying on this relationship, he became a divine magician during the advent of the Black Tower 20 years ago. After becoming a divine magician, the god Guhuaishu felt uncomfortable staying in a big place like Guana, where there were divine magicians everywhere, so he returned here. The original name of this place was Willow City, famous for its high quality willow wood. Upon learning that the divine magician, the god Guhuaishu, was coming back, the government changed the name of Willow City to Guhuai City overnight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688. On the 2nd floor of the Huang's tavern, Manager Wang, under the influence of alcohol, explained to Captain Umazlala the past of the only divine magician in the ancient Huai City. After the god Guhuatri returned to Guhuai City, he imposed heavy taxes and asked the government to recruit civilians to build a large mansion for him in the center of Guhuai City. It was named the Divine Art Mansion. Anyone passing by the Divine Art Mansion had to dismount and walk to show respect, otherwise it would be considered disrespect for the Divine Art Club. Not long after the mansion was built, the god Guhuatri sent his wife back to her parents' home, and then held a beauty pageant in the city. 10 wives were selected from tens of thousands of women of marriageable age. The most beautiful one among them was named Ju, and she became his first wife. Ju had a bad fate. She was born in poverty. After she finally turned from a sparrow into a phoenix, and lived a good life for a few years, she became pregnant with triplets. The day she gave birth was the day she died. The divine magician that the god Guhuatri invited from Guyana was only there to protect the triplets, and he didn't care about the life or death of a woman. After the triplets were born, they were named Yang Yaoshan, Yang Yaodi, and Yang Yoran. It's strange. After the birth of the triplets, the god ancient Sephoratri has married 20 concubines in succession, but none of them got pregnant. When the triplets grew up, they each had their own strengths. Yang Yaoshan was in charge of the Yang family's business. He is actually a stupid bear, kind-hearted by nature, and not suitable for business at all. If he hadn't been afraid of the god ancient Sephoratri, he would have been eaten alive by those old foxes in the business world. Yang Yaodi is in charge of the god magic mansion. It is said that he is very vicious. Many servants are carried out of the god magic mansion every year. It is said that they are all dead. Some have lost their heads, and some have lost their arms. Fortunately, in order to protect the reputation of the god magician, the god ancient Sephoratri always gives a lot of pensions to the families of the deceased, so it does not arouse public anger. My third brother Yang Yoran suddenly went to the western country 5 years ago. It is said that he built a business in a city called San. Since our Huang family has no business in the western country, we are not familiar with Yang Yoran's situation there. After listening to the introduction of Manager Wang, Captain Mazlala was more certain. It seemed that the servants who were carried out of the divine mansion were not tortured to death by Yang Yaodi, but were accidentally injured by the divine ancient locust tree when it was sick. Yang Yaodi was just taking this bad reputation for his father. The reason was simple. If the news of the continuous killing of the divine ancient locust tree spread to the Divine Magician Club, the Divine Magician Club, which has always been highly vigilant against the out-of-control person, would definitely send someone to investigate. Then the divine ancient locust tree would probably not be able to escape everything. Without the protection of the divine magician, the divine ancient locust tree, the triplets would definitely not be as comfortable as they are now. Otherwise, the out of control of the divine ancient locust tree could not be controlled by human power. The triplets also knew this, so they let the third brother Yang Yaodi go to the western country to open up a new territory for the family. By then, even if the divine ancient locust tree was completely out of control and was killed by the Divine Magician Club, they could escape to the western country and continue to enjoy wealth and glory. Captain Mazlala, who thought he had analyzed everything clearly, looked at the drunken steward Wang and asked, "Do you know what level of divine magician the god Guhuatri is?" Steward Wang stared at Captain Mazlala with eyes that could no longer focus, and asked in a daze, "Divine magicians are already gods, so how can they have levels?" After saying this, he fell asleep on the table with a bang. It seems that the level of divine magicians is a very secretive thing, and ordinary people generally cannot know it. Captain Mazlala shook his head helplessly and took the team back to the guest room upstairs. Perhaps it was their own property. The guest room was fully equipped, and there was also a little girl in gauze. The little girl looked shy, and when she saw Captain Mazlala coming in, she quickly stood aside, not daring to breathe. She was like a flower bud covered with morning dew, and her pitiful appearance made people almost unable to resist pulling out the flower buds and tearing them apart one by one. However, Captain Mazlala saw some sophistication in her occasional glances. "You go." Captain Mazlala knew that this was a gift arranged by Huang Mingsu. Huang Mingsu was a gentle and virtuous woman. Not only was she not like other women in the inner house, staring at her man all day long, she also proposed several times that Captain Mazlala marry more concubines, so that he would be worthy of his identity as a divine magician, although this identity has not been confirmed by the Divine Magician Club. When leaving the Huang family mansion, Huang Mingsu said mysteriously that she had prepared a mysterious gift for Captain Mazlala in Guhuai City. At that time, Captain Mazlala sighed in his heart, knowing that Huang Mingsu was showing her virtue again. Although Captain Mazlala lives in the wild planet of Gay, His appearance and physiological structure are exactly the same as those of the gay people. However, he grew up on the planet of Pajero, and he is just a low-class Pajero who has been educated to be monogamous and live together until old age. And there are great things waiting for him to do. In the face of power and strength, the temptation of beauty seems insignificant. The flower saw that her performance did not attract Captain Umazlala at all, and she looked disappointed. She could only bite her lip and lower her head and leave the room. Captain Umazlala took off his robe, put on a satin pajamas, and came to the window. It was pitch black outside the window, with only a few faint candlelight flickering in the houses of the rich. Captain Umazlala opened the window and let the cold wind come in, to wash away the fire in his heart. The next day, late at night, Captain Umazlala and 2 team members came to the Divine Art Mansion in the center of Guhuai City. They were all wearing night clothes. In the dim moonlight, almost no one could see them. Captain Umazlala wanted to explore the Divine Art Mansion at night, to find out the details of the divine ancient Sephora tree. During the day, he asked manager Wang to inquire about the divine ancient Sephora tree, but he only got the information that this old divine art master had not left the Divine Art Mansion since 5 years ago. It seems that the people in Guhuai City also know very little about the divine ancient Sephora tree. To find out the truth about the death of the young man Moppin, they can only take the risk of exploring the Divine Art Mansion at night. The Divine Art Mansion is different from ordinary houses. It is surrounded by a tall wall made of bluestone. He remembered that god Xiahua once said that bluestone, a material that can shield the fluctuations of divine arts, can avoid being discovered by some divine arts masters with detection capabilities in the Divine Arts Club. Did the divine ancient Sephora tree realize that it would lose control one day when building this mansion? With such doubts, Captain Umazlala motioned 2 team members to stay outside, and he jumped over the more than 10-meter high wall. The team members were just ordinary people, and they had no ability to get involved in this level of battle. It would be better for them to stay outside to keep watch. The mansion of divine arts was obviously more luxurious than ordinary houses. There was a candle lit every few meters in the corridor. You know, the price of a candle was enough for the residents of Huangtu City to live a good life for a month. The roads in the mansion of divine arts were connected in all directions like a maze. In front of each house, there was a wooden sign, which marked the identity of the owner of the house, the 12th Lady Zaokinj, the 21st Lady Humili, and the 52nd Lady Aoyangnana. Since there was no map, Captain Umazlala could only rely on the night vision ability of the sleepless man to start looking for the residence of the god Guhuai tree in the mansion of divine arts. Until he came to a house, looked at the words written on the wooden sign, could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, burst out with swear words. Fuck, this old man, how many wives did he marry? And there were even foreign women. He really thinks he is an inexhaustible cow. On the wooden sign, it was written, Mrs. 301, Lucy. There are so many women living here, no wonder this house is so big. Captain Umazlala shook his head and was about to continue looking, but he heard a sound of footsteps coming from far away in the corridor, and he quickly flew to hide in a big tree next to him. Pulling aside the leaves, in the dim candlelight in the corridor, Captain Umazlala saw 2 maids in satin clothes coming from a distance with a tray. On the tray was a white porcelain bottle. From the faint smell of wine in the air, he knew that the bottle should be filled with fine wine, but there was also a faint smell of strange herbs in the wine. Could it be medicinal wine? Xiao, don't you think the master is ridiculous? He lost face with Madam 58, but he wants to get it back with Madam 106. Doesn't he know that Madam 106 is from a brothel? A tall maid whispered. Xiao, don't say so much. There are beasts in this courtyard. If someone hears and reports to the master, you will be beaten. The maid named Xiao looked around and reminded carefully. You are afraid of this. However, in this mansion, how many people can get out alive? Every once in a while, a lady and the maids in the whole courtyard disappear. Outsiders are talking about it. It's the second young master who did it. You should know the inside story. The maid named Xiao sneered. Even if you and I are careful, we will die if we meet the master who turned into a monster. Rather than living in fear all day long, it is better for me to die as soon as possible so that I can enter the perfect world as soon as possible. Why do you think about these things all day long? We are mates, this is our fate, and we can live one more day," the two maids said, walking away along the corridor. Captain Maslala quickly jumped onto the corridor and followed behind on tiptoe. The two maids walked for more than 10 minutes, passing more than 20 houses, and then turned and walked into a brightly lit house. Captain Maslala jumped down, turned over, and came to the front of the house. He saw a wooden sign that read, "The 106th Lady, Xiaoqiang." At this time, the two maids had pushed open the door and walked into the main room. At the moment the door closed, Captain Maslala felt a cold gaze shooting out from inside. He quickly held his breath and concentrated, and his heartbeat stopped instantly. After scanning around, the gaze seemed not to have found him, and then disappeared as the door closed. Just such an unintentional gaze made Captain Maslala feel as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Cold sweat covered his spine, and his nightgown was soaked. He bit his lip and tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart. After a long time, when a burst of playful sounds came from the mansion, he finally came to his senses. God, ancient Sephora tree, too strong. Captain Maslala had a feeling in his heart that, as long as he was discovered by him, there would be no possibility of survival. But if he didn't control the god ancient Sephora tree, he couldn't know the truth about the death of the young man Moppin, and he couldn't break through the limit of the sleepless and rise to the next level. This was figured out by himself. Each level of divine art has an upper limit. When the black light accumulates to a certain level, the mysterious tree in the body will stop growing. Only by passing the extreme trial task can you break through the limit and rise to the next level, and the mysterious tree will grow the next leaf. The mission of each extreme trial may be different. Maybe it is to find a treasure, or maybe it is to crack a secret. Whenever the extreme trial comes, Captain Maslala will have a vague feeling that he can't explain. The mission of this extreme trial is to find out the truth about the death of the young man Moppin. He leaned on the wooden fence of the house and began to think about how to break the deadlock in front of him. At this moment, there was a sound of the door opening behind him. The two maids just came out of the main room with trays. They walked hurriedly, as if they wanted to leave here quickly. Captain Maslala's heart moved, and he followed them quietly. In this divine mansion, he was not afraid of anyone except the god Guhui. The two maids walked for a long time before slowing down. "Oh, I was scared to death. I really thought that the master was going crazy again. I didn't expect that he was just impatient because the drug was taking effect. What kind of drug is in this wine that can make a person like that? Of course it's a drug that can make men stronger, little girl. I don't know what's so fun about that. The master's body is like that, and he has to take the drug wine every night. Why, are you in love, aren't you? Well, so what? We are trapped here, just like those roses in the garden. We can only wither slowly." The two maids walked farther and farther away, but Captain Maslala did not continue to follow, because he had already thought of a way to deal with the god ancient Sephora tree. Captain Maslala walked around the mansion again, trying to remember the location of each mansion and the surrounding environment, and then found Yang Yaoda's house at the southernmost end of the mansion. Candlelight flickered in the study of the house. He used the power of the sleepless man to approach quietly. Through the window, he saw Yang Yaodi sorting out the deeds and banknotes. A ladylike woman behind him frowned. "My husband, is the master's illness really that serious?" Yang Yaodi put the deeds into the interlayer of the bookcase and said casually, "Don't worry, I'm here, it's okay." "Then why are you sorting out the deeds?" The woman didn't believe him. After making sure that the interlayer was not visible at all, Yang Yaodi turned around and said with a smile, "You also know that my eldest brother comes to the house at the end of every month to check the accounts. How can I not be prepared?" The woman nodded in disbelief. The end of the month. Captain Maslala looked at the waning moon in the sky and smiled. Chapter 689. The ancient locust city, which faces a large river, is always immersed in a layer of hazy mist in the early morning. The residents of the ancient locust city are no strangers to this layer of veil that can block their vision. The residents take 2 steps and pause to avoid bumping into others. The caravans going out will let the waiters lead the horses out of the city and then get on the carriage. As for those old men with poor eyesight, they usually have to wait until the sun is high and the mist disappears before they can appreciate their ancient locust city surrounded by the waiters. The annoying mist did not cause too much trouble to the ancient locust city, but today was different. Two old men dressed as farmers carried their loads and walked cautiously to the morning market. The green vegetables in the loads were just picked from their own vegetable garden. They were so fresh and juicy that they had to sell them early to get a good price. The two were talking about their disappointing children and the widow next door. Suddenly, a hurried sound of horse hooves came from the depths of the mist. Without any hesitation, the two threw their loads on the road and ran to the roadside. Tut, tut, tut. In the mist, a tall horse galloped away dimly. You are a man without an arsehole who gave birth to a son. You ran so fast so early in the morning. Go to reincarnation. An old man spat in the direction where the black shadow disappeared. The ancient Hawaii city is not the same as it used to be. In the past, anyone who dared to run so fast in the early morning would have been arrested by the government. Another old man shook his head. Keep your voice down, or the officials will hear you and sentence you to a serious crime of being weird. HMPH, you have the ability to do it, but you are afraid of what others say. Since the name of Hawaii City was changed, the county magistrate has been unable to stand up straight. Why are you so stubborn, old man? You only know that the horse just now came from the family in the center of the city? If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Who else in Hawaii City has the courage to do this, except for the big locust tree? At this time, Wang, who had no idea that he had let someone else take the blame, was gritting his teeth and crawling on the burly red horse, trying not to look ahead. Anyway, there was only mist in front, and it was not clear at all. His life now was completely entrusted to the red horse named Leomar under his crotch. Fortunately, Leomar had already galloped on this road thousands of times. Although there was only mist in front, it could find the road to Huangta City. When the mist disappeared and the surrounding farmland could be seen clearly, Wang, the chief steward, breathed a sigh of relief and complained about the son-in-law in his heart. For no apparent reason, he insisted on asking me to go back to Huangta City to help him get something. He also said he was afraid of wasting time, so he insisted on leaving in the morning and returning at noon. What is so important? Although he complained, Manager Wang did not dare to neglect him at all. This son-in-law was not like any other son-in-law. His status in the Huang family was second only to the head of the family. Everyone in the Huang family knew that the head of the family was Mr. Huang in name, but in fact, all matters were handled by Miss Huang Mingsu. And Huang Mingsu obeyed the son-in-law's words. Some servants privately discussed that after Mr. Huang died 100 years later, the Huang family might have to change their surname to that strange Yumaz. You see, a good oriental man has his name made like those blondes and blue-eyed people on the other side of the ocean. Manager Wang muttered to himself, riding a red horse and rushing towards Huangtu City. The red horse was very fast, and when he returned to the Huang family mansion, the sun had just risen above the treetops. The servants who were sweeping the floor in front of the gate saw Wang the steward and quickly threw away their brooms. Some came up to lead the horses, and some ran to the inner house to report the news. Steward Wang, you are finally here. The young lady was anxious just now and came out several times. You all know that Hawaii City is a haunted place. You can't walk on the road in the early morning. I risked my life to get back this time. Steward Wang handed the horse rope to the servant and walked inside. The servants quickly pulled the red horse to the stable next to them. When Steward Wang came through several corridors and arrived in front of the Huang family's residence, Huang Mingsu had been waiting for a long time. Young lady, I'm lucky to have fulfilled my mission. Steward Wang knelt down and saluted. Okay, I know you are working hard, but my husband's business is important, so I have to trouble you to make another trip. After this matter is done, I will also hand over the business in the East China Sea to you. Huang Mingsu knew that he was showing off, so she pulled him up and stuffed a wooden box into his hand. The box was not big, only the size of a palm, but it had a 7-hole exquisite lock on it. Seeing the crab-shaped 7-hole exquisite lock, Manager Wang realized that the things in the box must be extremely important. Because the 7-hole exquisite lock does not need a key to open, it has 7 built-in mechanisms, and it can only be unlocked by pressing the mechanisms in a fixed order. It is a valuable treasure in itself. Boxes with 7-hole exquisite locks usually have built-in self-destruct mechanisms. If they are destroyed by external force, the sulfuric acid in the interlayer of the box will penetrate into the box and destroy the things inside. This is what my husband wants. You must give it to him before noon. Huang Mingsu was like a gentle wife in front of Captain Umazlala, but she was a powerful character in front of the servants. She only gave Manager Wang a look, and he gave up the idea of continuing to show off. Don't worry, miss, I will definitely rush back to Guhuai City before noon. After saying that, he stuffed the small box into his clothes, clasped his fists in salute, and then ran out of the mansion quickly. Outside the mansion, the servants had already prepared another horse for him. This brown horse had shiny hair, strong muscles, and sneezed from its nostrils from time to time. It was carefully selected. Manager Wang jumped on the horse and ran towards Guhuai City. At this time, in the guest room on the 3rd floor of the Huang family tavern in Guhuai City, Captain Umazlala and his team were innovating a simple filtering device. More than a dozen clay jars were placed on wooden racks, connected by hollow bamboo tubes, and both ends of the bamboo tubes were covered with thick silk. In this way, the liquid medicine flowing down from the top clay jar will be filtered by the silk covered at both ends when it flows through the bamboo tube into the next layer of clay jars. The suspended matter in the liquid will adhere to the silk, so that the purity of the liquid medicine entering the next layer of clay jars will be higher. Then this slightly higher purity liquid medicine will pass through the bamboo tube again and enter the next layer of clay jars. After being filtered by the silk again, the purity will be improved a little bit. In this way, after more than 10 filtrations, Captain Umazlala will get an acute laxative called Zibubu. If a normal person takes 1 drop of this laxative, he will immediately have diarrhea. If he does not take medicine to neutralize it in time, he may die of dehydration due to the inability to stop diarrhea. After the modification of the filtration equipment was completed, Captain Umazlala took into account that the god Guhuaishu was a divine magician and his physical fitness was probably different from that of ordinary people, so he made 20 drops of Zibubu. Captain, this is a must-have weapon for home travel and killing. Otherwise, let's make more. Maybe we can use it someday. It's better to be prepared. At this time, a team member suggested. Captain Umazlala pondered for a moment. Although he was already an insomniac, there were countless divine magicians who were better than him on this gay star. Okay, we still have a lot of raw materials. Go get 2 small bottles. After filling 2 more small bottles, Captain Umazlala asked the team members to dismantle the simple filtration equipment and throw it into the stove in the backyard kitchen to destroy it. The diarrhea has been cured. Now we just have to wait for Steward Wang to come back. Captain Umazlala put away the 2 small bottles and then cleaned the room. The tavern was full of Huang's spies. Once Huang Mingsu found out about the drug filtration, she might become suspicious. Captain Umazlala knew that, although Huang Mingsu obeyed him in everything, she was very opinionated and thoughtful. If she knew the secret, that he was from outer space, it might cause a big uproar. When he finished cleaning, there was a hurried knock on the door. Captain Umazlala knew that Steward Wang had returned without using his ability. He quickly opened the door. Master, I'm glad to have fulfilled my mission. Steward Wang's robe was already wet with sweat. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeves, looking very tired. Thank you. Captain Umazlala nodded and thanked him, stretching out his hands. Well, this is what you want me to take. Steward Wang looked at Captain Umazlala's hands stretched out in front of him, and then he took out the wooden box from his arms. He handed the box to Captain Umazlala, still chattering. Uncle, you don't know how foggy the Guhuai city was this morning. It was pitch dark. It's only because I, Wang, am brave enough to ride a horse in the city. If it were someone else. He was about to continue, but was interrupted by Captain Umazlala. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Steward Wang. When we return to Huangta City, I will definitely ask for credit for you. Now I have important things to do, and you have worked hard too, so go and rest first. After Captain Umazlala finished speaking, the 2 team members walked out of the door, closed the door, folded their arms, and looked like they didn't want anyone to come near them. Steward Wang had no choice but to leave in a huff. Captain Umazlala heard his footsteps getting farther and farther away, so he put the box on the table and pressed the mechanism of the 7-petal lock in the order that Huang Mingsu had told him before. Pop. The lid was opened by the spring. There was a flower with 3 white petals in the box, blooming brightly. This flower looks like the wildflowers that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, and it doesn't smell at all. If you take it to a herbal medicine store to sell, the store owner will definitely think you are making trouble and ask the clerk to drive you out and then trample the flower under his feet. But if he knew that this blooming flower had been picked for more than 100 years, he would regret it and beat the ground. That's right, this flower is not an ordinary wildflower. It is called the 3-petal fairy orchid, which comes from the 10,000 mountains. It has only one effect, that is, it can eliminate the original smell of all things. Soak it in vinegar, and the vinegar will not be sour. Soak it in fine wine, and the fine wine will become boiled water. Put it in honey, and the honey will not be sweet at all. Of course, it does not change the original properties of all things. Vinegar is still vinegar, wine is still wine, and honey is still honey. This is a kind of herb that seems to be useless but very rare. The price is not cheaper than those herbs that can prolong life. Captain Umazlala knew that Huang Mingsu paid the greedy drug dealer 1,000 taels of gold for just this 3-petal fairy orchid, which was enough for him to live a carefree life. However, compared with the great things that Captain Umazlala wanted to do, this little payment seemed insignificant. Captain Umazlala carefully put the 3-petal fairy orchid into the cup containing diarrhea, then shook it gently a few times, and put the cup on the table. It takes 5 hours for the 3-petal fairy orchid to completely change the taste of diarrhea. Taking advantage of this time, Captain Umazlala began to pack things he would need at night. In addition to the laser gun he often carried with him, he also stuffed 2 grenades into his clothes. Of course, once this kind of thing was used, it would likely expose his identity. He would not use it unless it was an emergency. Then, Captain Umazlala asked the 2 team members to go back to the room and have a good rest. Although these 2 team members were just ordinary people, it would be a great help if they brought laser guns and bombs. He had to be fully prepared to deal with the god Guhuatri, who could make him sweat with just a glance. When evening came, when darkness completely enveloped Guhuai City, Captain Umazlala and the 2 team members were all wearing black night clothes, and they avoided the watchman along the street corner and came to the outside of the god's mansion. He did not take action immediately, but ambushed on a big tree not far from the gate with the 2 team members. Soon, a carriage pulled by 2 horses, escorted by more than 10 servants, came towards the mansion from a distance. The servants at the gate of the mansion hurriedly came up to him. "Master, you are back. It can't be me. Open the door quickly." The curtain on the carriage was pulled open, revealing a fat face. This guy is the eldest son of the god Guhuatri, Yang Yaoshan. When Captain Umazlala visited the mansion of the god of magic last night, he heard Yang Yaodi say outside the window that at the end of every month, the eldest brother Yang Yaoshan would come to the mansion to check the accounts. Tonight, Captain Umazlala will wipe them out. Cutting the grass without removing the roots will eventually bring disaster. Once the god Guhuatri dies, the god magician club will definitely send someone to investigate. According to the operation of the Yang brothers in Guhuai City for so many years, even if they are careful, there may be clues left. The best way is to let their family reunite in the perfect world. In this way, without the victim, the investigators sent by the Divine Magic Club might just do a perfunctory job. As for Yang Yaoshan, who was far away in the western country, if he had a little bit of brains, he would not risk his life to return to the ancient Sephora city. Of course, these people are not innocent. For their own glory and wealth, they covered up the out of control of the divine Sephora tree, which led to the death of hundreds of people. They should be punished accordingly. Watching the carriage that Yang Yaoshan took into the Divine Magic Mansion, Captain Umazlala patted the shoulders of the 2 team members and said, "Guard this place well, and don't let the people inside run out." He looked up at the pale moon in the sky and added, "If I die in there, you 2 must return to Huangta City before the news is transmitted back to the Huang family mansion." In the cabinet on the second floor of my training tower, there is a package with 5,000 teals of gold, which is enough for the brothers to live comfortably for a lifetime. Take the package, find a small city, and live out the rest of your life like this. Remember, you must do it before Huang Ming's who knows about my death. The two team members nodded heavily. Chapter 690. In the pale moonlight, Captain Umazlala leaped over the wall and landed on the ground without making any sound. He hid beside the rockery like last time and waited quietly. After returning last time, Captain Umazlala drew a map of the God's Mansion by memory. The God's Mansion is not a rectangular house as it looks from the outside, but a circular mansion. Because the mansion is very large, the arc of the circular wall is very small, so the nearby residents will have that illusion when passing by. The center of the mansion is a 3-story building, which is also the residence of the god ancient Sephora tree. However, this old guy only stays in the residence during the day. When night falls, he will sneak into the house of a lady after dinner. The ladies' houses are distributed all around, surrounding the residence of the ancient locust tree in the middle like stars surrounding the moon. In the north of the mansion is the daily office of the god's mansion, which is also the residence of Yang Yaodi. He is responsible for managing hundreds of stepmothers and more than 2,000 maids and servants in the mansion. The corridor next to the rockery is a final destination for each house. Servants and maids passed by in the corridor from time to time, but Captain Umazlala hid in the rockery and did not move. It was not until midnight that the two maids he had been waiting for came along the corridor from a distance with plates. The wine bottle on the plate still exuded a strange smell of medicine. Listening to the footsteps, Captain Umazlala could analyze that these two maids were not Xiaolan and Xiaodi from last time. However, it didn't matter as long as the wine pot was correct. Captain Umazlala heard that the footsteps were not far away from him and leaned out to look, and there was no one else around. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the grass not far away. The two maids heard a sound coming from the bushes not far away, and they stopped and looked into the bushes. Captain Umazlala flew past them and poured the diarrhea into the wine jug in a flash. He made no sound, and the two maids were distracted by the bushes, so they were not discovered. The two maids saw that there was no more movement in the bushes and muttered, "Really? It's almost winter, and the wild cats in the house are still restless." "Yes, just like that old thing." The two maids muttered and walked away. Captain Umazlala followed quietly behind them. He knew that the two maids were delivering medicine to the god ancient Sephora japonica tree, and he could find the god ancient Sephora japonica tree by following them. The two maids walked for a long time and finally turned into a house. Captain Umazlala sneaked in front of the house and frowned. There was no nameplate on the wooden fence of the house. Isn't this the residence of one of the wives of the god Guhui tree? But he immediately rejected this idea. The medicinal wine sent in by the maids explained everything. After returning to the Huang's tavern last time, Captain Umazlala asked manager Wang to invite a drugstore owner. From the drugstore owner, he confirmed that the medicinal wine in the bottle would make the male gay people show their masculinity after taking it. Since you want to show your masculinity, you must have an opponent. This opponent can only be a female gay. Of course, in some alien civilizations, there may be creatures with habits that are different from ordinary people, but on Gay Star, there is no such disgusting phenomenon. Once a gay shows a little bit of that habit, even if he is a divine magician, he will be filled into the ancient well. Captain Umazlala waited quietly until the two maids pushed open the door and left, and he began to count the time. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The diarrhea should be effective. Captain Umazlala jumped into the small house, poked a hole in the window paper with his finger, and looked inside. There were more than 20 candles lit on a long table in the room. The bright candlelight illuminated the whole house, as if it were daytime. A white-haired old man was standing in front of a round bed with his upper body naked, holding a whip in his hand. On the round bed, a young girl in emerald clothes was standing with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him with horror. Don't be shameless. In this ancient locust tree city, which girl dares to refuse me? Master, don't. Master, I just came of age. It's just right to be an adult, so it's easy to give birth. When I accept you as my hundreds of wives, you will help me give birth to a big fat boy, and I will have endless wealth and glory in this life. Woo woo woo. Master, let me go. Let you go? You have been sold to me by your father for 10 taels of silver. If you want me to let you go, you can return the silver to me first. 10 taels of silver. I don't have it. But I will pay you back in my next life. Why don't you be my cow and horse today? Captain Umazlala understood what was going on after just listening to a few words. This poor little girl was obviously snatched back by the god, the ancient locust tree, and she hasn't consummated the marriage yet. No wonder there is no serial number at the door of this house. Hearing the miserable screams coming from inside, Captain Umazlala frowned. Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? Is my formula wrong? Impossible. This formula was obtained from a primitive tribe on a primitive planet during the interstellar exploration. According to the chief who never lies, even if an elephant accidentally takes diarrhea medicine, it will be unable to walk. When Captain Umazlala was doubting the effect of diarrhea medicine, an old cry came from the house. Oh no, my stomach hurts. Captain Umazlala quickly leaned on the window and looked inside. I saw the god Guhue holding his stomach, with a painful face, running to the toilet behind. Then there was a thunderous roar. Even outside the window, Captain Umazlala could smell the unique stench of excrement. He took out the mask he had prepared earlier, and put it on his face, then turned over, and entered the room. The little girl who was secretly worried, saw Captain Umazlala with a terrified look. She was about to scream, but was knocked unconscious by Captain Umazlala with a finger. Be good, don't catch a cold. Captain Umazlala covered the little girl with a blanket, and then went into the backyard. The backyard was full of exotic flowers and plants, and there was a house-sized toilet in the corner. The roar came from the toilet. He raised the laser in his hand without any hesitation, and fired wildly at the toilet. Under the attack of countless red lasers, the toilet, which was originally made of wood, was immediately riddled with holes. The sieve-like toilet only lasted for a moment before it collapsed. Got it. Captain Umazlala saw that there was no movement in the ruins with black smoke, and couldn't help clenching his fists. It seems that, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you are afraid of diarrhea. Humph. The first divine magician opponent in my life was killed by me just like that. Cool. However, Captain Umazlala did not relax his vigilance and still aimed the laser gun at the ruins and slowly approached. Just when he was only 2 steps away from the ruins, a broken wooden board swiped and flew towards him rapidly. Damn, a hidden weapon. Captain Umazlala quickly turned sideways, and the wooden board brushed his forehead, barely flew past, and directly sank into the wall behind him. Looking at the wooden board on the wall that kept shaking, Captain Umazlala exclaimed in his heart, what a force. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of countless heavy objects breaking through the air behind him, and his face changed drastically. He didn't bother to look back, and jumped to the top of the wall. Dang dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. Countless wooden blocks flew out of the ruins of the hut, and penetrated directly into the wall. Captain Umazlala was frightened, and broke into a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have been shot into a sieve. While wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked intently into the ruins. God Guhuarishu held his stomach with his right hand, and was slowly climbing out of a pool of filth. There were dozens of small holes on his body that were emitting black smoke, but it did not affect his movements. God Guhuarishu walked out of the ruins, looked around, and soon found Captain Umazlala on the wall. Good boy, you are quite skilled. Tell me, why did you attack me? This guy has a strong vitality. If an ordinary person is shot once, he will fall to the ground immediately. This guy was shot dozens of times, but he was fine. Captain Umazlala's heart sank. It seems that he still underestimated the power of the divine magician. Fortunately, he had taken the diarrhea medicine by mistake. This medicine has a characteristic that the effect will become stronger and stronger over time until the user dies of dehydration. It seems that I should continue to delay time. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala mustered up his courage and jumped down from the top of the wall, landing on the ground 10 steps away from the god ancient Sephora tree. Revenge. He held a laser gun and was secretly on guard. Revenge? I haven't left this mansion for 5 years. Where did the enemy come from? God ancient Sephora tree frowned and looked up and down at the attacker in black night clothes in front of him. He vaguely smelled a hint of the unique smell of the divine magician from the attacker. If it was an ordinary attacker, God Ancient Sephora Tree would definitely kill the attacker without hesitation and put an end to it. However, this time the attacker was a divine magician. And there is often a large family of divine magicians behind the divine magician. If the real reason is not understood, even if the attacker is killed, there will be endless troubles. Therefore, God Ancient Sephora Tree would talk nonsense with Captain Umazlara. Captain Umazlara was also happy to see that God Ancient Sephora Tree did not continue to attack, which was in line with his idea of delaying time. Do you still remember the millstone? Captain Umazlara asked. The millstone farm tool? I'm sorry, I have seen the millstone, but I have never used it. God Ancient Sephora Tree coughed twice, with a look of regret. The more than 10 small holes on his body have begun to heal slowly. Captain Umazlara can see with his naked eyes that fresh blood and flesh are pouring out little by little, filling the small holes. Between breaths, brown scabs have condensed on them. This guy's recovery ability is too strong. Now we can only delay time as much as possible, hoping that the diarrhea will have a greater effect. The millstone is not a farm tool, he is a person, from Huanta City, and a servant of Wang's Carriage and Horse Inn. Captain Umazlara said slowly. I don't remember the millstone in Wang's Carriage and Horse Inn. God Guhuarishu frowned, and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember when he had been to the Carriage and Horse Inn, let alone met a young man. As a divine magician, he is the only king in this town named after him. There is no need to go to the Carriage and Horse Inn at all, and as for the young man in the Carriage and Horse Inn, he is not qualified to meet him at all. Seeing that God Guhuarishu's expression did not seem to be fake, Captain Umazlara also frowned. Could it be that he was wrong and someone else killed the millstone? However, he immediately thought of what Brother Yang Yaoshan said on the second floor of the Huang's wine shop, and immediately understood that God Guhuarishu was probably out of control when he committed the crime and did not remember what he had done at all. In this case, it seems that the God Ancient Sephora Tree did not realize that he would occasionally lose control. Captain Umazlara's eyes turned, and he thought of a good idea. He put his hands behind his back and sneered in the bright moonlight. Of course you don't remember, because you were out of control at that time. Sure enough, the face of the God Ancient Sephora Tree changed drastically after hearing this, and extreme fear appeared on his face that was originally calm. His voice trembled, and he took 2 steps back. I lost control. Immediately, he looked at Captain Umazlara in fear. You were sent by the Divine Magician Club? As a divine magician, Captain Umazlara knew that the most feared thing for divine magicians was losing control. Because the only outcome for those who lost control was to be hunted down and killed by the Divine Magician Club. Yes, I'm the special investigator sent by the Divine Magician Club. You'd better surrender and come back to Guana with me. Only in this way can you have a glimmer of hope. Seeing that God Guhui was so afraid of the Divine Magician Club, Captain Umazlara simply pretended to be an investigator. A glimmer of hope. God Guhui looked at Captain Umazlara with a little disbelief. Since ancient times, the Divine Magician Club has only one strategy for out-of-control divine magicians, and that is to kill, kill, kill. Even 100 years ago, the level 6 divine magician who was like a demigod suddenly lost control and relied on the power that burst out after losing control to kill his way out of the siege and disappeared in the vast sea. Because he can control water, he is almost invincible on the sea. He has successively slaughtered several pursuit teams and killed more than 20 high-level divine magicians. Even at such a heavy price, the Divine Magician Club still did not let him go. They sacrificed a divine magician with the ability of prophecy, determined the island where the out-of-control divine magician was hiding, and then sent out a hunting team led by a 9th level divine magician. The hunting team soon arrived at the island. The out-of-control divine magician used his ability to conjure up countless fierce beasts made of water on the sea surface, and the fierce beasts roared and rushed towards the hunting team. At this time, the 9th level divine magician who led the team risked falling 1 level and exerted the power that belonged only to the gods, stopping the passage of time within a radius of dozens of miles. Only then did the other divine magicians take the opportunity to rush forward and kill the out-of-control 6th level divine magician. This shows the attitude of the Divine Magician Club towards the out-of-control Divine Magician. How could they let me go? God Guhuaishu was not a fool and immediately realized that there was a trick. Chapter 691. You are not sent by the Divine Magician Club. God Ancient Sephora Tree sensed a flaw in Captain Umazlera's words and clenched his right fist tightly. Tell me, why did you attack me? Seeing that his identity was exposed, Captain Umazlera smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was still careless. Although the intelligent creatures of the primitive planet were limited by the low level of technology and did not make much progress in technological development, they were even better than the Pajero civilization in playing tricks. This god ancient Sephora Tree was able to see through his identity just through his words. It was not simple. Since things had come to this, Captain Umazlera simply stopped hiding his identity. I'm indeed not sent by the Divine Magician Club. He suddenly raised the laser gun and pulled the trigger at God Ancient Sephora Tree. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Although God Ancient Sephora Tree was shot more than 10 times just now, he was fine. But what if he was shot 20 or 30 times? At this time, he knew that he was on the battlefield. In the Pajero civilization, every adult Pajero has learned the battlefield code. The first point of the first chapter of the code is, when you are on the battlefield, please put aside all moral concepts and attack the enemy in any way you can think of. Honor belongs only to the victor. God Guhuaishu obviously didn't expect that the guy in front of him would suddenly attack again while talking. Fuck, do you still have martial ethics? Oh. He was caught off guard and was hit by 2 consecutive shots. The pain caused by the red laser burning his flesh made him grin. However, he didn't have time to continue scolding because the guy who didn't have martial ethics was obviously using a very magical weapon. It is not like the bows and crossbows commonly used on Gaystar, which need to be filled with arrows before continuing to fire. It can continuously shoot red beams, and the power of this beam is much greater than that of ordinary arrows. Can't dodge like this anymore. After dodging 2 red beams, God Guhuaishu saw dozens of beams coming at him, knowing that if he continued like this, he would be shot into a sieve sooner or later. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Divine magic. He took a deep breath, pointed his fingers at the sky, and shouted, Ancient Sephora Tree. His body gradually grew larger, and his clothes suddenly broke apart. His legs turned into tree roots and sank into the ground. His arms turned into branches and green leaves grew from them. His body turned into a trunk. The god ancient Sephora Tree turned into a towering tree in the stunned eyes of Captain Umazlera. In the tree hole above this tree, the head of the god ancient Sephora Tree was embedded. The towering tree grew at an unimaginable speed. 10 meters, 20 meters. In a breath, it grew into a super large locust tree that was 50 meters high, with branches and leaves covering the entire ancient Sephora city. The big locust tree covered the moon and the stars, and plunged the entire ancient Sephora city into pure darkness. My goodness, this is even more powerful than our Pajero's biotechnology. Captain Umazlera looked up at the drooping branches of the big locust tree, and couldn't help but gasp. Now you know my true strength, right? In the air, the cold laughter of the god ancient Sephora Tree came. The sound sounded like the friction of branches, which made people shudder. To tell you the truth, I'm now a 3rd level divine magician. A 3rd level divine magician is 2 levels higher than himself. No wonder he is so powerful. Captain Umazlera's heart sank. Fighting monsters above his level means greater danger. Otherwise, let's run away. As a Pajero, Captain Umazlera never thinks running away is a shame. He took 2 steps back and was about to leave. Whoosh, a sharp weapon broke through the air from the air, and Captain Umazlera subconsciously dodged to the side. 2 locust branches as thick as arms hit the ground, and with a bang, a half-meter deep pit was left on the ground. You want to escape? Have you asked me? In the sky, 2 more arm-thick locust branches pounced like 2 giant pythons, hiding in the corner of Captain Umazlera. Damn it. If he was hit by this thing, he would die on the spot. Divine magic, sleepless. Captain Umazlera wanted to point his fingers to the sky like the god, the ancient locust tree, and make a handsome pose. But seeing the giant python about to attack, he could only mutter in a low voice. With the blessing of the sleepless characteristics, his reaction speed, strength, and vision were multiplied. Swish, a figure flashed out and dodged the attack of the two giant pythons. Bang, the blue stone wall behind him was not so lucky and was immediately knocked down by the locust branches. Hey, a person with physical abilities. It's rare. The surprised voice of God Guhuatri came from the sky. I see that your speed and strength are blessed by divine arts. Do you have two divine arts? In the cognition of God Guhuatri, each divine art has only one function. For example, the lightning art can only release lightning, and the tornado art can only release tornadoes. The rat-like attacker under his feet is not only much faster than ordinary people, but also as strong as a strongman. This shows that he must have two divine arts. TSK. It's really not easy to complete the small world tasks in the Black Tower in succession. With time, you will definitely become a leader among divine magicians. But unfortunately, you met me. Let's stop here. Release. Hearing the terrifying roar from the sky, Captain Umazlala immediately realized that something was wrong. His muscles were tense, ready to meet the upcoming big move. Sure enough, in the dark night sky, countless spikes attacked him overwhelmingly. Sephora thorns. Captain Umazlala had to admire the creativity of the god ancient Sephora tree. He actually used the sharp thorns on his body as a hidden weapon. There were so many thorns on the Sephora tree that they completely covered the entire backyard. Unless Captain Umazlala had the ability to teleport, he would never be able to avoid it. The god ancient Sephora tree, who had transformed into a big Sephora tree, sneered, "Boy, you're dead this time." But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. On the ground, the kid who was about to be pierced into a hedgehog by his extremely sharp Sephora tree thorns disappeared. Not only did the person disappear, but even the kid's breath disappeared from this world, as if there had never been such a person in this world. The expression of the god ancient Sephora tree froze for an inexplicable moment. The next second, he looked at himself who had transformed into an ancient Sephora tree in confusion, and frowned at the collapsed house on the ground. He scratched his head with a branch and thought for a long time, and finally said to himself, "I just lost control again." In the house, the little girl covered her head, woke up, staggered to the dressing table, and picked up a pair of scissors. On the third floor of the Huang's tavern, Captain Umazlala, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the dark roof, and grinned. "Haha, the supreme goddess of the night, you still can't bear to let your only believer die in this world." Although he said this, Captain Umazlala kept reflecting on his recklessness in his heart. Why do you think that a bottle of diarrhea can knock down a divine magician? Do you think that becoming an insomniac will give you the qualifications to challenge a divine magician? Recalling the not so exciting battle just now, Captain Umazlala found that he had no hope of winning at all. As an insomniac, he did not have the ability to attack actively. The attack method of the god Guhui, who turned into a big locust tree, seemed clumsy, but it was quite practical. Especially the overwhelming locust tree thorns at the end. There was no chance to dodge. Fortunately, Captain Umazlala had a powerful boss, and this boss only had a little brother like him. When his life was in danger, Captain Umazlala prayed to the goddess of night with the idea of trying, hoping to get her help. Captain Umazlala saw a black screen in front of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the room of the Huang family tavern. After reflecting on his rash actions, Captain Umazlala thought that he still had two team members guarding outside the magic mansion, so he quickly opened the door and prepared to notify the team members to retreat. Just walked out of the door. "Captain, you go out so late, do you need us to follow you?" The two team members were actually guarding the door. When they saw Captain Umazlala coming out, they hurriedly asked. This scene completely confused Captain Umazlala. Aren't you guarding outside the magic mansion?" Captain Umazlala asked in a daze. "The mansion of divine arts?" The team member scratched his head, looking stunned. "Captain, didn't you tell us that we need to wait for the butler of Tomorrow King to bring back the herb that can hide the smell from the Huang family before we can act?" Is that so? I may have remembered it wrong." Captain Umazlala was stunned for a moment, then turned around and returned to the room. The two team members looked at each other in confusion and stood on both sides of the door again. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Captain Umazlala's face suddenly turned pale, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his whole body trembled. He held the wall and barely walked to a chair, and collapsed on it. After a long time, he squeezed out a voice that only he could hear. Is this the true power of the Crusoe creature? The next day, to the surprise of the team members, Captain Umazlala suddenly fell ill. He hid in the room, and ordered no one to enter the room. This seemed incredible to the team members, because as interstellar explorers, their genes had been optimized and edited, and they would produce a strange antibody in their bodies at all times, and would never be infected by any bacteria or virus. But the captain said he was sick, so he was sick. The team members just whispered a few words, and stood outside the door honestly. Near noon, Steward Wang hurried upstairs. He was dusty, and rushed to the room. I'm sorry, the master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. The team members remembered Captain Umazlala's order, and reached out to stop him. No, I have something your master needs here. Your master specifically ordered me to hand it over to him before noon. You should know this. Steward Wang patted the box hidden under his clothes and hurriedly explained to them. The team members hesitated. Of course they knew that the box contained the herbs the captain needed. The team members looked at each other, and one of them knocked on the door. Master, Steward Wang is back with something, ready to see you. After a long time, a weak voice came from the room. Ahem, let him take the thing back to Huangta City and hand it to the lady in person. Hearing Captain Umazlala's words, Steward Wang's legs almost softened. He was just a steward, not a postman. A trip to Huangta City had already cost him half a day's life, and he had to run again. This was not to give his life on horseback. However, Steward Wang knew that the thing in his arms must be of great importance, so he could only grit his teeth and say, don't worry, I, Old Wang, will complete the task smoothly and hand the thing to the lady in person. In the room, Captain Umazlala was indeed sick. He lay on the bed with a pale face, staring at the ceiling with his eyes blankly. The power of the goddess of night has exceeded his imagination. Even the most powerful civilization in the universe has no power to fight against the goddess of night. And there are many Crusoe creatures like the goddess of night in zero-dimensional space. Once the zero-dimensional space and this universe completely overlap, those Crusoe creatures will wake up from their slumber, and the fate of intelligent creatures can only be extinction. This is like a babbling child standing in front of a fully armed, fully powered robot, with no chance of resistance at all. His illness lasted for half a month, until Huang Mingsu arrived at Guhuai City, and he got up from the bed. As soon as Huang Mingsu entered the room, she dismissed her followers and showed concern. Husband, are you dealing with a divine magician? The things Captain Umazlala needed made Huang Mingsu realize that Captain Umazlala must be dealing with an extremely difficult opponent. Otherwise, with Captain Umazlala's ability as a divine magician, he would not use such a despicable method as poisoning. Yes, what I need to deal with is the god Guhuai tree. Facing Huang Mingsu, the virtuous wife, Captain Umazlala was unwilling to lie. Why? Huang Mingsu looked stunned. In her impression, Captain Umazlala had never been to Guhuai City, and had no contact with the god Guhuai tree. There was absolutely no possibility of a grudge between the two. He may be related to my cultivation. Captain Umazlala sighed, and then told Huang Mingsu everything about the millstone and his inexplicable feeling. Of course, in order to avoid Huang Mingsu's worry, he concealed the fact that he had fought with the god Guhuai tree once and almost died. After hearing the whole story, Huang Mingsu frowned. She did not think that Captain Umazlala's reason was nonsense. After all, Captain Umazlala was the first divine magician who had really faced the old ones. His divine magic was not as simple as that of other divine magicians. If it is said that an opportunity is needed to break the upgrade barrier, it makes sense. However, the god Guhuai tree is a third-level divine magician. Chapter 692. In the Huang family tavern in Guhuai City, Captain Umazlala and his wife Huang Mingsu looked at each other. Huang Mingsu looked at her husband. Have you really decided? Captain Umazlala looked at his wife. I have decided. Huang Mingsu, okay. I will do everything I can to help you. Captain Umazlala, how to help? Huang Mingsu, help someone. Captain Umazlala, who to ask? Huang Mingsu, only divine magicians can deal with divine magicians, and only divine magicians above level 3 can deal with level 3 divine magicians. Captain Umazlala, are there any divine magicians willing to help? Aren't they afraid of angering the divine magician club? Huang Mingsu, as long as the price is high, there will always be someone willing to help. Captain Umazlala, thank you. Huang Mingsu smiled brightly. For this sentence, she was willing to pay any price. At this time, there was a crisp knock on the door. Captain Umazlala was shocked, and he stood up with a turn. His sleepless skill was activated instantly. At the same time, his hand was inserted into his robe, holding the laser gun. The team members were guarding the door. When they knocked on the door, they would knock twice. A strange guest came to the door, but the team members did not notice it, or he had been subdued, and he did not even notice it. As a sleepless person, although he had no attack skills, his perception of the surrounding environment was far superior to that of the divine magicians of the same level. The strange guest was a high-level divine magician. Huang Mingsu slowly stood up and waved his hand. Don't be afraid, this is the person I invited. Captain Umazlala breathed a sigh of relief, but he immediately thought of a question. Why did Huang Mingsu invite someone in advance? Did she know that he was going to assassinate the god Guhuanishu? However, his expression did not change, and he stretched out his hand and gently opened the door. As the door slowly opened, a dark shadow flowed in. This shadow was like a small river, flowing into the room from outside, spreading along the ground, walls, and roof, and instantly filling the entire room. Finally, when the window was completely covered by the shadow, Captain Umazlala fell into darkness. He tried to use the night vision ability of the sleepless, but found that there was still only darkness in front of him. Just as he was panicking, a warm little hand tightly grasped his arm, and Huang Mingsu's gentle voice rang in his ears. Don't be afraid, this is the divine magician I hired. Ha 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 ha, I haven't seen you for 2 years, Zhao Huang, you have become someone else's wife. In the darkness, the voice of a middle-aged man came from all directions. This kid looks average, just a little handsome. Hearing that he was evaluated like this in front of his wife, Captain Umazlala couldn't help but feel a ball of anger in his heart, and scolded, Sir, it is a bad habit to judge others at will. TSK, this kid is quite courageous. Is he also a divine magician? The middle-aged man in the darkness was a little surprised. This is not something you should care about, God Shadow. Huang Mingsu tightly grasped Captain Umazlala's hand, signaling him not to be angry, and raised his head and said, over the years, you shadows have owed me more than 1,200 points. If I convert these points into gold, I'm afraid you will still not be able to repay them, even if you lose everything. Haha, how can the friendship between divine magicians be measured with gold? Zhao Huang, you also know that the organization has lost several good hands recently, and I'm almost paying my pants to those families. When the middle-aged man heard that Huang Mingsu was going to collect debts, his tone softened immediately, and he was no longer as arrogant as when he first entered the door. Since you are so poor, I can't get the money back. It just so happens that I have a task to issue now. 500 points. To subdue a 3rd level divine magician. Do you accept it? Huang Mingsu smiled. Subdue a 3rd level divine magician? Can't you kill him? The middle-aged man was puzzled. Captain Umazlala hurriedly said, no. He needed to personally learn the truth about the death of the millstone from the god ancient Sephora tree before he could break through the restrictions. It's as difficult to subdue a 3rd level divine magician as it is to assassinate a 4th level divine magician. 500 points are too few. I need more. The middle-aged man bargained. Haha, just 500 points. If you don't take me, I'll go find someone else. You know, Dagger has invited me several times. Huang Mingsu is obviously a master of negotiation and refused to give in. 500 is 500, but you are not allowed to mention exchanging points for gold in 10 years. What's the name of the target? The middle-aged man chose to retreat in the face of the imposing Huang Mingsu. Huang Mingsu said in a cold voice, the god ancient Sephora japonica tree is in this city. You can act tonight. I don't want to wait. Okay, turn this big locust tree into firewood tonight. As the middle-aged man's voice became smaller and smaller, the darkness gradually faded, and the sunlight coming in from the window made Captain Umazlala breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and came to open the door. Outside the door, 2 team members stood on either side. When they saw the captain, they looked a little puzzled. "Master, are you going out now?" "Just now. You have been here all the time." Captain Umazlala frowned. "Yes, the 2 of us have been standing here since this morning, and we can only change shifts in the afternoon." The 2 team members didn't understand what Captain Umazlala meant, and their expressions were a little dull. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Nothing. You continue to guard here, and don't let anyone in." Captain Umazlala knew that he couldn't get anything out of the team members, so he could only close the door in dismay. He walked in front of Huang Mingsu, stared at her beautiful eyes, trying to see the secret hidden deep in her heart. This seemingly weak wife was like an unknown mystery. Husband, the man just now was called God Shadow. He is the leader of the Shadow organization. Huang Mingsu was a little flustered by his stare, picked up the teacup on the table, and sipped the tea. The Shadow Organization is an underground organization with more than 10 divine magicians who specialize in solving problems for the rich. Captain Umazlala nodded thoughtfully. There is an old saying in the Pajero civilization, in a civilization, the first professions to appear are killer and Changji. The reason is that compared with other professions, these 2 professions only require the most basic animal instincts. It is very easy to have sex with, or kill someone who doesn't speak the same language. Sometimes all you need is a glance, but if you want to sell goods to others, you must establish a complete communication system. Divine Magician, since you are already the ruler of Gaystar, you can levy taxes at will, and exploit civilians at will. Why are you still short of money? Captain Umazlala thought of another question. He was a little bit unconvinced by Huang Mingsu's words now. Captain Umazlala immediately thought of an incredible answer. Are they all like you, unable to become registered divine magicians, or even reveal their identities to the public, because they did not obtain divine magic through the Black Tower? On Gaystar, only divine magicians registered with the Divine Magician Club enjoy privileges. Divine magicians with unknown origins like Captain Umazlala and Huang Mingsu are not only unable to register, but may also face the danger of being hunted down. Huang Mingsu smiled bitterly and said, "No one in the world is as lucky as us." Of course, there are some divine magicians at the top of the Divine Magician Club who, because their offspring are not capable, use their power to violate regulations and use the method of eating seeds to allow their offspring to obtain divine arts. But these senior executives can take out the seeds of divine arts from a 3rd level divine magician alive. Can't they handle a small registration document? The reason why these divine magicians work for money is very simple. Their daily expenses are far more than you can imagine. And the income that can be obtained from the fiefdom is not as much as people imagine. Like God Shadow, he is a 4th level divine magician and owns 4 towns. These towns can contribute about 50,000 taels of gold to him every year. This money is enough for a civilian to live a good life for hundreds of thousands of years. However, God Shadow believes in having many children and more blessings. He has 126 wives and 2,123 offspring. For this reason, he had to build more than 500 manors. The construction cost and annual expenses of these manors are an astronomical figure. Good man, with so many children, it would be strange if he was not poor. Captain Umazlala complained. Huang Mingsu continued, moreover, the exploitation of the fiefdom is not unlimited. Although the civilians are usually like docile little lambs, working diligently and dedicating their fur to the divine magicians, when they can't even survive, they will rise up like angry wolves. Once a riot occurs, the Divine Magician Club will send people to suppress the riot, and will also severely reprimand the divine magician who rules the fiefdom, and may even take back the fiefdom. So, some divine magicians will help the rich solve their problems in exchange for money under economic pressure. Of course, this is an illegal business that needs to avoid the supervision of the Divine Magician Club. So the Shadow Organization was born. God Shadow has the ability to transform into a shadow. The area covered by his incarnation will fall into pure darkness and be isolated from all information from the outside world. Even the divine magicians who are proficient in peeping cannot spy on it. So, the shadow organization organized by God Shadow can become the leader in this industry. Captain Umazlala understood it completely. It seemed that even a noble person like a diviner could not escape the charm of money. Then how did you join the shadow organization? Captain Umazlala asked again. What are points, and why does the shadow organization owe you so many points? Huang Mingsu also knew everything about Captain Umazlala. By chance, my curse ability was discovered by God Shadow. Fortunately, he did not report me to the Divine Magician Club, nor did he take the opportunity to threaten me, but invited me to join the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Organization is not a killer organization. It basically accepts any task, as long as the price is right. Usually these tasks are not aimed at divine magicians. After all, rich people who can become mortal enemies with divine magicians often have no chance to live to hire the shadow organization. Most tasks are aimed at ordinary people, so what kind of divine magic in the world is more convenient and leaves no trace than my curse magic? So I became the member of the shadow organization who performed the most tasks. Points are the rewards given by the shadow organization to members who perform tasks. Generally speaking, I can get 10 points for killing an ordinary person, and 100 points for killing a first level divine magician. This conversation with Huang Mingsu completely solved the doubts in Captain Umazlala's heart. He felt that he had wronged his wife, so he immediately made compensation. After the compensation, Captain Umazlala's depression for many days was released, and he was much more energetic. He began to prepare for the action at night. Although there was a 4th level divine magician, God Shadow, to carry out the mission, he also had to make full preparations. As night fell, the lights in the divine magic mansion lit up one after another. God Guhuoshu, who was sitting in the mansion, always felt a little strange recently. He had diarrhea these days, even though he never got sick. And just 2 days ago, the new product he had worked so hard to get inexplicably hanged herself. I didn't touch her at all. Feeling inexplicably irritated, God Guhuoshu threw the chopsticks on the plate, pointed to the table full of delicacies and said, "Give these to the new ladies who came in." Yes. The old butler standing aside made a look, and several maids quickly cleared the table. Seeing that there was no leftover food on the ground, the old housekeeper asked someone to make tea, and personally brought it to Shen Guhuoshu. He smiled flatteringly. "Master, which lady will you rest with tonight?" Shen Guhuoshu took the tea, and couldn't help frowning. This precious tea from the Shuan Mountains didn't taste good at all. Forget it, just make do. Shen Guhuoshu drank a cup of warm tea and burped beautifully. Then he began to think about the old housekeeper's question. He thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a name. Those hundreds of charming faces appeared in front of him, but he couldn't name them. It's really strange. What happened today? Shen Guhuoshu rubbed his temples with both hands. "Master, how about we do the same as the last few times and grab the cards?" Seeing the master's confused expression, the old housekeeper immediately smiled and suggested, "This way, we can also give those rivers that have been dry for a long time a chance to be moistened by rain." That's it. God Ancient Sephora Tree always had a vague feeling of foreboding, and naturally he was not very interested. "Okay, I'll go and serve the dishes." The old housekeeper excitedly ran into the side room next door and took out a tray from the bookshelf. The tray contained more than 500 wooden signs with the names of the ladies written on them. The old housekeeper took out 10 wooden signs from the tray and put them in his pocket, then took out 10 signs that had been prepared long ago from the drawer of the cabinet and put them in the center of the tray. The same name was written on these 10 signs: Lion Xiaoyao. Lion Xiaoyao was the 236th wife of God Ancient Sephora Tree. Although she was beautiful and charming, she was favored by God Ancient Sephora Tree for 2 years after she entered the house. But as new people came in one by one, she gradually lost the favor of God Ancient Sephora Tree, so that God Ancient Sephora Tree had not visited her house for half a year. And the old butler was Lion Xiaoyao's brother. Chapter 693. As expected, the God Guhua tree casually touched the tray and took out a sign. The sign had Lion Xiaoyao's name on it. "Let's go to Xiaoyao tonight and have someone prepare the medicinal wine." The God Guhui was a little bored. The lady had used it many times and was a little annoyed. But it was not easy to regret the sign he had picked out. Understood. I'll ask them to prepare it now. The old butler saluted and left with a smile on his face. At this time, Captain Umazlala and Huang Mingsu had already ambushed on the big tree outside the divine mansion. Looking at the candlelight that was lit up in the mansion, Captain Umazlala lowered his voice. Are you sure we don't need to go in to help? Don't worry, my husband. The ability of God's shadow is far superior to that of the divine magicians of the same level, and if you rashly get involved, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Huang Mingsu changed to a comfortable position and lay on the tree branch, as if they were here for a picnic, not to kill people. Captain Umazlala looked at the lights in silence. Behind each lamp, there is a house. In the house, there are the wife of the god Guhua tree, servants, and housekeepers. Each lamp represents many people. The lights went out. Captain Umazlala's heart moved, and he activated the skill of the insomniac, and looked carefully. 1, 2, 3. More and more lights went out. Soon, most of the god's mansion fell into darkness. No. The god's mansion disappeared from perception, as if it was swallowed by a monster bit by bit. Captain Umazlala knew that God's shadow had taken action. A moment later, the entire god's mansion fell into pure darkness, without any sound, without a trace of light, and completely disappeared from this world. Captain Umazlala only then understood why Huang Mingsu was so leisurely. In the shadow state, God's shadow can turn into a black shadow and completely swallow the opponent into an independent space. This is simply born for assassination. Soon, the pure darkness that enveloped the divine mansion retreated, and the divine mansion that was spit out was dead silent. Okay, God's shadow succeeded. Let's get down to business. Huang Mingsu stretched and jumped into the mansion. Captain Umazlala followed closely. After entering the mansion, Huang Mingsu looked at the identical mansions around him, frowned, and took out a flute from his arms. There were dozens of small holes on a pillar, and blowing these small holes could make sounds. Well, this should be called a flute. Huang Mingsu blew a melodious sound, and soon, a melodious sound came from the distance. Over there. Huang Mingsu's eyes lit up, and he ran to the depths of the mansion with Captain Umazlala. Captain Umazlala walked, while paying attention to the surrounding situation. The mansion on the side of the road was silent, and even the most basic breathing sound could not be heard. Could they all be dead? Captain Umazlala felt a little heavy. There are hundreds of small houses in the mansion of divine arts, with at least tens of thousands of people inside. So many people lost their lives overnight. Like ants. The sound of the flute just now seemed to contain a code. Huang Mingsu ran straight to a small house on the complicated road, turning many times. This is it. Huang Mingsu waved and pushed open the door. Captain Umazlala followed closely behind. Two maids fell at the door, with a tray and a wine pot that had been smashed to pieces next to them. The ground was wet and the air was filled with the strange smell of medicinal wine. They had hideous faces, wide eyes, and black lips. Captain Umazlala walked up to the maids, stretched out his hand in front of their noses, and probed. No breathing. He sighed in his heart, and closed their eyes with his hands. Captain Umazlala's actions caught Huang Mingsu's eyes. She stopped, turned around and said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing?" God's shadow is already waiting anxiously. It's just two little girls. If they die, they die. Captain Umazlala had to stand up, and continue to walk towards the inner house. Along the way, maids were lying in the corridor, all of them with hideous faces, wide eyes and black lips. Fruit plates, teacups, and fruits were scattered all over the floor. Carefully avoiding these, Umazlala followed Huang Mingsu to the inner house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe turning his head. "Zhao Huang, why are you so slow? This guy's hard to control." The middle-aged man had a dark complexion, unshaven beard, a long scar at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with a faint chill. This middle-aged man should be God's shadow. The last time he came into contact with God's shadow, Captain Umazlala was completely shrouded in darkness, and did not see his appearance clearly. "Heh, is this how you treat your employer?" Huang Mingsu sniffed and smelled a foul smell. She immediately covered her nose, and said with disgust, "What is this smell?" God's shadow flashed to the side, and pointed at a big bed by the wall helplessly. "This guy has diarrhea." Diarrhea. Captain Umazlala also held his breath and looked up. On the big bed, God Ancient Sephora Tree had bulging eyes, stuck out his tongue, and his face was as hen. His claws like dead branches scratched the red sheets. A dark rope was wrapped around his neck. This rope had no physical form, and looked like a gap in space that light could not penetrate. He was wet under him. Next to the bed, there was a woman wearing a bellyband lying. Because of the ancient locust tree, her face could not be seen clearly, but I thought that she was probably dead. Okay, if you want to ask quickly. God's shadow glanced out the window and frowned. Although my shadow can block the perception of those old monsters in the Magician Club, God knows whether the club has developed new magic. New magic in Captain Umazlala's impression, magic is inherited from Cthulhu creatures, and does not need to be developed, nor can it be developed. He wanted to ask, but seeing the anxiety on God's shadow's face, he knew that he could not delay any longer. Let him go. God's shadow snapped his fingers, and the shadow wrapped around the neck of God Ancient Sephora Japonica became larger. God Ancient Sephora Japonica, who had a livid face and seemed to have no breath, suddenly woke up. He hugged his neck with both hands and gasped for breath. After a long time, a trace of blood appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at God's shadow in surprise. Brother, we have never met before. Why did you kill my whole family and take my life? God's shadow's mouth curved into an arc, and he sneered. I take money from people and help them get rid of disasters. Don't talk nonsense and get back to the question of my employer. As he said that, he raised his finger. Darkness was wrapped around his finger. God Ancient Sephora Tree saw the darkness, and his pupils shrank. He exclaimed, you, as a divine magician, killed your compatriots. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Divine Magician Club? Humph, this is not something you should care about. God's shadow looked at him with contempt. Don't think that all divine magicians are as cowardly as you. If I were you, I would have committed suicide long ago. God Ancient Sephora Tree saw that God's shadow saw through his secret at a glance, and his heart trembled. He immediately fell silent and dared not say another word. At this time, Captain Umazlala walked up to him with a sharp look in his eyes. Guhui, tell me, how did Moppin die? When he came up, God Guhui knew that he was the employer, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. As long as the employer agreed, this terrible killer might let him go, so he was ready to cooperate with him. But Moppin? Who is Moppin? God Guhui asked in a daze. He felt that this question seemed very familiar, but he couldn't figure out where he had heard it. Faced with this familiar answer, Captain Umazlala was stunned. He forgot that the out-of-control Guhui did not remember the crime he committed. Without an answer, he could not break through the barrier. What should he do? Huang Mingsu saw Captain Umazlala's sad face and realized that something was wrong. She whispered to God's shadow, is this old guy out of control? He loses control occasionally. He is just like a normal person. When he loses control, he will completely forget what he has done. God's shadow has already discovered the physical condition of the ancient locust tree through secret methods. This is troublesome. Huang Mingsu understood that her husband needed to ask the truth about the death of the millstone from the mouth of God Ancient Locust Tree. But what if God Ancient Locust Tree really didn't remember what he had done? Captain Umazlala held his chin and paced back and forth. Well, everyone, I can give you all my money. Can you let me go? God Ancient Locust Tree saw that there was something wrong on the faces of these thugs. His eyes turned, and he asked timidly, don't worry, I will pretend that nothing happened, and I won't go to the Divine Magician Club to check you. After all, I'm already on the verge of losing control. Once I'm discovered by the Divine Magician Club, I will be dead. Huang Mingsu stepped forward and slapped the Divine Ancient Sephora Tree hard with a slap. Shut up, and answer my husband's questions honestly. She was afraid that the suggestion of the Ancient Sephora Tree would change the mind of the Divine Shadow. Huang Mingsu knew too much about the Shadow organization. They had no loyalty to their employers and often listened to whoever offered the highest price. When the Divine Shadow heard the suggestion of the Divine Ancient Sephora Tree, his heart was moved. Although the Ancient Sephora Tree was not strong, he was good at extorting money. If he could own this huge house, it would be enough to accommodate all his wives. And it seemed that this guy had a lot of treasures hidden. However, when he saw Huang Mingsu's actions, he could only suppress this idea in his heart. He was a little worried about this divine magician with an unknown origin. Huang Mingzu's mysterious curse technique was hard to guard against. If he regretted it at this moment, he would not be afraid with his dark power. But what about his wives and children? After a fierce conflict in his heart, God Shadow could only feel deep regret. Answer the question. I was out of control at that time. How could I remember it? God Ancient Sephora Tree looked earnest, and his two small eyes glanced at Captain Umazlala from time to time. Captain Umazlala, who was pacing back and forth, thinking about how to solve this dilemma, was shocked when he heard the words of God Ancient Sephora Tree and stopped immediately. He turned around, walked in front of God Ancient Sephora Tree, bent down, and stared at God Ancient Sephora Tree. God Ancient Sephora Tree was a little flustered by his arrow-like gaze, and his eyes dodged, muttering softly, I was indeed out of control at that time. Captain Umazlala suddenly understood and said with a smile, you said you were out of control at that time. Since you were out of control, how could you remember that you were out of control? I. God Ancient Sephora Tree opened his mouth several times, his face flushed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In a short while, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Did your son tell you? Captain Umazlala sneered. I. God Ancient Sephora Tree saw that his lie was exposed, so he had to nod and admit it. After Captain Umazlala's first night visit to the God's Art Mansion, God Ancient Sephora Tree had an inexplicable question in his mind. Who is the Millstone? This unknown question was like a fishbone, lingering in God Ancient Sephora Tree's mind, making him unable to sleep or eat. So, he sent the butler to investigate whether there was a young man named Moppin in Guhuai City. As a result, the butler really found Moppin, a young man in a carriage and horse inn, but he was dead. And the butler also found the figures of the eldest son and the second son behind Moppin's death. God Guhuai called his two sons and interrogated them, only to find out an astonishing fact. He would occasionally lose control, and Moppin was killed by him after he lost control. Yes, Moppin was killed by me, but it was just an accident. When the word accident came out of his mouth, diffused into the air, and entered Captain Umazlala's ears, Captain Umazlala suddenly felt a hot current surging from the depths of his mind. This hot current rushed through his brain, and finally with a click, the solid barrier finally broke into pieces. Level 2, Midnight Poet. With the injection of mysterious power from the Crusoe space, Captain Umazlala finally became a Midnight Poet. He walked up to God Shadow and smiled faintly. Okay, I have got the answer. You can deal with this person. As he said that, he pushed open the door and walked out. Hey, is your husband always so rude? God Shadow looked at his disappearing back and glanced at his mouth. Just now, facing Captain Umazlala, God Shadow suddenly felt that the guy in front of him had a hint of danger. This is the sixth sense of a killer. He is like this. He is actually a good person and treats me very well. Huang Mingzu knew that Captain Umazlala had achieved his goal, and his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. You two are really weird. God Shadow smiled bitterly and shook his head. He walked up to God Ancient Sephora Tree, looked at the horrified Ancient Sephora Tree, and smiled. I can't help it. I'm a killer with a lot of professional ethics. If you want to resent me, resent yourself for not paying to hire me earlier. After that, he snapped his fingers. The God Guhuai Tree saw the rope of darkness around his neck suddenly tighten. After a burst of severe pain, he heard the sound of a bone breaking, and then he lost consciousness. Chapter 694. After dealing with the God Ancient Sephora Tree, God Shadow took out a flute and blew a melodious sound. Outside the God Art Mansion, a group of people in black night clothes heard the sound and immediately jumped into the God Art Mansion. Soon, the God Art Mansion was ablaze. Outside the mansion, looking at the blazing fire, Captain Umazlala felt heavy in his heart. There are tens of thousands of people here. The root cause of the death of tens of thousands of people is their own desires. Is this the scene that the Crusoe creatures want to see? Captain Umazlala felt like a clown performing on the stage, and the audience below was the goddess of the night whom he called God. He performed hard, and would be rewarded by the audience, and this reward was the God Art. Being in it, but unable to break free. With the help of the red light emitted by the fire behind him, Captain Umazlala walked slowly along the street, until he was completely immersed in the darkness. Since you can't break free, just enjoy it slowly. Back at the Huang family mansion, Captain Umazlala immediately closed himself off to study the newly upgraded Midnight Poet. Compared to the Sleepless, the Midnight Poet finally had his own skills, which could increase or weaken the opponent's abilities by chanting poems. This is an auxiliary profession. Captain Umazlala was a little disappointed. However, since he was on the pirate ship, he had no choice but to persevere. Fortunately, he had seen through the secret of upgrading divine arts and could practice quickly. As a result, a strange thing began to spread in the streets and alleys of Huangtu City. Every late at night, a man in a black robe would appear on the street, chanting incomprehensible words and pointing at the occasional passers-by. It was too scary. That's right, this person was Captain Umazlala, who was imitating the Midnight Poet. Night fell on time again, and Captain Umazlala put on his nightgown and walked to the bed. On the bed, Huang Mingzu's two long white jade legs mischievously slipped out of the quilt, naked in the cold air. Captain Umazlala smiled and shook his head, pulled up the corner of the quilt to cover her, then turned around, opened the door and walked out. The bright full moon hung low in the night sky, and the cold moonlight shone on the low adobe house, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. Occasionally, there were a few low calls of wild animals outside the city, echoing in the air, which made people feel creepy. Captain Umazlala walked to the corner of the street and frowned. The street was silent, with only 2 leaves on the ground fluttering in the wind. There was no one. Did I scare these people away? Isn't it just a little blessing on them? Besides, it hasn't taken effect yet. What's so scary? At this moment, a mechanical bang 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 sound came from a distance, and a long oblique shadow spread in from the corner of the street. Night watchman. Captain Umazlala's eyes lit up and walked slowly. At the street corner, the night watchman, Haystack, trembled as he struck the gavel with fear. His legs were a little weak, and he groped his way forward. When he heard the subtle sound of the soles of his shoes rubbing against the ground in the distance, he was shocked and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Could it be that the midnight singer appeared again? At midnight a month ago, when his neighbor Juan Dameo was pushing his unsold goods home and passing by this block, he was suddenly stopped by a strange man in a black robe and a black mask. Juan Dameo was scared to death on the spot. Before the strange man came close, he took out all the money on his body, knelt on the ground, and offered it with both hands. Who knew that the strange man was not interested in the money in Juan Dameo's hand? That was Juan Dameo's harvest for a day, enough for 2 strings of money. The strange man just walked in front of Juan Dameo, chanted a song in a language he couldn't understand, and then saw that Juan Dameo didn't respond, seemed a little disappointed, shook his head and left. In the following days, residents who passed by this block at midnight also encountered this strange man many times. Similarly, the weirdos just sang a song, shook their heads and left. It was not even midnight yet, and the people nearby did not dare to go out. However, as a night watchman, Kyoto had to knock on the gong along the street, so he appeared here. But it was just listening to a song. What was there to be afraid of? It was not like robbing money. Besides, I didn't have any money with me. Thinking of this, Kyoto, the night watchman, became bolder. He walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow while knocking on the gong. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of him. Just as the citizens described, he was wearing a nightgown and a black mask. When he walked out of the darkness, he had a mysterious temperament that made people tremble with fear. Even though Kyoto, the night watchman, had been mentally prepared, he was still frightened and forgot to knock on the stick for a moment. There was silence in the air. Baby, sleep, sleep quickly. It's dark and windy outside. Baby, sleep, sleep quickly. Mommy sings a lullaby. An incomprehensible ballad floated out of the darkness. The night watchman felt very tired. His eyes could no longer be opened. He only had time to yawn. The 2 sticks in his hands fell to the ground and rolled far away. The night watchman fell to the ground, snoring and snoring from time to time. He looked very sweet. The singing stopped immediately. Captain Umazlala, wearing a night suit, walked quickly to the night watchman and kicked him lightly with his foot. The night watchman just frowned, turned over, and snored again. It seems that this guy's really asleep. I finally mastered the skills of a midnight poet. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but wave his fist, expressing his joy and releasing his inner frustration. After wandering around the streets for a month, enduring the cold wind, and being treated as a ghost, I finally found the language I need to chant to use my skills. It's not easy. Captain Umazlala almost jumped up with excitement. After becoming a midnight poet, he looked at the skill introduction and immediately thought of a key question. What language does a midnight poet need to use to sing poetry? On Gay, there is no culture of poetry. The songs people sing are all monotonous syllables. Singing high-pitched with a stretched voice expresses joy, and singing low and humming expresses sadness. Poetry is a treasure of civilized culture. Obviously, gay civilization has not reached the stage where it can produce cultural treasures. The poetry of gay does not contain accurate meaning. Midnight poets need to use poetry to apply amplification or debuff status, which requires that the songs they sing must have accurate meaning. Fortunately, in the intelligent chip in Captain Umazlala's body, there is a library of cosmic civilization poetry, which records the poetry of tens of thousands of civilized races. So, Captain Umazlala began to experiment one by one. He started with the language of Gaystar, then the language of Pajero, and the language of Pigman. After experimenting with almost 500 languages, he finally determined that, in order to successfully perform skills, he must use this language called Chinese. It comes from a blue planet. On this planet, technology is not developed, and the civilization level has not reached level 1. However, its culture is very developed. The poetry library of cosmic civilization stores thousands of poems sung in Chinese, and the skills released are related to the poems sung. Just now, he used a familiar lullaby on the blue planet to hypnotize the night watchman. The next day, in the warm sunshine, Huang Mingsu stretched lazily, opened her eyes, and suddenly saw Captain Umazlala sitting in front of the window, looking at her with a smile. "What's wrong?" "I practiced it," Captain Umazlala said excitedly when he saw his wife wake up. "You've mastered it. Have you learned the skills of a midnight poet?" Huang Mingsu's eyes lit up, and she immediately sat up happily and put on a satin robe. "That's right. I'm now a real midnight poet." Captain Umazlala patted his chest, stared at his wife's fair and round face and smiled. "Do you want me to perform for you?" "Perform? It's daytime now." Huang Mingsu was a little confused. Midnight poets can't only use their skills at night. Captain Umazlala explained. "Otherwise, wouldn't the midnight poets have to wait for death when they encounter enemies during the day?" "Great. Great." Huang Mingsu was also looking forward to her husband's new skills. Since Captain Umazlala came back from Guhuai City, he would sneak out mysteriously every night, leaving her alone in the empty room. Cough. Cough. Captain Umazlala cleared his throat, raised his head, and opened his mouth slightly. The smell of smoke from the rock-fired shop is everywhere. Next door is the National Martial Arts Museum. The Mama Santi ceremony in the shop has 3 stages. Hurry up and juice the nunchakus and hum hum ha ha. Hurry up and juice the nunchakus and hum hum ha ha. Captain Umazlala's singing seemed to have magic power. It got into Huang Mingsu's ears and went deep into her mind. After a while, Huang Mingsu's eyes began to blur, and she became excited. She stood up involuntarily, grabbed the 2 wooden sticks on the table, and began to swing to the rhythm of the music. Although she didn't understand the meaning of the lyrics, she was immersed in the wonderful rhythm, and couldn't extricate herself. Seeing his wife's excitement, Captain Umazlala also had an irresistible impulse in his heart. Just as Captain Umazlala was immersed in happiness, his name appeared on a blackboard with more than a dozen names. This blackboard was placed on the wall of the supervisory department of the God Magician Club in Gua City. Level 3 Divine Magician, member of the Special Investigation Team, Godhound, was standing in front of the blackboard and introducing. "After half a year of investigation, I found the traces of more than 10 different divine magicians. Although they carefully hid their traces and lived in the secular world like normal humans, they could not escape the eyes of the public." As he said, he pointed to the name of Captain Umazlala. For example, this guy with a strange and difficult name appeared in Guhuai City a month ago, and then all 12,000 people of God Guhuai family died. "Everyone, do you remember the explosion of the divine magic monitor in our divine magician club a month ago?" Everyone thought that there was a problem with the different Divine Magician identification equipment, but after the detection of the level 6 Divine Magician God Mechanic Master, it was found that there was no problem with the different Divine Magician identification equipment. It was a divine magic fluctuation that surpassed the level of gods, which caused this abnormal movement. Sitting at the head of the conference table was God Void, one of the 3 giants of the Divine Magic Club. At this moment, the level 9 Divine Magician had a gloomy face and his eyes were full of worry. A year ago, the Divine Magician Club discovered several Divine Magicians who were not on the Divine Magician Club's registration list on Gaystar. After interrogation, it was found that these people did not obtain the Divine Magician from the Black Tower, but became Divine Magicians through some inexplicable ways, such as being swallowed by an unknown monster in their sleep, accidentally falling into a dark space while walking, etc. These Divine Magicians are called alien Divine Magicians. Their appearance has shaken the foundation of the Divine Magician Club to a certain extent. Therefore, the 3 giants concealed the existence of alien Divine Magicians on the one hand, and established a supervisory department on the other hand to identify and hunt down these Divine Magicians. However, the appearance of Divine Magicians is no different from that of civilians, so how to identify them has become a difficult problem. For this reason, the 3 giants also asked the level 6 Divine Magician God Mechanic Master, who is proficient in machinery, to create a complete set of alien Divine Magician identification equipment. The principle of this equipment is very simple. It can detect the Divine Magician's fluctuations when the Divine Magician uses skills, and judge the Divine Magician's level according to the strength of the fluctuations. The upper limit of monitoring set by the alien magic identification equipment is the 9th level Divine Magician, which is equivalent to the existence of gods. Of course, having the alien magic identification equipment does not mean that the alien magician can be identified. They still need to use divine magic. However, this is not a big problem after all. After all, as long as someone has obtained divine magic, he will always be unable to resist using divine magic. Since the alien magic identification equipment can only monitor the fluctuation of divine magic within a radius of 100 kilometers, the Divine Magician Club sent more than 500 monitoring teams to various parts of the Eastern Kingdom. A month ago, Godhound detected an inexplicably powerful divine magic fluctuation near Guhuai City, which directly caused the alien magic identification equipment to explode. At that time, the members of the monitoring team thought that the alien magic identification equipment had a malfunction. After all, this kind of equipment made with divine magic is not reliable, and sometimes it will explode. The team members suggested that Godhound delete the record to avoid being investigated after returning to the Divine Magician Club. But Godhound is a stubborn guy. He insisted on uploading the record back to the Divine Magician Club and requested to go to Guhuai City for investigation. God Void, one of the 3 giants, naturally had no reason to refuse his request. As soon as Godhound arrived at Guhuai City, he saw the residents in the city setting off firecrackers and beating gongs and drums, as if celebrating a happy event. After asking carefully, he got an answer that shocked him. God Guhuai Tree was actually dead. Not only did he die, but his entire family, servants and maids, more than 10,000 people were killed. In the registration file of the Divine Magician Club, although God Guhuai Tree was only a 3rd level Divine Magician, he could transform into a 100-meter high ancient locust tree with thick skin and flesh, and could also absorb nutrients from the ground, so his vitality was extremely strong. Although God Guhuai Tree had average attack power, its defense was not bad. Such a divine magician was killed silently. Thinking of the explosion of the alien divine magic monitor, Godhound decided to investigate the case seriously. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695. When Godhound led his team to the Godly Mansion, the entrance of the mansion was crowded with civilians. People ran out of the mansion carrying chairs, cabinets, and screens. Some even wrapped the women's clothes they had robbed from inside, which looked out of place. The Yaman runners nearby were short-handed and could only stand by and watch helplessly with wooden sticks. When the head of the Yaman runners saw Godhound and his team appear, he immediately recognized their identities from the emblems on their clothes and hurriedly came forward to ask for their help. Godhound naturally had no choice but to do his duty. He ordered his men to perform the fire technique, and the civilians were immediately burned to tears and screamed for their parents, leaving their things behind and running away. After making sure that all the civilians had escaped, Godhound ordered the Yaman to guard the gate and led the team members into the godly mansion to investigate. The godly mansion was already in a mess at this time. The brightly blooming flowers in the garden were uprooted, the rockery was pushed down, and the wooden pavilion was burned. Even so, looking at the hundreds of inner houses, the Godhound still had to admire the god ancient Sephora tree for its good financial management. He also somewhat understood why the civilians were so angry. However, this was not something that should be of concern. The Godhound had just walked a few steps when he found several corpses lying at the door of the inner house. Their clothes had been stripped off. Through the corpses' wide eyes and dark blue lips, the Godhound could judge that these people should have suffocated to death in an instant. In order to confirm the authenticity of his judgment, he asked the god coroner to use the corpse inspection technique. The god coroner spit out a ball of grey mist from his mouth. This grey mist seemed to have life, and it went through the corpse's nostrils, ears, and eyes, drilled into the corpse. After a moment, the grey mist flew out of the corpse again, and was swallowed by the god coroner. The god coroner closed his eyes and savored the information brought back by the grey mist. Soon, he gave the same judgment as the Godhound, that these people were simultaneously suppressed by a mysterious force, and eventually died of lack of oxygen. While thinking about who in the Divine Magician Club had such great ability, Godhound continued to search. He needed to find the body of God Ancient Sephora Tree, hoping that God Ancient Sephora Tree had fought with the enemy so as to find more clues. After looking through hundreds of corpses, Godhound and his team finally found the body of God Ancient Sephora Tree. While he envied God Ancient Sephora Tree's vigorous energy, he went forward to check the cause of death of God Ancient Sephora Tree. God Ancient Sephora Tree's eyes were also wide open, and his lips were black and blue. It was obvious that he also died of suffocation. However, after performing the corpse investigation technique, God Coroner obtained an unexpected information that the time of death of God Ancient Sephora Tree was different from the time of death of those people in the yard, and it was a little later. Moreover, some excrement was found under the body of God Ancient Sephora Tree. It can be distinguished from the excrement that God Ancient Sephora Tree should have been poisoned. A divine magician could actually be poisoned. Godhound instantly grasped the clue. He ordered the team members to thoroughly investigate the herbal medicine store in Guhuai City. Soon, a clue surfaced. A month ago, a big businessman from Huangtu City bought a large amount of croton from a store. This medicinal material can cause diarrhea. Ordinary croton cannot poison the God Ancient Sephora japonica tree, but what if these crotons are purified? Godhound immediately tracked down the big businessman's information and found that he was Captain Umazlala, the son-in-law of Huang Bancheng, a big landlord in Huangtu City. Godhound wanted to go straight to Huangtu City, arrest Captain Umazlala, and interrogate the truth about the God Ancient Sephora japonica tree. At this time, a strange thing made him hesitate a little. After several days of searching, the team member responsible for searching the information did not find the name of Captain Umazlala in any information. Captain Umazlala has no parents, no family, no growth experience, and there is no such person on Gaystar. He was like jumping out of a stone. Godhound once again thought of the mysterious power that was inexplicably powerful, and suddenly felt that Captain Umazlala might be a powerful character, so he should be cautious. So he returned to the Divine Magician Club and reported to God Void, one of the three giants. Lord God Void, what should we do next? Godhound's request interrupted God Void's meditation. God Void stared at the strange black spell on the roof and sneered. Anyone who threatens the existence of the Divine Magician Club must be eradicated. Then I will take people and capture Captain Umazlala immediately. Godhound's heart trembled, and he immediately showed his courage. No matter how powerful Captain Umazlala is, can he be more powerful than a 9th level divine magician who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods? Godhound seemed to have seen the scene of Captain Umazlala begging on the torture rack, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up an evil arc. To his surprise, Godvoid waved his hand and sighed, "However, we should be in awe of the unknown and be cautious." So, I decided to let Captain Umazlala join the Institute of Divine Arts. Institute of Divine Arts. When this was said, not only was Godhound stunned, but even several big wigs in the supervisory department took a breath. The Institute of Divine Arts is the core department of the Divine Arts Club and the department with the highest authority. Anyone who can join the Institute of Divine Arts is a Divine Arts Master above level 5. The God Mechanical Master who developed the abnormal Divine Arts detector is a researcher at the Institute of Divine Arts. The Institute of Divine Arts was established 1,000 years ago. The reason for its establishment is very simple, that is, to study the mysteries behind the Divine Arts. At that time, with the demise of the Black Tower divine cult, the impression of God also collapsed in the minds of the guys. In particular, the Divine Arts Masters who mastered the power of God did not think that their power came from the gift of God, but from another origin. In order to find this origin, to obtain more powerful divine arts, and to break free from the shackles of the Black Tower, the Divine Arts Club was established. On the one hand, the Divine Magician Club is hunting down those divine magicians who have escaped from the Black Tower, and on the other hand, it is studying how to escape from the Black Tower. This seems contradictory, but in fact, it is not. The Divine Magician Club wants to master the method of obtaining divine arts, and becoming a divine magician without the help of the Black Tower. Several bigwigs in the supervisory department looked at each other, and shook their heads at the same time. Finally, an old man with grey hair and wrinkled face said, "Lord Godvoid, you are one of the wisest people in the Divine Magician Club. We should not discuss your decision rashly, but it is too hasty to let someone who does not know the foundation join the Divine Magic Research Institute. Although the supervisory department is under the command of Godvoid, it is an independent department, and in the Divine Magician Club, as the strength grows, there is no strict superior-subordinate relationship between the divine magicians. Therefore, the supervisory department dares to raise objections." Inspector General God Ironface, you have some truth in what you said, Godvoid said, standing up from the throne. His eyes penetrated the gate and looked into the distance. His face was full of loneliness and unwillingness. "You should know that we are not the only civilized creatures in this world. There are many other civilized creatures in the distant starry sky. They look different, their civilizations are developed to different degrees, and they use different powers to change nature." Everyone nodded and said slowly, "Foreigners. Foreigners are highly confidential on Gaystar. Ordinary people don't know about it at all. However, those who can attend this meeting are all senior members of the Divine Magician Club. Even Godhound, an investigator who is not considered a senior member, has a very high authority. Foreigners are not a secret to them at all." Godvoid waved his hand, and everyone moved and appeared in the starry sky in an instant. Looking at the stars that kept flashing in all directions, everyone was not panicked, because they knew that this was the magic of Godvoid. The Institute of Divine Arts has been established for 1,000 years. Although it has made many achievements, such as passing on divine arts through the method of swallowing seeds, there has been no substantial progress in the origin of divine arts. The reason is that we are gay people and our way of thinking is too gay. And Captain Umazlala came from outside the domain and obtained divine arts for inexplicable reasons. With his joining, we may be able to make new breakthroughs in the study of divine arts. Godvoid paced back and forth in the void with his bare feet, stepping on the stars. "I strongly suspect that the divine arts come from a mysterious creature, and the power that appeared in Guhuai City may be imitated by this creature." God Ironhand suddenly realized, "You want to use Captain Umazlala to lure out the creature behind him. Foolish. A mysterious creature that can surpass the existence of a level 9 divine magician is not something we can covet." Godvoid smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I just want to contact that mysterious creature through Captain Umazlala. Since he is willing to use his power for Captain Umazlala, it means that Captain Umazlala's divine arts may also come from him. Lord Godvoid, you are indeed the wisest divine magician." Everyone nodded in admiration. Godvoid waved his hand, the void shattered, and everyone returned to the house. God Void ordered, invite Captain Umazlala to join the Divine Arts Academy. This matter will be carried out by Godhound. Yes, sir. Godhound had not yet recovered from the shock just now, and hesitated for a while before standing up. God Void said seriously, remember, your mission this time is to invite, and you cannot conflict with Captain Umazlala. Understood. Godhound nodded heavily. Now Captain Umazlala is the savior of the Divine Arts Club in the eyes of God Void, and of course he dare not use brute force to invite him. After a while, Godhound immediately prepared to get up and go to Huangta City. In order to show respect for Captain Umazlala, he specially brought a mighty honor guard and raised the flag of the Divine Arts Club. The bright red flag fluttered in the wind, and passers-by all avoided it. Captain Umazlala knew about this strange team when the honor guard was still 20 kilometers away from Huangtu City, and the news was reported by a servant. He was admiring flowers in the garden with Huang Mingsu. Since he became a real midnight poet, he began to experiment with various poems. He found that poetry was also useful for plants. No flower lasts forever. Captain Umazlala sang in a low voice to a bright red peony. The rose trembled all over, as if it had suffered a great injustice, and its petals fell one after another. You are too amazing. Huang Mingsu's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief. Plants can hear human language, which is beyond her cognition. At this moment, a servant in black ran in from outside and knelt down in front of Huang Mingsu with a thump. Report to the lady, a strange team appeared 20 kilometers outside the city. They are flying the flag of the Divine Magician Club. Huang Mingsu's expression suddenly changed, and she secretly cried in her heart, something is wrong. Could it be that the matter of Guhuai City has been exposed? The flag of the Divine Magician Club can only be played by the team sent by the Divine Magician headquarters. This team is heading towards Huangta City, and it must be coming for her husband. Captain Umazlala saw Huang Mingsu's panic and immediately understood. He suppressed his inner panic and said with a smile, isn't it just a team with flags? Maybe the Divine Magician Club asked me to teach them. After that, he told the servant, send someone to investigate, but keep this matter strictly confidential, and don't alarm the master and the lady. Yes. The servant turned and left. Seeing that there was no one around, Huang Mingsu said in a deep voice, husband, it seems that our story has been exposed. These people must be here to arrest us. Yes, it is possible. Captain Umazlala looked at Huang Mingsu reluctantly. Madam, it is my greatest luck to meet you in this life. After that, he turned and walked out of the door. It's good that he is preparing to escape. Let me attract the attention of the Divine Magician Club. Huang Mingsu bit her lip, and a gleam of light burst out of her eyes. Captain Umazlala suppressed his reluctance, went outside the gate, rode a tall bay horse, and rushed in the direction of the strange team. The Divine Magician Club was powerful. Since they dared to appear here openly, it meant that they had made full preparations to prevent him from escaping. In this case, it would be better for him to take the blame alone, so that Huang Mingsu could survive. The bay horse had good leg strength, and Captain Umazlala soon saw the strange team. The team consisted of a carriage and more than 30 horses. The carriage was the size of 2 houses, and was covered with gold foil. It shone in the sun, and looked very majestic. More than 30 tall horses wearing black armor pulled the carriage. The most eye-catching thing was the big red flag on the top of the carriage. On the red flag, the logo of the Divine Magician Club was clearly visible, even though Captain Umazlala was at least 1,000 meters away from the carriage. It was obviously not an ordinary thing. The convoy seemed to have also discovered Captain Umazlala, and 2 divine magicians in black robes flew out of the carriage. Chapter 696. On the lowest road, Captain Umazlala saw 2 black-robed divine magicians flying towards him, and immediately reined in his bay horse, standing there quietly waiting. The black-robed divine magicians were extremely fast, and in a flash they were in front of Captain Umazlala, and slowly landed on the ground. One of the divine magicians who looked like a leader looked him up and down, and then took out a portrait from his arms to compare carefully. Damn, they even have a portrait, which shows that the other party has been eyeing him for a long time. Captain Umazlala's heart sank. This divine magician leader was Godhound. He compared the portrait again and again, and finally determined that this person was the foreigner that the Divine Magician Club was looking for. Godhound was about to step forward to explain his purpose, but he saw Captain Umazlala jump off his horse and raise his hands high. I surrender. Please don't disturb Huangta City, and don't hold the Huang family responsible. Captain Umazlala fled Huangtu City not to escape, but to surrender. He didn't want Huang Mingsu to be implicated. Huang Mingsu is a good woman, and she is pregnant with a boy. Captain Umazlala has checked it with Pajero equipment, and it is a healthy fat boy. After Huang Mingsu became pregnant, Captain Umazlala seemed to feel that his life was bound. The idea of ruling the entire gay star and becoming a god was gone. He only thought about being able to accompany his wife and raise the child. Now the crisis is coming. Captain Umazlala knows that once the people from the Divine Magician Club enter Huangta City, Huang Mingsu and her son will not survive. Therefore, Captain Umazlala decided to take the blame. Of course, he was not naive enough to think that the people sent by the Divine Magician Club would really let Huang Mingsu and her son go. He had already made preparations, such as the super bomb composed of 3 bombs under his robe. As long as he could successfully sneak into the team and detonate the super bomb, even if there were high-level divine magicians in the team, they would not be able to withstand the power of the nuclear explosion. Then, if Huang Mingsu heard the noise, as long as she was not stupid, she would take the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala raised his hands and walked towards the surprised Godhound. Unexpectedly, the Godhound took 2 steps back and leaned sideways to show respect. Sir, this is not allowed. It seems that you have misunderstood. I'm inviting you on behalf of the Divine Magician Club. Invitation? Isn't it an arrest? Now it was Captain Umazlala's turn to be confused. Is this guy cheating and luring me into the trap? He glanced at the convoy. The shadows in the carriage were unclear, but there were at least more than 10 divine magicians. With such a powerful force, it stands to reason that you don't need to play tricks with me. Captain Umazlala frowned and thought, Sir, what I said is indeed the truth. The carriage behind is to welcome you. Our Lord Godvoid has specially approved it. Godhound hurriedly continued to explain. Of course, he could also tie Captain Umazlala up and take him back, but he would be severely punished if he went back. The boss of the supervision department, God Ironface, is an iron-faced and selfless guy. He will never let him go, just because he has made great contributions in the past. I'm Godhound, the inspector of the supervision department of the Divine Magician Club. This is my certificate. Godhound saw that Captain Umazlala was still suspicious, so he had to take out a blue-covered certificate from his arms and threw it over. Captain Umazlala took the certificate flying from the air and his face changed immediately. The cover of this certificate was actually plastic. Plastic is a high molecular polymer, mainly made from 2 raw materials, petroleum and natural gas, through a cracking process. Usually, civilizations can invent things only after they discover electricity and can extract oil. The gay civilization is currently just a primitive civilization, so why did plastic appear? Seeing Captain Umazlala staring at the plastic cover with a flickering expression, Godhound smiled and explained, This is something made by the Divine Arts Research Institute using divine arts. It is not only strong, but also waterproof. Isn't it much better than craft paper? Captain Umazlala couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw that this thing was made by divine arts. In his cognition, technology is the only way for civilization to develop. Through technology, organisms can use the laws of nature to transform the world. Primitive organisms use the scientific principle of frictional heat generation to drill flint to make fire. Agricultural civilization uses the scientific principle of potential energy to make water wheels. Industrial civilization uses the principle of electron transfer to create modern industry. Space civilization uses the principle of curvature to conduct long-distance space travel. Now, on this primitive planet, a group of primitive people have actually used divine arts to create the product of technological civilization, which has to shock Captain Umazlala. After a long time, he came to his senses and realized that the new use of divine arts might be the future of gay civilization. If divine arts can be used to build Star Destroyer battleships, then it proves that divine arts can also become a way to upgrade civilization. Now, the key question is how this thing is made. He raised his head and asked, "Where is the Divine Arts Research Institute you just mentioned?" "Well, the Divine Arts Research Institute is a special department of the Divine Arts Club. I don't know the details, because this is the top secret of the Divine Arts Club," Godhound explained. "But when you come back to the Divine Arts Club with me, you will understand everything. Because this time, the order I received is to invite you to join the Divine Arts Research Institute." Me? Divine Arts Research Institute? Captain Umazlala suspected that this Divine Arts master had a broken head, or that the big guys in the Divine Arts Club had taken the wrong medicine. Since this Divine Arts Research Institute is so important, why would they invite someone of unknown origin like me to join? But maybe this is a good opportunity. A good plan flashed through Captain Umazlala's mind. He smiled and said, "In that case, it won't be a big deal if I refuse again. But I have two requests." Seeing that Captain Umazlala accepted the invitation so easily, Godhound was overjoyed and laughed. "You say? First, it's the same as before. Don't enter Huangta City, and don't cause trouble for the Huang family." Captain Umazlala said seriously. "Of course, you are our VIP. How could we cause trouble for your family?" Godhound nodded and agreed without hesitation. In fact, Captain Umazlala's wife Huang Mingsu was also on the list of suspected alien magicians. The cases she committed with God Shadow were all recorded in the files of the supervisory department. However, the higher-ups attached so much importance to Captain Umazlala that they would definitely not cause trouble for Huang Mingsu. Captain Umazlala continued, "Secondly, I need you to cooperate with me in a play, pretending that I fought hard, and then I was outnumbered and killed by you, and my body was also reduced to ashes in the battle. Then I need the Divine Magician Club to release a message to the public, claiming that I have died accidentally during the arrest." He knew Huang Mingsu's personality. Huang Mingsu seemed delicate, spoke softly, and was very obedient to herself, but she was very stubborn and opinionated in her bones. If she knew that she was caught by the Divine Magician Club, she would definitely find ways to rescue herself. But with the strength of the Divine Magician Club, no matter how smart Huang Mingsu was, she would not succeed, and she would eventually be hurt. It would be better to let her think that she was dead, raise her child well, and live a peaceful life. Godhound accepted this request without hesitation again, but he did not let Captain Umazlala take risks. Instead, he asked a magician to pretend to be Captain Umazlala and performed a realistic drama outside Huangtu City. Finally, seeing the magician pretending to be him explode in the air with a boom, and the civilians on the top of the city applauded, Captain Umazlala closed the curtains of the car. Let's go to Guana." In the Huang family mansion, when Huang Mingsu heard the news of Captain Umazlala's death, she burst into tears. This usually taciturn man had filled her heart. This man was her heaven, her earth, and her everything. And now this man is dead. Huang Mingsu didn't want to live anymore. She wanted to accompany Captain Umazlala. She took out a hairpin from the dressing table and was about to pierce her fair neck when she suddenly felt a violent movement in her stomach. This movement pulled her back from the edge of collapse. Huang Mingsu put down her hairpin, held her belly, let the tears fall on the table, and murmured to herself, "Yes, I still have our baby. I will definitely raise him to adulthood." After a long journey, the convoy finally arrived outside the city of Gua. When the majestic city walls were close at hand, Captain Umazlala asked to get off the car and take a walk. Godhound hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. He knew that once Captain Umazlala joined the Institute of Divine Arts, he might no longer have freedom. However, considering the safety issue, Godhound still sent more than 20 divine magicians to guard the surroundings. When the people around had been cleared, Captain Umazlala was able to get off the car. In the cold wind, he raised his head and looked at the towering city walls. "I heard that when the Black Tower religion was destroyed, the walls were full of heads of the Black Tower religion's high-ranking officials, tens of thousands of skulls. How come there isn't a single one of them now?" Godhound laughed and said, "That was all in the past. Those skulls have long been weathered away. After the establishment of the Divine Magician Club, it specifically ordered that no heads should be hung on the walls in the future." Captain Umazlala nodded silently. It seems that the Divine Magician Club is much more civilized than the Black Tower religion. Gua City is worthy of being the largest city in the world. Captain Mazlala stood in front of the city gate like an ant standing in front of a mountain. However, he knew that this largest city in the world was soaked in blood. After several changes in power, Gua City was the first to bear the brunt. The residents of Gua City have been harvested several times. Thinking of this, Captain Mazlala suddenly lost interest. He turned back to the carriage and said, "Let's go." When the big red flag on the top of the carriage appeared on the streets of Gunana, passers-by dodged with fear. Even a few children who were playing in the middle of the road suddenly looked stupid and ran behind the pillars to hide. Inside the carriage, Captain Mazlala saw this scene and sighed. It was still exactly the same. He originally hoped that the civilians in the big city of Gunana would have a better life and live with more dignity. It seems that it is just like that. In the following time, Captain Mazlala closed his eyes and began to conserve his energy. He needed to stay in the best condition to face the unknown dangers. With the violent shaking of the carriage, Captain Mazlala knew that the destination had arrived. Unexpectedly, the Godhound, the divine magician who accompanied him all the way, sat motionless in the carriage, with no intention of getting off the car to lead the way. Facing Captain Mazlala's curious eyes, Godhound explained, "Sir, we have arrived at the Institute of Divine Arts, but I do not have the authority to enter it, so I need to trouble you to get off the car in person. But don't worry, the Institute has known you are coming, and will send someone to greet you." Captain Mazlala had no choice but to nod his head and thank him, then opened the car door and walked out. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he was stunned. There was a big river in front of him, and white mist was rising on the river. A huge black shadow could be vaguely seen. Looking back again, the carriage that had just stopped behind him had disappeared silently, and everything around him was shrouded in white mist. Just as Captain Mazlala looked around in confusion, the sound of oars splashing water came from the river, and a small boat slowly sailed out of the white mist. The boat stopped at the shore, and a pale-faced divine magician in a black robe respectfully saluted Captain Mazlala and pointed to the boat. There was an 11 embroidered in red on his black robe. This should be the code name of this pale guy. Captain Mazlala was about to follow him on board, but after thinking for a while, he paused. "Sir, is this the Institute of Divine Arts?" Divine Magician number 11 smiled, as if he didn't hear what he said, pointing at the boat. "This guy's deaf." Captain Mazlala muttered to himself as he boarded the boat. Divine Magician number 11 skillfully untied the rope and slid the oars, and the boat was submerged in the white mist. As the distance to the huge black shadow on the river surface got closer and closer, Captain Mazlala could already see that it was a huge tree growing on the river surface. This tree was even bigger than the locust tree that the god ancient locust tree transformed into. Its huge canopy covered an area of hundreds of kilometers, and its thick trunk was so long that you couldn't see the end at a glance. The tree was brown in color, and there were windows on the thick trunk, and the windows flickered with little lights. Captain Mazlala understood that this big tree should be the so-called Institute of Divine Arts. Chapter 697. Soon the boat came to the tree. Captain Mazlala could see clearly that the trunk of the tree was engraved with dense and strange runes. There were ghostly patterns on thousands of leaves. There were strings of silver metal wrapped around the branches, which looked very mysterious. The nearest entrance was more than 10 meters above the water. Just when Captain Mazlala thought he was going to use his ability to fly up, an elevator made of vines slid down from the air and landed on the boat. "Is this for me to enter the elevator?" Captain Mazlala saw that the black-robed man who was rowing the boat was still holding the oars, standing there motionless, and had to ask. As a result, as expected, just like on the road, the black-robed man just said nothing, with his eyes full of dullness. If Captain Mazlala could not feel the heart beating in the black-robed man's chest, he would really think he was a body. Seeing that the black-robed man did not respond for a long time, Captain Mazlala could only purse his lips and get into the elevator. "Hey, there is also a naturally grown recliner in the elevator." Captain Mazlala sat on the chair, and the elevator slowly rose. The elevator did not stop at the first entrance, but kept climbing 20 meters, 30 meters. As the height rose, Captain Mazlala could no longer see the water surface clearly, and there was only a vast white fog in front of him. Of course, during the ascent, Captain Umazlala was also observing the big tree. There was a naturally generated entrance every 10 meters on the trunk of the big tree, and there were many square windows next to it. The windows were equipped with glass, and people could be vaguely seen inside. This is a natural skyscraper. I don't know how high the elevator has risen. With a period of up and down shaking, the elevator slowly stopped, and a huge natural entrance appeared in front of Captain Umazlala. The entrance was brightly lit. Captain Umazlala walked down the elevator, stepped on the entrance with his feet, looked around up and down, left and right, and couldn't find out where the light came from. There were no oil lamps, candles, sun pearls and other luminous objects. The light was like being freely emitted by the air, and it was the space that was glowing. This is too strange. Captain Umazlala muttered a few words, and suddenly froze in place. He found a light blue arrow on the ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Yes, an arrow appeared on the brown ground that was empty just now. He walked in the direction indicated by the arrow. After a few steps, he found another arrow not far away. Obviously, someone was showing him the way. Following the arrow, Captain Umazlala broke through the corridor and passed through the room. Of course, these corridors and rooms are naturally produced, revealing some damage, and you can see the unique fiber of trees inside. The last arrow is in front of a huge wooden door. Captain Umazlala didn't need to reason too much to think that behind the wooden door was the destination, because this was the first door he saw after entering the tree. Before he could push the door opened silently. There was a dazzling light inside. Captain Umazlala walked through the gate, squinting his eyes. It took a while for his pupils to adjust before he could see the surroundings clearly. There was nothing around him. In front of him, on a naturally grown chair, sat a man in a black robe. His hair was grey, his face was covered with stubble, and his beard was untidy. He stared at Captain Umazlala with a pair of eyes that looked intimidating without anger, and a smile on his lips. "Welcome to the Institute of Divine Arts, my most distinguished guest." Although the voice came from the man's mouth, it came from all directions to Captain Umazlala, causing his heart to jump violently, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Captain Umazlala took a deep breath, and after a while, he suppressed his inattention and slowly walked in front of the man. He stared at the man, and said word by word, "Who are you, and why did you invite me here?" The man smiled and said, "I'm one of the 3 giants of the Divine Magician Club, the Dean of the Divine Magician Research Institute, a 9th level Great Divine Magician, and God Void." Captain Umazlala was shocked. He didn't expect that this ordinary looking man was actually a 9th level Great Divine Magician. According to legend, the 9th level Great Divine Magician is the highest peak that a divine magician can reach, and is comparable to a god. There are no more than 10 9th level Great Divine Magicians on the entire Gaystar, and each of them has the ability to destroy the world. Moreover, for some reason, 9th level Great Divine Magicians rarely appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Even the 10,000 year celebration of the Divine Magician Club 10 years ago was hosted by an 8th level Divine Magician. "Respected Lord God Void, it is my honor to meet you." Captain Umazlala performed a standard etiquette on Gaystar. "But I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know why I can win your favor." He still had a last glimmer of hope in his heart. That is, God Void was wrong. Although this hope is very small, hope is always hope. "Haha, ordinary? I don't think you are ordinary at all." God Void showed a strange smile on his face, and then laughed twice, as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. God Void said slowly in the frightened eyes of Captain Umazlala, 20 years ago, a spaceship flew from the outer domain. He paused, smiled, and asked, "In your original civilization, the iron box that can travel in space is called a spaceship, right?" When God Void said the word spaceship, Captain Umazlala's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He thought he was hiding well on Gaystar, but he didn't expect to be targeted as soon as he crossed the dark star field. This made him feel a sense of loss of being a clown. Captain Umazlala smiled bitterly. "Yes, that kind of aircraft is indeed called a spaceship, but it is not made of iron, but made of rigid fiber alloy. The strength of iron is not enough to support high-speed flight." God Void nodded with satisfaction at this answer, and continued, "You are not like other outsiders, those brainless guys, who want to use the advanced weapons in their hands. to launch a civilization conquest war against us after entering Gaystar. You are lucky to meet Godzilla, that ambitious woman. She must have told you that she is a descendant of the Emperor, right? Captain Umazlala nodded. Facing this 9th level great magician who seemed to know everything, he had surrendered. God Void smiled and said, the children of the Emperor all died in that catastrophe, and in the end, a blood curse was cast by a 6th level magician. Even if there are occasional emissions, they cannot reproduce. In fact, Godzilla is just a descendant of a servant beside the Emperor. This was unexpected. Captain Umazlala thought for a moment and asked, so, you have noticed Godzilla a long time ago? God Void sat up straight, his eyes empty. When you reach a high level, you will understand that nothing can escape the eyes of God. Then does Godzilla know about this? I mean, the identity of her ancestors. Captain Umazlala continued to ask. God Void replied, of course I know. After Godzilla became a divine magician, she found relevant files in the archives of the Divine Magician Club. The saying that she is a descendant of the great emperor is just something she made up to realize her ambitions. Since you noticed that she had rebellious intentions, why didn't you arrest her? Captain Umazlala asked. God Void showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. There are countless annoying bugs in this world. It's a waste of energy to catch them without seeing any. The best way is to let them gather into a group and then catch them all in one fell swoop. So, Godzilla is just a bait. Captain Umazlala was shocked. He didn't expect that Godzilla, who dreamed of becoming the ruler of the world, would become a pawn of the Divine Magician Club without knowing it. Bait? This term is more accurate. You see, this is why I like to chat with you outsiders. You always use some unfamiliar words to accurately describe things, and you also analyze problems from a unique perspective. God Void nodded in appreciation. Captain Umazlala heard this and felt inexplicably flattered. He knew that he shouldn't have this feeling in his heart, but he couldn't suppress it. After all, a god just praised him. Captain Umazlala shook his head twice, forcing himself to wake up, and asked, I admit that I'm an outsider. According to the rules of your Gaystar, you should directly eliminate me. Why did you invite me here? Value to others, to society, and to the world. It is the guarantee for the survival of living things. Captive chickens and ducks can provide meat and lay eggs, so intelligent creatures will feed them. Food is used as food, because it can grow food to fill their stomachs, so farmers will plant it. Civilians can farm, work, and provide services to the Divine Magicians, so the Divine Magician Club can guarantee their safety to a certain extent. Even a brick, a tile, or a bit of soil must have value to exist. Only by figuring out his own value to God Void can Captain Umazlala adopt a better response strategy. God Void smiled and said, little friend, don't be anxious, just listen to me slowly. After you married Godzilla, you accidentally got information about a secret space from God Chen Shuxian. In that space, humans may be able to acquire divine arts. Captain Umazlala was shocked. Even this was known to God Void. God Void continued, so, you abandoned Godzilla without hesitation, and went to the 10,000 mountains. It was also your good luck that you actually obtained the inheritance of an existence beyond the gods there. This inheritance is different from the magic obtained from the Black Tower. The functions of the Black Tower magic are very single, but your magic can be upgraded. Captain Umazlala could no longer hold back the shock in his heart at this time. How do you know all this? God Void smiled and said, I have just told you that on Gaystar, the 9th level great magician is a god, and nothing can escape my gaze. Captain Umazlala slowly woke up from his shock and smiled. Not necessarily. If you knew everything, why did you invite me here? As soon as these words came out, the excitement on God Void's face instantly disappeared. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, I do know everything on Gaystar, but when it comes to mysterious spaces and existences beyond the gods, I know nothing. This is exactly why I invited you here. In fact, when the Divine Magician Club was founded, facing the divine arts that had the power to destroy the world, some knowledgeable divine magicians realized that if we don't figure out the origin of divine arts, we divine magicians may inadvertently become tools of others and become clowns in the eyes of others. So, the Divine Magic Research Institute was quietly established. Of course, only some senior divine magicians knew of its existence. The purpose of establishing the Divine Magic Research Institute is to study the origin of divine arts. However, after nearly 1,000 years of research, we have gained nothing. At this time, we notice the outsiders. These people don't have divine arts, but they can use all kinds of strange tools to produce the same effects as divine arts. They can fly, hide underground, and even make the air explode. So, we changed our previous strategy. Every time we hunted down an alien, we would leave some alive and learn how to make tools from them. We found that they used a method called science to explore the universe, master the laws within it, and make tools. After another 1,000 years of research, we were disappointed to find that scientific methods can't explain divine magic at all. There is no trace of divine magic on the home planets of those aliens. However, we still use the ideas of scientific methods to create some fun things that combine divine magic with technology. For example, the Gay Star Monitoring Network. We use divine magic to simulate something called a satellite and alien technology, so that we can monitor everything happening on Gay Star in real time. For example, the Divine Magic Wave Radar. We use divine magic waves to simulate radar and perform a full-scale scan of the space at all times, so that we can discover the alien spacecraft before it arrives at Gay Star. Also, the Alien Divine Magician Monitor. This device borrows from a device called a radio in alien technology. It can absorb divine magic waves and thus detect abnormal divine magicians. Of course, there are many such devices. I will not list them one by one. You can study them in detail after you join the Institute of Divine Magicians. However, the emergence of these devices has not solved the fundamental problem. We still have not found out the origin of divine magic, and we cannot learn divine magic independently. We can only survive like puppets of the Black Tower, knowing nothing. It was at this time that we noticed you, an alien who has inherited the existence of a distant god. The words of God Void completely explained the confusion in Captain Umazlala's heart and made him understand his own value. But he still had a question. Chapter 698. Since you already know the existence of the secret space, why don't you send a divine magician to explore it? Captain Umazlala asked. His divine magic originated from the secret space. If the Divine Magician Club personally sent people to the secret space to receive inheritance, wouldn't it be more convenient? God Void smiled bitterly and said, if things were that simple, it would be great. In fact, we sent a total of 10 batches, a total of 200 divine magicians and 500 ordinary people into the secret space. In the end, only 5 people came out alive, and these 5 people had no memory of the mysterious space in their minds. At this time, we realize that those who can get the inheritance in the secret space must have great opportunities. Captain Umazlala was speechless. Obviously, the Divine Magician Club wanted to figure out the origin of divine magic by themselves, and would definitely not let him go. However, on second thought, practicing divine magic is extremely difficult. Relying on one's own strength, it may take hundreds of years to become a level 9 divine magician. If you borrow the resources of the Divine Magician Club, it will be different. However, he still had a concern. You also know that my inheritance comes from a being beyond the gods. I'm afraid that if I teach you the divine arts without the consent of that being, it will anger that being. The old ones are omnipresent. Captain Umazlala knew that once he opened his mouth, the goddess of night would be able to sense it, and then it would be completely over. When God Void heard that Captain Umazlala agreed to cooperate, he was overjoyed. He stood up, walked slowly to Captain Umazlala, and said with a smile, since we dare to invite you here, we will naturally guarantee your safety. Now call out to the being beyond the gods in your heart, and see if there is any response. Seeing the confident look of God Void, Captain Umazlala hesitated for a moment, and whispered in his heart, Goddess of Night, your most devout believer, needs your help. There was no response. Captain Umazlala whispered again in his heart. Still no response. This situation would not have existed in the past. In the past, as long as he silently recited the 4 words Goddess of Night in his heart, he would appear in a space in an instant. Space Captain Umazlala thought of this tree that violated common sense. Such a big tree cannot exist on a normal planet at all because it cannot bear the gravity generated by itself. Is this also a separate space? Seeing the flickering and thoughtful expression on Captain Umazlala's face, God Void smiled and said, "It seems that you have guessed that this is a separate space. You still remember my name. My ability is the Void. This space is me, and I'm this space. So here, you can rest assured that even the existence beyond the gods cannot touch it. This ability is so powerful." Captain Umazlala understood and admired sincerely. In this case, I can tell you about my experience in the secret space. In the expectant eyes of God Void, Captain Umazlala told about entering the colorful barrier and accepting the inheritance of the goddess of night sniper in the secret space. After listening to this, God Void's face was at 10. It turns out that the magic we are so proud of actually originated from this creature called Cthulhu. They also call themselves the Old Ones. The Old Ones gave us the magic just to let us use it as a tool for their fun. How sad, how sad. At this time, facing the inexplicably powerful Old Ones, God Void, a 9th level great magician, had no idea in his heart. This kind of power has surpassed the imagination of intelligent creatures and exceeded the limit of the universe. However, how could someone who can become a top magician give up easily? God Void decided to start by studying Captain Umazlala, research the secrets of magic, and then steal the power of Cthulhu creatures, and finally achieve the fate of jumping out of the control of Cthulhu creatures. Captain Umazlala was stunned when he heard God Void's idea. A mortal actually wanted to steal the Skyfire. However, he also knew that this was his chance. Only with the help of the Institute of Divine Arts can he quickly upgrade and achieve the goal of reaching level 9 as soon as possible. By then, as long as he has become a godlike existence, he will not have to fear anyone on this planet of gay. Even if he faces a dark goddess, he will have the strength to fight. So, the agreement was reached. God Void immediately summoned all the researchers of the Institute of Divine Magicians and held a meeting. There were only 20 researchers, but they were all divine magicians above level 6, and they were also proficient in studying divine magic. At the meeting, God Void revealed the true identity of Captain Umazlala and asked the researchers to do their best to study the secrets of divine magic in him and at the same time help him grow. In this way, Captain Umazlala inherited the research object and became the key training object. With the help of the Institute of Divine Magic, Captain Umazlala progressed in divine magic and soon broke through the Midnight Poet and became a nightmare. After becoming a nightmare, Captain Umazlala had the real ability to take the initiative to attack. He can freely enter and exit the dreams of every sleeping person within a large range and can also pull the enemy into the dream within the effective range. In dreams, he can transform into various terrifying monsters and attack the dreamer. In dreams, the damage caused will be fed back to reality. This ability is very powerful. However, the research of the Institute of Divine Arts was not so smooth. According to Captain Umazlala's suggestion, they caught some out-of-control divine magicians and dug up their bodies in an attempt to discover the secret of the mysterious tree. As a result, the divine tree was exposed to the air and immediately turned into ashes. In addition, although Captain Umazlala told the researchers how to use the sleepless, none of them could practice it. Days passed one by one. Captain Umazlala also got familiar with the researchers, especially a divine magician who liked to study technology, the God Mechanic, who became his fan. Since the entire space was transformed by the God Void, Captain Umazlala could change the shape of the room at will. For example, today's room is in the shape of a spaceship. The appearance and interior of the spaceship are exactly the same as that of the exploration spaceship. Of course, it is just a room and cannot fly. Captain Umazlala was sitting in the captain's seat. He had just been thoroughly checked again and was now using familiar things to calm down. Looking at the familiar buttons on the dashboard, his thoughts returned to Pajero. Hey, can your spaceship really fly faster than the speed of light? Beside him, the God Mechanic was researching everywhere. He was obsessed with machinery by nature. Although he knew that this spaceship was fake, he still hoped to find out some secrets from it. Captain Umazlala was awakened and saw the obsessed look of the God Mechanic. He sighed. It was a pity that this guy was born on Gaystar. If he was in Pajero, He might have become a great scientist long ago. The god mechanic was intelligent by nature. He relied on the fragmentary technology he obtained from foreign visitors to develop a unique divine technology route. Captain Umazlala rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, "Of course, the universe is extremely empty and the distance between planets is often hundreds of light years. If you can't reach superluminal speed, you will never reach your destination in your lifetime. However, according to your current level, don't even think about superluminal speed. In fact, I'm just an expedition member. Only scientists know these profound principles." After hearing this, the god mechanic was a little discouraged. These days, he has been learning from Captain Umazlala. Compared with the fragmented technology in the past, the systematic technology knowledge he got from Captain Umazlala made him feel that the technology route may also become the hope of Gaystar in the future. He has now learned how to make a wind turbine. Seeing the impeller slowly turning under the drive of wind, it can light up hundreds of electric lights, and he is full of pride. If one day, the Gaystar people have such a level of technology, then the divine arts will become insignificant, and perhaps they can break free from the shackles of divine arts. Thinking of this, the sense of loss in the heart of the god mechanic was soon relieved. He moved closer to Captain Umazlala and asked curiously, "Your Pajero civilization is so powerful. You don't need to grow crops to have food to eat. You can barbecue without making fire, and you can travel millions of kilometers without walking. The people living on the Pajero planet must be very happy." Captain Umazlala smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Not entirely. Although technology has developed and the production efficiency of the Pajero people has increased, the pressure has also increased. Every Pajero must take an IQ test since birth. Those with high IQs can become scientific researchers. They need to undergo rigorous thinking training. From then on, studying hard every day has become their daily routine. Those with low IQs will be assigned different occupations according to the plan. For example, recently there is a shortage of pilots, so a group of Pajeros will be assigned to learn how to operate spacecraft. Of course, there are those with even lower IQs. The Pajero Academy of Sciences will not waste resources on these people. When they grow up, they will have to be sent to refugee camps and linger because they have no skills. These words made the god mechanic sigh. It turned out that the higher civilization was so cold and ruthless. With the friend of god mechanic, Captain Umazlala had a happy life in the Academy of Divine Arts. However, an unexpected incident soon broke this happiness. The detector deployed by the Divine Arts Club in the outer space of Gaystar discovered a huge fleet coming from deep space. When Captain Umazlala first heard the news, he thought it was the Pajero fleet looking for him. But then he thought that he had only killed the upper class, and Pajero would never send out such a large fleet. Because in the Pajero civilization, wasting resources is the biggest crime, and the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences are weighing it all the time. Faced with such a large fleet, the Divine Arts Club was also a little scared. The Divine Arts Club is proficient in close combat, but these advanced alien spaceship fleets can attack Gaystar from thousands of miles away. Fortunately, the commander of the alien spaceship fleet did not realize that this primitive planet was in danger, so Gaystar was able to survive. Since Captain Umazlala was the divine magician on Gaystar who was most familiar with the space fleet, God Void asked him to organize a large number of divine arts to attack the alien fleet. This task was not simple, because once the alien spaceship fleet discovered the attackers, they would instantly understand that these attackers came from Gaystar. Maybe, in excitement, they would launch destructive strike weapons such as Star Destroyers at Gaystar. Moreover, even if they belong to the same technological civilization, different races have different technological focuses, and the spaceships and weapons they invented will be very different. Captain Umazlala hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the task, because even without him, the Divine Magician Club would launch an attack. Once the attack did not work, then Gaystar would inevitably be destroyed in the counterattack of the alien fleet. At that time, Captain Umazlala would not be able to survive, nor would Huang Mingsu and the unborn child. Oh, and there is also God Big Iron Pot. This innocent boy was the first friend that Captain Umazlala met on Gaystar. Captain Umazlala found that he had so many ties with Gaystar without realizing it. Since he had decided to do it, he must be fully prepared. Captain Umazlala selected 5 8th level Divine Magicians and 27th level Divine Magicians from the Divine Magician Club as commandos. He wanted to ask God Void to do it himself, but God Void rejected his request without hesitation, which also confirmed his previous guess. The 9th level Great Divine Magician can hardly show up in the real world. Then, there is the problem of transportation. At present, the alien fleet is 2 light years away from Gaystar. Although the Divine Magicians can fly in outer space, the speed is too slow. He wanted to ask the Divine Magician Club to send a team to retrieve his spaceship buried underground from God's Ahua. Who knew that after God Void knew his idea, he shook his head and directly asked someone to take him to a waste warehouse. This is called a warehouse, but it is actually an open-air square with an area of more than 100 kilometers. The square is filled with various equipment, guns, spaceships, clothes, socks, and even Captain Umazlala found 2 chocolates in a corner. Obviously, these things all came from foreign invaders. After defeating these invaders, the Divine Magicians of Gaystar stored their spaceships, equipment, and personal belongings here. However, most of the equipment has been damaged, especially the aircraft, which was severely damaged due to the impact during landing. Captain Umazlala can only fly in the air with the God Mechanic to find a suitable aircraft. Chapter 699. The flying saucer, with half of its roof missing, revealed the instruments inside. In the wind and rain, it was already in tatters. Only the shell of the interstellar spacecraft was left, without even the particle thruster. Even the tail of the old rocket that flew from nowhere was missing. After a circle, it was all broken. It seemed that he had to dig out his spaceship. Captain Umazlala was about to leave when he accidentally saw an empty space on the ground. The surrounding ground was full of equipment, only that piece of land was empty. This is not normal. He was immediately surprised, flew over, and landed slowly. He suddenly felt that he had not completely landed on the ground, and he hit a hard object. At this time, the Divine Magician in charge of guarding the venue also ran over. He saw that there were 5 stars embroidered on the black robe worn by Captain Umazlala, and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "My lord, I'm the God Canon. I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." In the Divine Magician Club, the stars embroidered on the black robe represent status. The higher the star rating, the higher the status. Captain Umazlala ignored his compliment and stepped hard. What is this transparent object? God Canon's work was obviously not done carefully. He looked stunned. "Sir, don't you use magic to hang in the air? Is there something under your feet?" Captain Umazlala smiled bitterly. Then the God Mechanic also flew over. When he saw Captain Umazlala's appearance, he immediately exclaimed, "Fuck, is there really a completely invisible material in this world?" Captain Umazlala shook his head. Usually, invisibility only uses technology to absorb radar waves, or reduce the area where radar waves are emitted, and it cannot achieve the effect of complete perspective. This is no longer invisible, but all-round transparency. God Canon saw that the 2 God Magicians said so, and he understood. He took 2 steps forward, and touched it tentatively. As expected, he touched a hard object. It's really invisible. It's amazing. As an administrator, you don't know the existence of this thing. God Mechanic's eyes widened and glared at God Canon. The abandoned items warehouse is located on a remote island. Due to the ocean barrier, only Divine Magicians can come here, and those civilians will not accidentally enter. Every time the equipment of foreign invaders is disturbed, the Divine Magicians will automatically send the equipment here, and he, the administrator, does not need to do it at all. So his daily work is fishing and dozing off. This is normal. All those who are assigned to guard this pile of scrap metal are frustrated Divine Magicians in the Divine Magician Club. After their territory was confiscated, they have long seen it go, and they live a day-to-day life, so they naturally don't work hard. However, the doubts of these 2 big men still made God Canon scratch his head in embarrassment, his eyes fixed on his toes. Seeing God Canon's appearance, Captain Umazlala also frowned. The technology of this invisible device has obviously surpassed the technology level of Pajero. He wanted to get some information from God Canon to find some clues. It seemed hopeless. Captain Umazlala had to use all the means he could with the god mechanic to test the cloaking device. The fire burned, the sword chopped, the lightning struck, and even invited a divine magician named God Cannon to transform into a cannon. With a loud bang, a cannonball whizzed towards the cloaking device. Captain Umazlala and the god mechanic clenched their fists, hoping that this extremely powerful cannonball could blast open the shell of the cloaking device. As a result, the cannonball hit the cloaking device and immediately broke into pieces. The empty space was still empty. This made Captain Umazlala completely desperate. In fact, he took the cloaking device back to the Divine Art Research Institute and asked the 9th level Great Divine Magician God Void to investigate, but a word from the God Mechanic broke his fantasy. The Divine Magician is just a Divine Magician, not a scientist. It seems that they can only drive a shabby spaceship to deal with the alien fleet. Just as Captain Umazlala was about to find the spaceship again, the cloaking device suddenly removed the cloaking shield and appeared in front of them. This is a pyramid-shaped alien spaceship, more than 10 meters high, with a base area of more than 20 square meters. The surface of the spaceship is covered with light golden squares, and there are crescent patterns painted with red paint on 3 sides. The pointed golden pyramid top radiates dazzling light under the sunlight. Fuck, what is this thing? The Divine Mechanic was shocked and quickly ran to the wreckage of the spaceship next to him and hid. Spaceship, this is actually a spaceship. Captain Umazlala was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be so lucky. Spaceship. But it fits tightly. How can we get in? Instead of being excited, the Divine Mechanic frowned. As an alien technology expert of the Divine Magician Club, he has come into contact with countless captured alien spaceships. The biggest problem he encountered is that the spaceship has been locked by the aliens from the alien world and cannot be entered. Don't worry, since it can suddenly appear in front of us, it means that there must be a way to get in. Captain Umazlala said without worry. As a member of the Pajero exploration team, he has visited countless alien civilizations and is well aware of one truth. That is, nothing in this world happens by chance, and all accidents are inevitable. Captain Umazlala walked to the front of the pyramid spaceship, stretched out his hand, and touched the light golden square on it. He felt that the surface of the golden grid was emitting a faint warmth. This is too strange. Is this spaceship a creature? In the universe, some advanced civilizations will raise some space creatures as spaceships. These spaceships often have some strange abilities. Some can fly at superluminal speeds. Some can spray out ultra-high energy particle storms that are enough to destroy everything. Some can deploy a protective shield. Some can transform into intelligent creatures. And some even have the ability to go back in time and space. However, this space creature can be invisible. Thinking of this, Captain Umazlala could hardly suppress his excitement. Space creatures are creatures that can travel in the universe. They live by devouring stardust between planets. They have a very long lifespan, often calculated in tens of billions of years, but their number is very small. As the captain of the Pajero expedition, he has explored countless planets and his total journey in space has exceeded 1,000,000 light years, but he has never encountered a space creature. Not only has he never encountered it, but all individuals in the entire Pajero civilization have never encountered it. The Pajero Academy of Sciences learned about the existence of space creatures when communicating with an ancient high-level civilization. This high-level civilization happened to raise space creatures that looked like whales. Whale creatures are relatively useless, and their only skill is that they can dive into the sea. Even so, the ancient high-level civilization still treats it as a treasure, and the space creature in front of him at least has the ability to be invisible. If it can be submerged, it will be a great help. However, there is no unified statement among the high-level civilizations in the universe on how to subdue space creatures. There was once a level 6 civilization that discovered a space creature in the void zone. This is a giant space octopus with hollow tentacles all over its body, which can emit a kind of lavender light. When touched by the lavender light, both biological and mechanical bodies will be corroded and decomposed. This is a combat space creature. The 6th level civilization quickly sent a fleet of more than 200 space battleships to besiege the giant space octopus. As a result, in less than a quarter of an hour, the fleet was completely destroyed. The strength of the giant space octopus is far beyond the imagination of the 6th level civilization. However, after paying such a high price, if the prey is allowed to slip away, this 6th level civilization will inevitably become a laughingstock in the future. After discussion, they gathered space battleships from all civilizations to attack the giant space octopus. Against the backdrop of the dazzling stars, tens of millions of spaceships surrounded the giant space octopus like locusts covering the sky. The countless tentacles of the giant space octopus simultaneously shot out countless lavender rays, and the space battleships in the front row instantly turned into dust and disappeared into the dark universe. However, this also bought time for the spaceships in the back row to launch attacks. High-energy laser cannons, star destroyers, radio beams, cutting magnetic lines and thousands of other attacks were fired at the giant space octopus. After a shocking explosion and dazzling light, the giant space octopus was severely damaged, with cracks all over its body surface, and its tentacles could no longer emit lavender light. This time, we should be able to catch this guy. Just as the 6th level civilization was cheering for the upcoming combat space creature, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the giant space octopus, and lavender light flickered faintly in the cracks. No, it's going to explode. The 6th level civilization was preparing to retreat, and the giant space octopus suddenly exploded, and countless lavender lights swept across the universe like a death scythe. Tens of millions of spaceships turned to ashes in an instant. The space combat power of the 6th level civilization was completely lost, and the powerful enemy took advantage of the situation to invade. They had to become slaves, and become extinct in 100,000 years. It is really sad that a high-level civilization would become extinct because of capturing a space creature. Of course, since there are unfortunate civilizations, let's use lucky civilizations. On a primitive planet in the Cygnus constellation, there grows an intelligent creature called Gustav. They are still in the slash and burn stage. Every day, they can only hold a big stick, wear animal skin skirts, and chase wild beasts with a howl. An accidental event changed the development process of their civilization. One day, a Gustav dug out a fist-sized organism from the ground. The organism was motionless, had no life characteristics, and looked dead. He collected some firewood from the forest, ignited the firewood by drilling wood to make fire, and finally put the organism on the fire to roast it. Unexpectedly, the white skin of the organism was not burnt in the burning fire. Until the match pile went out, the organism did not change, except that the temperature was slightly higher. This made the Gustav very angry. He collected more firewood from the forest, lit a bonfire, and threw the organism into the fire again. This time, the result was still the same. When the bonfire went out, the surface of the organism was a little hotter, but it didn't look cooked at all. The Gustav became even angrier. Finding so much wood had exhausted his physical strength, making him exhausted and hungry. He thought about it, took the organism, and walked to a volcanic cave. The red-hot lava in the cave was rolling. The Gustav threw the organism into the lava, trying to use the heat of the lava to roast it. However, the moment the organism came into contact with the lava quickly turned black with the organism as the center, and this blackening spread to the surroundings. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire lava cave turned from fiery red to pitch black, and the lava was completely extinguished. The Gustav also realized that something was wrong, and he was shocked, and was about to run away. Suddenly, the organism burst open with a pop sound, and a butterfly-sized creature with 2 wings flew out from it. This creature is a space creature. It has the ability to inspire individual wisdom. Since the first creature it saw, after it was born, was the Gustaman, it regarded the Gustaman as its master. In the following years, the butterfly space creature continued to inspire the wisdom of the Gustaman. The Gustaman also quickly developed from primitive creatures to civilized creatures, and it took only 100,000 years to become a high-level civilization. The great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences came to a conclusion from the information circulated by the advanced civilization, that is, encountering space creatures cannot be forced. Perhaps by chance, you can become the master of space creatures. Captain Umazlava felt that his opportunity had come. Since the pyramid space creature had been here for many years, and had not flown away, and was willing to appear in front of him, there must be a reason. Now all he had to do was to find out this reason. Captain Umazlala thought so, walked to the pyramid, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm an alien like you, can we chat?" The pyramid stood still. "Brother, are you talking to the spaceship? Is it controlled by an intelligent program?" Seeing his action, the god mechanic took a step back and asked in confusion. Captain Umazlala smiled and shook his head and continued to say to the pyramid, "I come from a distant planet, and you, where is your hometown?" The pyramid remained motionless. "Brother, are you sick? Do you want me to ask the club's doctor to help you?" The god mechanic was frightened when he saw Captain Umazlala saying some inexplicable words. Now Captain Umazlala is the main force to deal with the alien spaceship fleet, and there must be no problems. Captain Umazlala still ignored him, but frowned. It seems that it is impossible to communicate with the pyramid space creatures using language. He thought for a while, took off his black robe and threw it on the ground. Then, in front of the pyramid creature, they performed a traditional Pajero dance. Chapter 700. When the dance came to an end, Captain Umazlala was exhausted, and sweat broke out on his forehead. But the pyramid creature still did not react at all. If Captain Umazlala had not been able to judge from the temperature radiating from its surface that it still had physiological activities, he would have thought it was dead. Captain Umazlala then tried a series of methods such as singing, telling stories, and hugging, but the pyramid creature still did not react at all. At this time, it was already very late, and the overwhelming darkness had enveloped the entire gay star. God Mechanic and God Cannon had gone back to rest long ago. Captain Umazlala leaned on the pyramid creature, at a loss. He began to tell the pyramid creature about his past experiences. "Brother, do you know that I'm from the planet Pajero, where I was originally an expedition leader with a bright future, but because of an accidental mistake, I had to escape from Pajero, and after going through numerous hardships, I came to this planet, brother. Do you think I can return to Pajero?" At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Yes, I think that one day in the future, you can return to Pajero as a hero. I'm just afraid that by then, you will not want to do that." This voice was full of antiquity and vicissitudes, just like traveling through billions of years and hundreds of billions of light years to the ears of Captain Umazlala. Captain Umazlala was so scared that he quickly got up and looked at the pyramid with a face full of fear. "You were the one talking just now." A big mouth suddenly appeared on the surface of the pyramid, and the big mouth opened and closed and said, "Yes, it was me who was talking to you, dear Captain Umazlala. He knows my name." Captain Umazlala did not remember that he had mentioned his name in front of this pyramid creature, but he immediately thought that this might be the magic of the pyramid creatures, so he was relieved. He thought for a while and asked, "Are you a space creature?" This is a key question. "Yes, I'm the space creature that you intelligent creatures talk about. I was born in the endless void. Since my birth, I have been wandering aimlessly in the empty universe. When I'm hungry, I eat some cosmic dust. When I'm tired, I lie in space to sleep. Sometimes when I'm bored, I occasionally fall to the surface of the planet and watch how you creatures live and survive." The big mouth of the pyramid opened and closed. Space creatures actually come from the endless starry sky. This is a piece of information that those advanced civilizations that have space creatures have never revealed. It seems that there must be a mystery. Captain Umazlala suppressed his excitement and asked, "How long have you been on this planet?" "How long? Let me think about it. It seems that when the 1298th supernova in the Gusmark galaxy exploded, I had been traveling in the space station for more than 2 billion years. Every day I looked at the same stars and listened to the meaningless and boring cosmic background music. I felt that my life was meaningless, so I came to this planet." The pyramid replied slowly. "When I came to this planet, it was still in the primitive era. The gays had just evolved and were just a two-legged beast. I flew back and forth over the gay star for tens of thousands of years. One day, I was tired of flying, so I came to this isolated island and fell asleep. Just now, you woke me up with your weapons. I wanted to swallow you into my stomach, but when I smelled your scent, I changed my mind." This answer almost made Captain Umazlala collapse on the ground on the spot. Unexpectedly, they were only a hair's breadth away from death. Facing this ancient existence, Captain Maslow knew that, even if all the divine magicians on Gay were added together, there would be no chance of winning. However, what made the pyramid creature change its mind? A creature like this, having existed for countless years, has long become indifferent, and will never pity life. Why didn't you do it? Captain Maslow took a deep breath and asked. He relaxed his whole body, and was not on guard at all, because he knew that there was no chance of escape in front of the pyramid creature. The pyramid was silent for a long time, and the big mouth sighed, then said slowly, "I want you to kill me." Kill you? It was the first time that Captain Maslow saw someone make such a request. Of course, the pyramid creature is a space creature, and it also has intelligence, so it should be considered a kind of human. The pyramid creature continued to explain, "Yes, I want you to kill me. From the moment I was born from the void, I have endless lifespan and recovery abilities that are unimaginable for you intelligent creatures. In the beginning, I was excited about this ability. I spent every day traveling in the universe, and I would be excited about discovering a white dwarf. But time can erase everything. More than 2 billion years have passed, and I have lost interest in everything. I just want to return to the endless darkness and fall into eternal indulgence. However, I found that I couldn't do this. I once rushed into a star in a high temperature of up to 65 million degrees Celsius, watching my body being melted bit by bit. I thought I was going to die, and I closed my eyes and waited for death to come. However, when I opened my eyes again, the star had gone out, and my body was intact. I traveled hundreds of light years and found a supernova that was about to explode. I drilled into it and waited for the supernova to explode. Sure enough, not long after, with a violent shaking and a light that could not be described in words, the supernova exploded. At that time, I was also penetrated by various super strong cosmic rays, and my body almost turned into the smallest cosmic particles. I thought I was dead, but 10 years later, I came back to life again. I was tired of this desolate universe. 2 consecutive failures did not give me the idea of ending my life, so I searched hard for an opportunity to die in the empty universe. This time I found a giant black hole. I saw it swallow a large galaxy containing hundreds of planets into its belly. I thought it should be able to kill me, so I plunged into the giant black hole and waited for death to come in the darkness. Unfortunately, I failed again. For some reason, the giant black hole suddenly exploded violently, and I was thrown out again. The explosion of the giant black hole may be just a coincidence. With this thought in mind, I continued to travel in the universe. Finally, after more than 100 years, I found an even bigger giant black hole, which easily swallowed a galaxy cluster with thousands of stars. This guy is so big, it won't explode again. So, I dived into the center of the giant black hole again. Just like last time, the light in the black hole could not escape. I felt myself in the darkness, turning into countless fragments, spinning and flying to the bottom of the giant black hole. This time, I should be dead. At that time, I was excited and looking forward to the arrival of death. But the next time, this excitement turned into frustration. The giant black hole exploded again, and its super recovery ability allowed me to recover as before. I was unwilling to give up. I must seek death. So, I found another black hole and dived into it again, and it exploded again. Like this, I blew up hundreds of black holes in a row before finally confirming that this method was not feasible. Hearing this, Captain Maslow couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. This guy is a black hole terminator. However, he knew that the wisest thing to do now was to let the pyramid creature continue, so he didn't interrupt. The pyramid creature continued, after confirming that stars, supernovas, and black holes could not end my life. A strange idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Is it because they are natural celestial bodies? So, I found a high-level civilization and took the lead in launching an attack on them. Facing my attack, this civilization went all out and used their most advanced weapons to bombard me in turns. I was blown to pieces in the bombing. When I was reduced to pieces and wandered in the empty universe, I thought I was dead. As a result, my consciousness did not disappear for a long time. A few years later, I recovered as before. At this time, I was sure that there was almost no existence in this universe that could kill me. This universe. Captain Mazlala's heart jumped, and he immediately understood why the pyramid creature was targeting him. He has the breath of a crush creature, and the crush creature lives in zero-dimensional space, and does not belong to this universe. It seems that the pyramid creature wants to kill himself with Crush's hand. However, Captain Mazlala still has a doubt in his heart. Why don't you go to the zero-dimensional space in person? There are so many Crusoe creatures there that will definitely meet your needs. The pyramid creature smiled bitterly and said, I smelled a scent that threatens me from you just now. After careful identification, I found that this scent does not come from this universe. I'm different from you intelligent creatures. You were born under the action of genetic genes. I was almost directly created by this universe, which determines that I cannot leave this universe. In fact, as early as 200 million years ago, I visited a god-level civilization. This civilization created a machine that can tear dimensions. Through this machine, you can reach another universe. However, when I walked into the space-time tunnel created by the instrument, I was blocked by an invisible barrier. Even if I tried my best, I couldn't go deeper. In fact, when I appeared on Gaystar in 0-degree space, I had already noticed it. I had gone deep into the 10,000 mountains several times, and found the colorful barrier. Unfortunately, the result was the same. I couldn't pass through the barrier. It turned out that this guy couldn't enter the zero-dimensional space, so he wanted himself to understand him on behalf of the Crusoe creature. However, there are so many divine magicians on Gay, and there are even 9th level divine magicians who are comparable to gods in the Divine Magician Club. Why don't you ask them to fulfill your wish? I'm only a 3rd level divine magician, and my ability is far from enough. Captain Mazlala asked in confusion. The pyramid creature smiled bitterly and said, how do you know that I didn't visit the 9th level divine magician? In fact, there was no so-called beast riot on Gay 10,000 years ago. I challenged the 4 major divine magician clubs alone, and forced those great divine magicians to join forces to kill me. As a result, more than a dozen 9th level divine magicians died due to exhaustion and the backlash of divine magic. 10,000 years ago, there was no beast riot. This information shocked Captain Mazlala so much that he couldn't close his mouth. In any history book of Gaystar, the history of the riot of the beasts in the 100,000 mountains is recorded in detail, including the process of the riot, how many gay people were slaughtered, how many divine magicians were sacrificed, and how many beasts were destroyed and how they were destroyed. All of this was recorded clearly in the history book of Gaystar. It turned out to be false. However, he immediately thought of his experience in the 100,000 mountains. There are indeed many beasts in the 100,000 mountains, but apart from the huge gorilla monster, he did not encounter any powerful beasts. Otherwise, with his mortal identity at that time, he would not be able to escape from the 100,000 mountains after making such a big commotion. Perhaps, the 10 great demon kings did not exist at all. These were all lies made up by the Divine Magician Club to cover up their failure. The pyramid creature didn't seem to notice Captain Mazlala's strange expression, and continued, because the magic of those level 9 great magicians essentially belongs to this universe. Even if they practice to the extreme, they can't change this fact. But yours is different. Your magic comes from a powerful Crusoe creature. So, only you can kill me. Captain Mazlala finally understood the reason after hearing this. He is a person who likes to help others. How about I use magic to attack you? Captain Mazlala asked. That's what I'm thinking. The pyramid creature replied. Captain Mazlala was already a level 3 nightmare at this time. He activated his magic and turned into a dark force, invading the dreamland of the pyramid creature. There, he saw the birth of planets, the extinction of stars, the birth of creatures, the destruction of civilization, and endless loneliness. After calming down, Captain Mazlala turned into a demon in his dream and attacked the pyramid creature. In the dream, he was invincible. It took him less than a quarter of an hour to kill the pyramid creature. According to the characteristics of nightmares, injuries in dreams will be reflected in reality. When he saw the pyramid creature's incarnation of a human being easily beheaded, he scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that a space creature could be so easily killed by me? With doubts, he returned to reality and opened his eyes. He saw the pyramid creature standing in front of him. There was no sign of injury on its light golden surface. Could it be that the pyramid creature's guess was wrong and I couldn't kill him at all? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.